Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After dropping Yang Su off at the airport, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. With nothing else to do, Shen Jun and Wu Mingjie strolled around Shanghai aimlessly. Shen Jun was genuinely bored and had nothing to do. Wu Mingjie also didn't have much to do, or rather, his job was simply to keep Shen Jun company. As long as Shen Jun is satisfied with the backing of the towering Tianun Group, his career advancement in the bank will be smooth and stable. For him, nothing was more important than Shen Jun, his major client. As night falls, the lights in the streets and alleys of Shanghai come on brighter. Shen Jun and Wu Mingjie walked aimlessly, chatting as they went, mostly about amusing things that had happened in the past. After walking for an unknown distance, Shen Jun suddenly heard a song and immediately stopped. Looking around, Shen Jun realized that a large crowd had gathered less than 50 meters away from him. Wu Mingjie also noticed that direction at that moment. Shall we go take a look? Let's go take a look. After a question and answer session, the group walked over. As soon as they got close, the melodious singing started again. The world comes and goes without a trace. Drunk, I sing a song, remembering old friends. Unseen across thousands of miles, amidst joys and sorrows, love and hate. In my dream, the Qiming festival was filled with drizzling rain. The sound of a huqin, a traditional Huxia wind instrument, drifts in from outside the dream. The play sings of life's many springs. The melodies of the pipa usher in a touch of spring. The desert sands are tinged with the twilight of dusk. Dark clouds loom over the city, white grass dances in the north wind. The girl from Chang'an longs for her comrades on their expedition. War drums thunder, iron horses break through the gates. Waiting for your return, for a lifetime of one love. The world comes and goes without a trace. Drunk, I sing a song, remembering old friends. Unseen across thousands of miles, amidst joys and sorrows, love and hate. In my dream, the Qiming festival was filled with drizzling rain. The sound of a huqin, a traditional Huxia wind instrument, drifts in from outside the dream. The play sings of life's many springs. Although I hate to admit it, the DJ version of Chang'an Girl is really good. It would be even better if it were paired with a video of "If Ko can go, I can go too." As Shen Jun walked into the center of the crowd, he immediately spotted the singer. He was a young man of average appearance, but he had an exceptionally beautiful singing voice. Various musical props and live streaming equipment were placed in front of the other party. It's obvious that this young man is a live streamer. However, the other person sings really well. With that kind of talent, they must have quite a few fans. Without paying too much attention, Shen Jun decided to leave after listening to the rest of the songs. Shen Jun is someone who lingers when he encounters something he likes, and only leaves after he loses that feeling. Just as Shen Jun was about to leave, a childish voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Uncle, someone stole your phone." Turning my head, I saw a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, dressed like a doll, pointing at a man wearing a white vest with tattoos on both arms. At that moment, the tattooed man's hand was reaching into the pocket of a middle-aged man, but the little girl's words instantly alerted those around them, and the tattooed man in white immediately withdrew his hand. The middle-aged man whose phone had been stolen also glanced back. Upon noticing the tattooed man in the white vest's movement, the middle-aged man immediately took a few steps back and shouted, "Thief!" "What? Is there really a thief?" I'm speechless. In this day and age, you're still stealing things. Exactly. With hands and feet, why choose to be a thief? There are so many things they could do. The middle-aged man's words immediately aroused righteous indignation among those around him. Some of those who had discovered the thief because of the little girl's reminder pointed at him and started cursing at the man in white. However, what no one noticed was that the moment the little girl finished speaking, a pretty woman standing behind her immediately covered her mouth and whispered, "Sweetie, don't talk. Remember, you didn't see anything. Mommy will take you home now." The little girl forcefully pried open the hand covering her mouth, then looked at the woman with a puzzled expression and asked, "Mommy, why did you say you didn't see the thief? He was clearly stealing." "Don't say any more. Mom will tell you when we get back." With that, the woman hurriedly picked up the little girl and tried to leave. Unfortunately, while they wanted to leave, some people didn't want them to. "Stop. Don't go. What makes you think I'm a thief? What proof do you have?" the tattooed man in white shouted, blocking their path. "I saw you put your hand into that uncle's pocket," the little girl said, her eyes wide with fear. "Yes, I saw you put your hand into that man's pocket too," another woman stepped forward to testify. The girl and the woman's words immediately attracted everyone's attention, and several people even started calling the police. Of course, some onlookers also took out their phones and started taking pictures and videos of the group. Despite the testimony of two witnesses, the tattooed man in white remained calm. He ignored the little girl and turned to the woman who had spoken behind him, saying harshly, "You say seeing it proves I stole something? Then I could say you just took your pants off and peed. How do you explain that?" The man in white pointed to a water stain that had appeared on the ground and shouted, "See that? That water is what this woman peed on. I don't know how she has the nerve to accuse me of stealing. Ha ha. Holy crap, this guy's weird. He even found a reason for everything. Don't be surprised. Maybe this puddle is that woman's urine. Don't be ridiculous. Who the hell would dare to pee in front of so many people? It's not impossible. Don't some people just like excitement?" The white-clad, tattooed man's words instantly swayed everyone's attention, with several men even pointing at the woman and the water stains on the ground and laughing mockingly. Clearly, the allure of stealing is less than the appeal of a woman urinating in public. They don't care whether someone actually stole something or not. They only pay attention to whatever gives them something to talk about. Amidst everyone's pointing fingers and whispers, the woman who had been falsely accused instantly blushed. She shouted in embarrassment and anger, "Why are you pointing at me? Are you all idiots? This man was just stealing. Who saw it? Or rather, who has evidence?" The tattooed man in white said disdainfully, "You keep accusing me of stealing, but has anyone lost anything? If not, what makes you think you're a thief? You can slander me without evidence, so why can't I slander you? You. The woman was so angry at the tattooed man in white that she couldn't speak. "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?" the tattooed man in white retorted. "Shut up if you have no evidence, or get lost. If you continue to slander me, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying this, the tattooed man in white stared intently at the woman, and his hand instinctively reached into his pocket. Upon seeing this, the woman was immediately frightened, because she couldn't be sure if the other person had a weapon hidden in their pocket. Although there were many people around her, they did not provide her with enough security. In fact, she found them particularly disgusting. Many people had clearly witnessed the theft thanks to the little girl's warning, yet no one dared to step forward. How could this not frighten her? After hesitating for a moment, the woman finally slunk away. She ran away not only because of the threats from the tattooed man in white, but also because the disgusting comments and stares from the others made her unable to stay there any longer. Good people can't stand firm in this society. After the woman left, the tattooed man in white turned his gaze back to the little girl. "You little brat, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. You can't just talk nonsense without evidence, understand?" The little girl shuddered at the words of the tattooed man in white, and then she burst into tears. Even so, the little girl still sobbed, I just saw you. I saw you put your hand, put it into that uncle's pocket." No, stop talking." The little girl's mother was also frightened by the tattooed man in white, so she didn't immediately stop her child from speaking. By the time she realized what was happening, the little girl had already finished speaking. "You little brat, do you even know what it means to eat whatever you want but say whatever you want? You're F*** G asking for it." The tattooed man in white was enraged by the girl's words. As he spoke, he walked towards the mother and daughter. The woman holding the little girl was startled by the man's actions and immediately began to back away, but there were too many people around, so she was blocked before she could take more than a few steps. Instead of making way, the onlookers continued taking photos and videos, seemingly eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Just then, Wu Mingjie suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "F*** K your grandpa, What are you acting so tough for? I saw you stealing, my eyes are proof. What are you going to do about it? You want to fight me? Upon seeing Wu Mingjie suddenly step forward, the onlookers became excited once again. In short, there's more excitement to come. Before the tattooed man in white could react, Wu Mingjie grabbed the middle-aged man whose phone had almost been stolen and yelled, "Are you even a man? If it weren't for that young girl's warning, your phone would have been stolen. What are you pretending to be a coward for now?" I. The middle-aged man was filled with shame, but he still didn't dare to say anything that could prove the other person was a thief. As an ordinary person, he knew very well what kind of thieves these days were. Since his belongings hadn't been stolen, he didn't want to cause any trouble in case the thief retaliated against him later. I have family and children. I really can't afford to offend those people. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Even a little girl understands this. How can you, a grown man, not dare to admit it? And someone even reminded you. Wu Mingjie said angrily. What the hell does this have to do with you? Speak up. What the hell does this have to do with you? You son of AB ***ch. The tattooed man in white was angered by Wu Mingjie and turned to walk towards him. What the hell are you doing, acting all high and mighty? Wu Mingjie immediately retorted. What are you so arrogant about, you piece of trash? You think nobody dares to mess with you? Do you even know where you are? This is Shanghai. Stealing in Shanghai, you think you're so great. You son of AB ***ch. As he spoke, Wu Mingjie also rushed towards the tattooed man in white. Shen Jun smiled slightly, then waved to the person behind him. Although he knew that Wu Mingjie was using his influence, Shen Jun had no objections whatsoever. That kind of trash, the man in the white shirt with tattoos, deserves to be taught a lesson. Just as Wu Mingjie rushed forward, the tattooed man in white suddenly pulled a folding knife from his pocket, brandished it twice, and roared, "Kill me? I'll G kill you first today." After saying that, the tattooed man in white rushed towards Wu Mingjie. Upon seeing the folding knife in the white-clad, tattooed man's hand, Wu Mingjie was immediately terrified. He not only stopped in his tracks, but also took several steps back, shouting, "Old Shen, Father Shen, help me. Your father is here." Shen Jun responded with a smile, and Yu Bin and another bodyguard immediately attacked the tattooed man in white. Using his left foot as a pivot, Yu Bin swept his right leg horizontally, and with a whoosh, the white-clad tattooed man was instantly sent flying. Bang! Whether Yu Bin did it intentionally or unintentionally, the white-clad tattooed man flew directly into the crowd that had blocked the woman's retreat. With such force, those people had no time to react before being slammed into them by the white-clad, tattooed man, and the scene immediately descended into chaos. Aya, it hurts so much. What are you doing? Why did you kick someone here? F****KU, you hit my leg. Don't move, you've hurt your back. Call the police immediately. Call the police immediately. Call 120. Call 120 now. I can't move. Ignoring the cries of pain from the people, Shen Jun walked to the woman holding the little girl. Seeing the woman's puzzled expression, Shen Jun nodded to her and then looked at the little girl softly, saying, "Little one, if you see a thief in the future, just cough once. Don't say it out loud, because you might get hurt, just like now." Huh? The little girl, who had stopped crying, paused for a moment, then lowered her head and said softly, "Uncle, I only know that I should speak up and stop people who are doing bad things. What you're saying is something my parents and teachers didn't teach me." Shen Jun's heart skipped a beat. Nowadays, due to certain events, the saying, "at birth, human nature is inherently good," has become, "at birth, human nature is inherently evil," and this view of inherent evil has gained the approval of the vast majority of people. Not to mention others, even Shen Jun largely agrees with this viewpoint. But now a mere child has uttered such words, it's truly. Shen Jun ruffled the little girl's hair and smiled. "Since your parents and teachers haven't taught you, then Uncle will teach you today. In the future, if you encounter someone doing something bad, just dial 110 to find a police officer. Don't worry about anything else, because nothing is more important than yourself." "I understand. Thank you, Uncle." Although the little girl didn't quite understand, she nodded in agreement, though her voice sounded somewhat dejected. The little girl's mother looked at Shen Jun with gratitude. Although she didn't want her child to be a cold-hearted person, in today's society, good people really don't exist. For her child's future, she had no choice but to harden her heart. Shen Jun didn't care what kind of impact his words would have on a child, nor did he want society to become like this. But society is already set in stone, so there's not much to say. We can't let a kind-hearted child pay a terrible price for doing a good deed, can we? If he hadn't been there today, this little girl. Looking around at the crowd still gathered around, watching the spectacle, Shen Jun couldn't help but sigh. How pitiful, how tragic, how lamentable. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Shen Jun turned his gaze to the crowd lying on the ground, groaning in pain. The white-clad, tattooed man who had been kicked away by Yu Bin was now lying motionless on the ground, seemingly unconscious. To be honest, Yu Bin's kick was truly beautiful. If there hadn't been so many people around, he would have even wanted to applaud and cheer. This group of people is truly hateful. Others just watched the spectacle. Aside from taking photos and videos, they did nothing else. These people, who not only enjoy watching the spectacle but also block the woman's escape route, are simply inhuman. I really don't know what they're thinking. If Wu Mingjie hadn't intervened, who knows what might have happened to the woman and the child. Just as Yu Bin was about to return to Shen Jun's side, a woman suddenly rushed towards him, grabbed his arm tightly, and shouted, "You're not allowed to leave. You can't leave." Yu Bin looked at the agitated woman and demanded, "Why can't I leave?" "Why? Tell me why," the woman immediately shouted. "If you're going to catch a thief, then catch him. Why did you have to kick him into our area? Now my husband is injured. You can't leave. You have to pay compensation." Yu Bin asked with interest. "You knew that person was a thief? Since you knew, why did you block him when the little girl's mother tried to back away? What if the little girl and her mother had been hurt if it weren't for me? Would you take responsibility for that? You're not in cahoots with that thief, are you?" The woman was immediately rendered speechless by Yu Bin's words. She couldn't very well say that she just wanted to see the thief hurt the woman and the little girl, could she? "That's what I think, but I absolutely cannot admit it." She completely ignored Yu Bin's words and shouted again, "I don't know what you're talking about, but you can't leave. Wait until the police arrive." As soon as the woman finished speaking, several men and women who had been involved chimed in, "Yes, you can't leave now. It's your business if you hit the thief, but we were also injured. We'll wait for the police to arrive and let them judge the matter." "That's right. If you dare to run, I'll call the police and have you arrested immediately." "That's right. You can't leave now. You have to take us to the hospital." "Ouch! I can't move my back. My leg got hit too. We need to call 120 immediately." With everyone chiming in, Yu Bin became the target of public criticism. Even if these people didn't speak, Yu Bin was still the focus of everyone's attention. He was really too ruthless just now, kicking someone several meters away. It was almost like a movie scene. How could it not attract attention? Shen Jun smiled and nodded at Yu Bin. Upon receiving the instruction, Yu Bin immediately stood still, and Wu Mingjie also remained still. He didn't want to shift everyone's attention to Shen Jun, not to show off, but because he was afraid Shen Jun wouldn't like it. Seeing this, the woman and the other injured people immediately felt relieved. As long as he doesn't run away, the medical expenses will be covered. They might even be able to get compensation. The police response speed in Shanghai is indeed very fast. In just over 10 minutes, 3 police cars stopped on the side of the road, and several police officers got out of the cars. "Who called the police just now?" "We called the police. We called the police," the woman holding Yu Bin immediately shouted back. After saying that, she let go of Yu Bin's hand and ran to the police officers, whereupon she recounted the entire incident. After understanding what had happened, the police officers immediately sprang into action. Police officers took photos, asked questions, and one even walked up to the tattooed man in white and bent down to check his breath. After confirming that the other person was still alive, he ignored him. Just as the lead police officer approached Yu Bin to ask him questions, Yu Bin pulled out an identification card from his pocket and said to him, "I am Yu Bin, the captain of the Shanghai Special Police Detachment. You can call your superior now to verify my identity." The lead police officer, ? Others. "Girl. Hello Captain Yu, I am Gong He, the team leader for this operation." The lead officer shook hands with Yu Bin but did not take the identification from his hand. Gong He didn't call his superior, but instead asked Yubin, Captain Yu, what's going on here? Yubin glanced at the woman before pointing to the tattooed man in white and explaining to Gong He, just now, I saw that thief trying to steal something. After saying that, Yubin pointed to the woman holding the little girl and continued. The little girl spoke up to warn the thief, who then became enraged and tried to attack them. The little girl's mother was frightened and tried to leave, but these people stopped her. Yubin then pointed to the woman and the men lying on the ground groaning in pain, saying, so I suspected these people were in cahoots. Captain Gong should know that thieves never steal alone, they always work in groups. So I kicked the thief at those men to restrain them. Gong He. Others. Girl. Is this another way to explain it? To label them as accomplices to a thief with just a few words, isn't that a bit too far-fetched? The woman and the others immediately turned their attention to Gong He. Upon realizing that he had actually listened to Yubin, the women's faces instantly turned pale. We're doomed. They can't bear that crime. I stumbled upon a crime while watching the commotion, and it turns out it was a gang crime. Unbelievable. You heartless B********************** D. My husband is injured, and you still say we're in cahoots with the thieves. Is there no justice in this world? The police can't just slander people like that. The woman plopped down on the ground and started wailing. That sound was so heartbreaking that it brought tears to the eyes of anyone who heard it. People who don't know what happened can really be fooled by her. But as a seasoned officer who had handled countless cases, Gong He immediately reprimanded him with a grim face. What are you shouting for? I have ample reason to suspect you're in cahoots with that thief. Come back to the station and we'll talk. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Gong He didn't care whether they were truly accomplices or pretending. Once Yubin showed his identification, the matter became clear. As one of his own people, of course he would side with his own. Even if it's later proven that this group had nothing to do with the thieves, it doesn't matter. He was just doing his job and won't be punished at all. He might even be praised. Besides, Yubin is there to cover for him, isn't he? We are not accomplices of the thief, the woman retorted weakly. Yes, we weren't accomplices to the thieves, we were just bystanders. Officers, you can't say that. We're really not accomplices of the thief. I won't press charges anymore. I'm fine now, officer. Can I leave? Yes, we're not suing. This has nothing to do with us. We just happen to be here to watch the show. The men lying on the ground, ignoring their physical pain, all sat up and loudly denied being in cahoots with the thieves. Upon hearing this, Gong He immediately hardened his expression and shouted, do you think you can just say you won't press charges? What do you take the police for? Besides, I'm even more suspicious now that you're accomplices of the thief. Say no more, stand up and come with us. After saying that, Gong He waved to the police officers behind him. The police officers immediately grabbed the woman and several other people who were shouting the loudest, and then led them towards the police car. The women initially intended to resist, but Gong He's next words immediately silenced them. Come with us to the police station now only to cooperate with the investigation. If everything is fine after the investigation, you can leave immediately. If you dare to resist, it means you have a guilty conscience, and don't blame us for interrogating you severely then. These words immediately startled everyone. Everyone knows what a police station is easy to get in, hard to get out. As ordinary people, they were genuinely terrified. The tattooed man in white, who was still unconscious on the ground, remained unattended. Captain Yu, this is the main culprit? Gong He pointed to the tattooed man in white and asked softly. Take him away too. I'm careful with my actions. He'll wake up soon, Yubin instructed. Clear. Gong He immediately felt relieved and then took the tattooed man in white into the police car as well. Young Master Jun, would you like to come along? Yubin walked up to Shen Jun and asked in a low voice. No need, I've seen the show, I won't get involved in what happens next. But don't stay at the police station too long, remember to come back early, Shen Jun said with a smile. Understood. Yubin nodded and followed Gong He into the police car. As the police left, the people around also dispersed. A few people did notice Yubin and Shen Jun talking, but they didn't take it seriously, assuming that Shen Jun was also a special police officer like Yubin. Wu Mingjie walked over and asked curiously, Old Shen, you're something else. A SWAT team captain protecting you. Isn't that a bit outrageous? Shen Jun shook his head and explained, I don't know Yu Bin's identity either, or rather, I have no idea how many identities he has. Wu Mengjie, listen to this. Is this something a human being could say? What's the difference between this and Versailles? But, old Shin, besides your business dealings, is there something else your Shin family has behind the scenes? Wu Mengjie probed. After rolling his eyes at Wu Mengjie, Shen Jun said irritably, why ask such a question? What? You want to go in too? I can grant you that wish. No, no, no. Wu Mengjie was startled and quickly waved his hands, saying, I won't ask anymore. I won't ask anymore. If I really go in, my wife will kill me. Look at how pathetic you are. After giving a sarcastic remark, Shen Jun strode away, and Wu Mengjie immediately jogged after him, not wanting to stray too far from this powerful figure. Yu Bin acted quickly, returning to the villa in about 2 hours. Shen Jun casually asked, how was it handled? The thief did have accomplices, but they weren't among those whose property was damaged. Therefore, after investigating the matter, he released them all, Yu Bin explained immediately. What about their injuries? Shen Jun asked curiously. They each received treatment. Yu Bin explained again, since the police didn't hold them accountable for blocking the child and her mother, they didn't dare to make any more demands on the police, fearing they would actually be arrested for disturbing public order. Shen Jun smiled, pursing his lips. The charge of picking quarrels and provoking trouble is really useful. After learning everything, Shen Jun stopped paying attention to the matter. It's just a minor, everyday incident. Let's just have a laugh about it. September 13th. Harry Holland, far away in America, suddenly sent Shen Jun a message on the dark web. The people have been subdued, please rest assured. Upon seeing this message, Shen Jun understood that Harry Holland had saved Langdon Morgan from suicide after his investment failed. With this person by his side, Harry Holland's path became much easier from then on. Once this guy subdues Ethan Holler the day after tomorrow, Harry Holland's path will be even smoother. Don't underestimate illegitimate children. America's illegitimate children are not the same as those in Daxia. Just after Shen Jun sent Harry Holland an OK message via the dark web, he froze on the spot. It wasn't an electric shock, but rather. Bite. On September 14th, Shui Weihao committed suicide due to unbearable pressure from his parents. On September 16th, Zoe Roosevelt was assassinated. The system's sudden appearance left Shen Jun completely bewildered. How did that be D show up now? Based on his understanding of the system, it wouldn't suddenly appear at this time unless it was something major. In other words, these two people are very important to him. Xiao Han, go investigate a man named Shui Weihao. He should be in Shanghai. Understood, Mr. Shin. Xiao Han immediately turned to carry out the task after receiving the instructions. Regardless of whether it's in Shanghai or not, as long as it's within Daxia, Shui Weihao is easy to investigate. But this Zoe Roosevelt. Shen Jun didn't rush to contact Harry Holland to have him investigate Zoe Roosevelt. Instead, he pondered why the system had suddenly appeared. When Harry Holland sent him a message, the system didn't appear, but when he sent a message to the other party, the system suddenly appeared. Recalling the previous system upgrade and update regarding Big A ahead of schedule, Shen Jun gradually formed an idea. However, his idea still needs to be confirmed by Shui Weihao's identity. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Han walked into the office carrying a stack of documents. Have you found anything? Shen Jun asked. Reporting to President Shen, based on the information you provided, we have investigated and found the person. However, we are unsure if the person I am looking for is the one you are looking for, Xiao Han replied, placing the documents in front of Shen Jun. She then continued, there are 23 people named Shui Weihao in Daxia, but only one in Shanghai. Tell me more about this person. Yes. After responding, Xiao Han continued, Shui Weihao was born in Kunshan, Shanghai in 1990. He graduated from a second-tier university. According to his neighbors, Shui Weihao is a very gentle person, but he doesn't have a job. After graduating from university, he returned home and rarely appears in front of outsiders. The most they've seen him is when he's shopping. I found his alma mater and contacted his classmates. According to his classmates, Shui Weihao was easygoing, but he would become very stubborn whenever computers were mentioned. The students usually get along very well with Shui Weihao, but if anyone mentions computers, he becomes very aggressive. He especially dislikes people who boast about being computer experts. Students in the Computer Science Department of Datong Institute of Technology used to enjoy programming competitions, seeing who could write the shortest and most complex program. However, Shui Weihao found these competitions boring and didn't bother discussing them with him. To demonstrate his abilities, he deliberately wrote a complex program with only 3 lines of code, leaving computer science students bewildered. Shui Weihao liked to use this method to retaliate. In short, Shui Weihao is a computer genius. Hearing the last sentence, the last void in Shen Jun's heart was filled. The system found him a top-tier computer expert. Don't be fooled by the seemingly inconspicuous information Chiohan uncovered. Anyone who can be targeted by the system is definitely not simple. This also proves one thing. That means his computer was being monitored the whole time. In fact, Shen Jun knew about this. Not to mention his computer, even his mobile phone was under surveillance. I just didn't expect that his information on the dark web could be investigated so easily. The so-called dark web on the internet protects user privacy and communication security by employing routing privacy protection technology, data transmission privacy protection technology, and identity authentication privacy protection technology. These systems claim to offer anonymous browsing, anonymous communication, and anonymous storage, providing users with a secure and private communication method. That's utter nonsense. That's complete bullshit. He actually believed that. The main problem is that there's so much information about the dark web online, and he used it without doing any in-depth research, which was a bit hasty. However, this incident also reminded Shen Jun of something else, something from a novel. In the vastness of the star-swallowed sky, the virtual universe company had Luo Feng personally interrogate members of his family's criminal gang. Those younger members of the family all believed that no one could investigate what was happening in the virtual universe, so they left behind a lot of evidence when they committed crimes. When it really came down to it, the virtual universe company found all of this evidence and made trouble for Luo Feng. Comparing the two, Shen Jun simply couldn't believe that there wasn't a powerful force manipulating everything on the dark web. Fortunately, the system's remedial measures came very promptly. Of course, it wouldn't matter even if the system didn't fix it, because he had already told Harry Holland. Minor matters can be discussed directly on the dark web. Major matters can be discussed using passwords on the dark web. Although he had previously trusted the dark web to some extent, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and Shen Jun naturally wouldn't be without a backup plan. As for what the codebook is? Nobody could have guessed it. Shen Jun swore that no one could guess what the codebook contained. Because the codebook is a novel, an obscure and banned novel. If anyone manages to find this, Shen Jun will cut off his head and let people kick it around like a football. However, since the system has taken remedial measures, we might as well take advantage of such talent. An extra layer of protection means an extra layer of safety. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the Shen family investigating. Even if the elders found out, it wouldn't matter, because these things weren't out of line, and even the old man would support him in doing so. The word resources says it all. Standing up, Shen Jun strode out of the office. Although he could use the company's name to bring Shui Weihao over, Shen Jun was still slightly uneasy. Based on the information available, Shui Weihao is a complete homebody, the kind who's extremely reclusive. If we directly use the company's name, he probably won't dare come to the company. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have committed suicide because he couldn't stand being pressured by his parents. This guy is really outrageous. A computer genius has been staying at home and sponging off his parents for so many years without going out to work. Who would believe that? I really can't understand the thinking of shut-ins. Jingyuan Residential Area, Kunshan. Compared to the outrageously high housing prices in downtown Shanghai, housing prices in Kunshan are much lower. The average price of housing in older neighborhoods is only 8 or 9,000 yuan per square meter, which is even lower than the housing prices in some small counties. Although Shanghai has developed rapidly and many people who were relocated due to demolition have become rich overnight, ordinary people on the city's outskirts have not enjoyed much of the benefits of urban development. High housing prices and high cost of living are things that directly affect their own interests. Of course, not enjoying many benefits doesn't mean they didn't enjoy any at all. At the very least, they had many more job opportunities in Shanghai, and the salaries were much higher than in smaller towns. Having your own home and not asking for much more is definitely a huge advantage over the average worker. The advantages of the natives are unmatched by outsiders. Rent is a topic that everyone has to deal with. The fifth floor of a building in Jingwan residential complex. Xiaohao, it's not good for you to stay home all day like this. I asked your Aunt Wang, and her son's factory is hiring right now. They provide room and board. It's an 8-hour day shift, and the salary is 8,000. What do you think? Why don't you go check it out? After pushing open the door to the side bedroom, Zhang Xiulian whispered to the young man sitting in the computer chair playing on the computer. Ugh, Mom, can you just leave me alone? I really don't want to go to work in the factory. It's so boring, the young man complained, scratching his head as he sat in his computer chair. Even if it's boring, you still have to go to work. Zhang Xiulian sighed and said softly, Your father, and I don't mean anything by it, and it's not that we can't afford to support you. We just don't want you to stay at home all the time. If you don't interact with people often, I'm really afraid something will happen to you. Hearing this, the young man said helplessly, Mom, can you please stop saying these things? If I really go out to work, you'll definitely start urging me to find a partner again. With my looks and qualifications, who would even want me? What's wrong with your circumstances? Zhang Xiulian said reproachfully, Don't belittle yourself. In your mother's heart, you are better than anyone else. The young man rubbed his temples hard, his face contorted in a pained expression, and said, Mom, please, just leave me alone, okay? I'm perfectly fine as I am. I really don't want to go out, and I don't want to find a partner. What? Zhang Xiulian immediately put on a stern face and said, Do you want to be a bachelor for the rest of your life? Your parents can't support you forever. If you have no one by your side, I won't be able to die in peace. Upon hearing this, the young man blushed and muttered softly, After you and my dad are gone, can I just die too? That way, our family can be together again. Zhang Xiulian was so angry at these words that she almost jumped up. Her voice was no longer gentle, and the initial caution she had shown when she spoke was gone. Shui Weihao, are you trying to drive me to my death? I raised you all these years just so you'd die with us? If you don't get married, I'll die with my eyes open. When that time comes, I'll be in charge, and I'll make sure you rest in peace, Shui Weihao muttered. You. Zhang Xiulian was so angry that she almost lost her balance and quickly reached out to hold onto the door frame. Just as she was about to say something, a middle-aged man walked over. Shui Weihao, you're 33 this year. When I was your age, you were already running around. I don't expect you to bring honor to the family, but I've raised you all this time, so you should at least leave an heir for the Shui family, right? Enough said. If you don't want to work for your Aunt Wang's son, then go work somewhere else. There's no place for you at home anyway. Are you all forcing me? Shui Weihao said, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. Marriage? What's so good about marriage? I admit I'm a good-for-nothing. I don't have the ability. How about you buy me a house outright, and I'll find a girlfriend as soon as the house is bought. Are you serious? After hearing Shui Weihao's words, Zhang Xiulian was not angry at all, but instead asked with some surprise. The middle-aged man also asked, Buying a house means you're looking for a partner? Shui Weihao, what's going on? Miscalculation? He knows his family's financial situation very well. They can't afford a new house. But why are my parents so excited? But things had already come to this point, so Shui Weihao could only grit his teeth and nod, Yes, I'll find a partner after I buy a house. Good. Zhang Xiulian shouted and immediately turned to the middle-aged man, excitedly saying, Jianguang, you call his grandparents and uncles right now to borrow money, and I'll call his maternal grandparents and uncles to borrow money too. Our family will buy a house tomorrow. Yes. The middle-aged man immediately nodded in agreement. Shui Weihao. Dad, Mom, are you crazy? Shui Weihao shouted, trying to stop them. Let's not even talk about whether my grandparents or maternal grandparents will lend the money. Even if they did, our family couldn't afford to pay it back. Don't worry about that. Whether we can pay it back or not is our problem. You just need to bring us a partner, Zhang Xiulian said nonchalantly. That's right, what happens next has nothing to do with you. We'll pay for the house. You just need to find someone to bring home. Shui Weihao's face turned pale instantly. He can't get married. He absolutely cannot get married. Seeing the happy expressions on his parents' faces, Shui Weihao opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. Just then, there was a knock on the living room door. "Who is it?" "They're here." Upon hearing the knock, Zhang Xiulian immediately responded and walked towards the door. Looking through the peephole, Zhang Xiulian saw a handsome young man knocking on the door and opened it. "Young man, who are you looking for?" Standing at the door, Shen Jun smiled and replied, "Hello, auntie, I'm looking for Shui Weihao." "Huh?" Zhang Xiulian was taken aback for a moment, then turned around and called out, "Xiao Hao, someone's looking for you." After shouting, Zhang Xiulian asked, her face full of confusion, "Who are you?" Just as Shen Jun was about to answer the question, Shui Weihao and his father walked over together. "Who are you?" "I don't know you, do I?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiulian instantly became alert, and only then did she notice Yu Bin and the others standing behind Shen Jun. She asked with a slightly wary tone, "What do you want with Xiaohao?" Shen Jun smiled and said, "It's like this. A friend of mine told me that Weihao is particularly capable in network technology, and my company happens to be short of such a person, so I personally contacted him." "Huh?" Zhang Xiulian and the middle-aged man seemed somewhat skeptical of this statement. They know their son's character best. They'd believe you if you said he's good at games, but it's unrealistic to say he's exceptionally talented in internet technology. "Who told you that?" Shui Weihao asked nervously. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiulian and the middle-aged man froze on the spot. Their son's reaction was strange. Could it be that after all these years, they really didn't understand their son? Wang Dongbua. Shen Jun casually uttered a name. This person was Shui Weihao's classmate, and Xiu Han learned about Shui Weihao from him and a few other people. "Dongbua." Shui Weihai murmured before looking up at Shen Jun and asking, "What do you want me to do for you?" "The confidentiality of online information," Shen Jun said softly. "Are you being watched?" Shui Weihao asked again. "That depends on your abilities." With that, Shen Jun handed over his phone. "What can I get in return?" Shui Weihao took the phone first, then asked. "If your abilities satisfy me, then I'll give you whatever you want," Shen Jun said with a smile. "Are you sure?" Shui Weihao's eyes gleamed with a certain light. "You can do anything?" "Sure." Hearing Shen Jun's words, Shui Weihai became excited, "Then wait for me for 5 minutes." After saying that, he ran back to his bedroom and closed the door behind him. Zhang Xiulian and the middle-aged man only came to their senses when they heard the door close. The middle-aged man looked at Shen Jun with some suspicion and asked, "Young man, which company do you work for?" "Tianyun Group," Shen Jun replied with a smile. "What?" Zhang Xiulian was shocked again. She quickly asked, "Are you really from Tianyun Group?" "Absolutely genuine." Shen Jun said softly, "If Annie doesn't believe me, then we'll have to wait until Weihao proves his abilities and then come with us to the company." This. Zhang Xiulian didn't know what to say for a moment. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Zhang Xiulian and the middle-aged man were feeling awkward and unsure what to say, Shui Weihao suddenly opened the door. Before the two could speak, Shui Weihao confidently said to Shen Jun, "Your phone has had a signal monitoring function ever since you bought it." Until July 2nd, the monitoring signal suddenly changed from 1 to 4. "Am I right?" Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. He knew his phone was definitely being monitored, but he really didn't expect it to have been monitored so long ago. Thinking about the old man's attitude towards him, Shen Jun immediately understood. This is because that old man has been paying attention to him. He could understand the 3 additional surveillance signals that appeared starting from July 2nd. Because July 2nd was the day the system planned for him to enter the Shen family. However, the Shen family's reaction and actions were both swift and cautious. Although he had thought a lot about it, Shen Jun didn't show any extra expression on his face. After Shui Weihai finished speaking, he reached out and smiled. "I wonder if you'd be interested in working for me?" Shui Weihao glanced at his parents, and under their expectant gazes, he didn't ask what Shen Jun did for a living. Instead, he shook hands with Shen Jun and said, "I promise you." "Shall we leave now?" "It'll also be a good opportunity for your parents to see your future work environment," Shen Jun said with a smile. "Good." As the two finished speaking, smiles appeared on both Zhang Xiulian's and the middle-aged man's faces. The two were especially happy at this moment, not only because Shui Weihao had found a job, but also because their son was not a good-for-nothing. Even if they can accept in their hearts that their son is useless and they still need to support him, no one wants their child to be useless. The differences between the two are significant. Now things are much better. As long as Shui Weihao can join Tianyun Group, they can finally hold their heads high when they go out. By then, won't you be able to pick any daughter-in-law you want? Upon seeing the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked downstairs, Zhang Xiulian and the middle-aged man immediately believed what Shen Jun had said. Even if Shen Jun isn't from Tianyun Group, it doesn't matter. These 3 cars prove his strength. Despite Shanghai's status as one of the most prosperous cities in Daxia, anyone who can drive 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms in Shanghai is definitely a top-tier big shot. That's beyond doubt. As Zhang Xiulian and the middle-aged man were about to get into the car, a large group of middle-aged men and women, as well as elderly people, suddenly gathered around them. "Old Shui Xiulian, where are you two going?" a middle-aged woman asked curiously. With the middle-aged woman taking the lead, the others also started asking questions all at once. "Yes, is that a Rolls-Royce? Are you having relatives visit?" "No, this car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, which costs several million more than a regular Rolls-Royce." "What? Several million more expensive? How much is this car worth then?" "It should cost around 10 million. My God, is this made of gold?" "Xiulian, is someone very important visiting your home? Could you introduce us?" Yes, Xiulian, why don't you introduce us to each other?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man and Zhang Xiulian suppressed their laughter and loudly explained, "This car is here to pick up my son for work. People say my son has a strong ability in internet technology. So I came personally to pick him up to complete the onboarding procedures, afraid my son would run away." "All right, I can't talk to you anymore. I can't waste my son's time. We'll talk more when Lao Shui and I get back." After saying that, the two of them got into the car without giving the neighbors any time to react. Once they were seated, the driver started the car and drove out of the residential area, leaving behind a crowd filled with envious expressions. "Mr. Shin, Mr. Shin, Mr. Shin." Upon entering the company, all the employees who saw Shen Jun bowed slightly and greeted him. This scene startled Zhang Xiulian and the middle-aged man. Although they knew that Shen Jun was no ordinary person, after all, he had 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms as his vehicles, they really did not expect that he would have such a powerful background. Since joining the company, no one has spoken anything else to Shen Jun. Everyone just calls him President Shen. As longtime employees, they immediately realized that Shen Jun's position in Tianyun Group might be beyond their imagination. This is Tianyun Group, you know. In the country, who doesn't know about the behemoth that is Tianyun Group? At this point, they began to doubt whether their son could truly satisfy Shen Jun. After all, would a large company like Tianyun Group really lack someone like their son? After leading the 3 to the meeting room, Shen Jun asked Shui Weihao directly, "What are your thoughts on salary?" Shui Weihao immediately turned to look at his parents. Zhang Xiulian and the middle-aged man were somewhat bewildered, unsure how to answer the question. It's not that they don't want a high salary, but they simply don't understand their son's true value. What if the pregnancy goes too far and Shen Jun abandons his son? They definitely don't want their son to stay home and be a shut-in any longer. Absolutely not. Seeing that his parents couldn't help, Shui Weihao turned to Shen Jun and asked, "I don't have any requirements regarding salary, but is your promise to give me whatever I want still valid?" "Of course." Shen Jun nodded, then paused for a moment before turning to Zhang Xiulian and the middle-aged man, saying, "Gentlemen, I need to reconfirm Weihao's abilities, so I'll take him out for a bit. We can discuss the salary later, okay?" Okay, Mr. Shen. Please go ahead with your work." "We're fine," Zhang Xiulian quickly stood up and said. After nodding, Shen Jun led Shui Weihao, who looked troubled, out of the meeting room. Inside the office, Shen Jun sat in his office chair and looked at Shui Weihai, saying, "Now it's just the 2 of us. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? If it's within my power, I'll definitely do it." Shui Weihai lowered his head, his face flushed, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally mustered his courage and whispered, "Mr. Shen, could you possibly contact a top-tier doctor specializing in men's health? The very best of the best. I've tried treatment at the hospital before, but it was completely useless." "Shen Jun, the case is solved. The case has been solved. Ever since entering the Shui family, Shen Jun had felt extremely awkward. Well, according to the system's prompts, Shui Weihao was driven to death by his parents. However, judging from Zhang Xiulian and Shui Jiangguang's behavior, they are not the kind of parents who abuse and suppress their children. However, this was not unexpected for Shen Jun. After all, parents who let their children live off them for more than 10 years can't be all that bad. Truly malicious parents, fearing they won't stop exploiting their children, would never allow them to stay home and spend their money. That's simply a fantasy. He initially thought the problem lay in Shui Weihao's personality. After all, people who could be called geniuses all had some kind of mental issue. Whether it's in terms of mental state or personal quirks, the vast majority of true geniuses have some kind of problem. If Shui Weihao is like most geniuses, then suppressing his talent for 10 years would indeed have caused problems. But after actually meeting Shui Weihao and his parents, Shen Jun immediately realized he had guessed wrong. Although they only exchanged a few words, Shen Jun could sense that Shui Weihai had no mental problems. But if Shui Weihai had no problems and his parents didn't have any problems either, then where did the problem lie? It was precisely because he couldn't understand this point that Shen Jun felt a sense of unease. Since neither party has any issues, why would Shui Weihao commit suicide tomorrow? Shen Jun was completely baffled. Shui Weihao's words just now cleared up his doubts. It turns out to be a male-related, unspeakable problem. Men, those who know. You can talk about other problems with men, like being bad at games, not earning enough money at work, or even being called an idiot. All of that is acceptable. But in that area, that's the truly inviolable bottom line. The phrase, "a man can't say no," says it all. Dignity is very important to a real man. Remember, a real man. And now, seeing Shui Weihao's flushed face, Shen Jun replied softly, "Yes, I can find not only domestic talent, but also international talent for you." "Really?" Shui Weihao immediately looked up excitedly. "I have no reason to lie to you," Shen Jun said sincerely, shrugging his shoulders. "Thank you, Mr. Shen. Thank you, Mr. Shen. I finally, sob. Finally, I don't have to, sob. I don't have to be afraid anymore, sob. Shui Weihao suddenly burst into tears as he spoke. Shen Jun didn't speak until Shui Weihao had calmed down before asking, couldn't take the pressure to get married anymore? After wiping away his tears, Shui Weihao nodded somewhat embarrassedly and said, "President Shen, you're a man too, you should understand these kinds of issues. After discovering my problem, I immediately knew I couldn't date or get married because I couldn't handle the pressure." Shen Jun nodded understandingly, but didn't say anything. He knew that all he needed to do now was listen to Shui Weihao release the pressure in his heart. Seeing that Shen Jun did not laugh, Shui Weihao continued. "But I'm already over 30 and I'm still staying at home living off my parents. Although my parents are quite open-minded, they still can't accept my idea of not getting married. I can't tell them about this, so some emotions have been piling up. Just before you came to see me, Mr. Shen, my parents pressured me to get married again. In a fit of anger, I told them that I would get married once I bought a house outright. My intention was to stop pressuring me to get married, since in today's society, having enough money is a prerequisite for marriage, and my family simply cannot afford a new house. But to my surprise, they actually agreed to my outrageous request. At that moment, my mind went completely blank. If it weren't for your appearance, maybe I..." Upon hearing this, Shen Jun understood everything. He had seen such an example online. The story is about a young man from a relatively well-off family who had personal problems but was too afraid to talk about them. His family, unaware of his situation, pressured him to get married. Unable to withstand the pressure, he chose to marry, but divorced just 2 weeks later. Because the young couple divorced so quickly, rumors soon began to circulate. Some say the man has a problem in that area, while others say the woman has a problem. Under pressure from all sides, the woman's family was the first to come forward and clarify that their daughter was fine, and that the problem lay with the man. They even said that if a man is sick, he should go get treatment. Why didn't they tell the woman beforehand, causing her to become a divorcee without ever having done anything? The woman's remarks immediately put the young man and his family in a very difficult position, making them feel utterly humiliated. Because he felt he was in the wrong, the man didn't dare to argue back, and public opinion gradually grew stronger. Coupled with the whispers and gossip from some people, the young man, unable to cope with the situation, committed suicide by taking poison. This whole thing is the young man's fault. The woman is absolutely right. Why didn't he seek treatment for his health issues before getting married? Isn't this ruining that girl's life? And now, Shui Weihao almost followed in that young man's footsteps. However, he wasn't thinking about getting married. Instead, he wanted to commit suicide. Men, don't think too much about it. Don't worry, I'll get the doctor here for you tonight, Shen Jun reassured him softly. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Shui Weihao quickly stood up to express his gratitude. You deserve this. Shen Jun waved his hand. After seeing that Shui Weihao had truly calmed down, Shen Jun said again, come over here and check the computer for me. I want to know how many surveillance signals are on this computer. Please wait a moment, Mr. Shen. When the topic turned to internet-related issues, Shui Weihao immediately perked up. After Shen Jun left his office chair, Shui Weihao unceremoniously sat down and began operating the equipment. Shen Jun stood behind him and glanced at it. To be honest, he couldn't understand it at all. It was all code. There were none of the flashy scenes of hackers controlling computers that appear in movies and TV series. It's just tedious and boring typing and deleting code. After about 10 minutes, Shui Weihai stood up and looked at Shen Jun, saying, Mr. Shen, according to my inspection, there are 2 monitoring signals on your computer, and they are very well hidden. If it hadn't been actively probing your replies on the dark web, I really wouldn't have been able to find them. Shen Jun. Although he was mentally prepared, the people monitoring him seemed a little impatient. They start investigating just because someone replied to a message on the dark web? Do they think he's made of clay? Shen Jun immediately instructed Shui Weihai, block these 2 surveillance signals for me, and then establish a new communication channel. Remember, this communication channel must not be monitored. Clear. Shui Weihao nodded heavily and then began operating the machine again. About 10 minutes later, Shui Weihai stood up and said, Mr. Shen, we've blocked those 2 surveillance signals, and I've also installed a virus infection program on them. If they try to infiltrate your network again, their server will definitely be paralyzed by my virus's reverse tracing. Shen Jun. Good grief, this guy can even apply what he's learned to other situations? He only asked Shui Weihai to block the signal, but this guy actually prepared counteroffensive measures in such a short time. This is getting interesting. Before Shen Jun could speak, Shui Weihao continued, the contact channels you requested have been set up. Based on the contacts on your dark web account, I've configured anti-tracking mode. If anyone you contact tries to track your signal, they will be detected by the virus and actively infected. Hearing this, Shen Jun nodded in satisfaction. He's a true professional. Not only is he efficient, but he also speaks clearly and concisely, without any jargon, just plain language. He's really good. No wonder the system personally recommended him. Then go and sign an agreement with Qiu Han, the girl standing at the door. How about a salary of 200,000 a month? Year-end bonus is separate, Shen Jun said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Shui Weihao immediately bowed 90 degrees to express his gratitude. 200,000 a month? This number was something he never dared to even dream of before. Don't be fooled by strong online skills and ways of making money. It's all illegal. Of course, he could have joined some big companies. With his abilities, he would definitely have been able to earn a satisfactory salary. But he really didn't dare to earn money before. As for why? His family pressured him to get married even when he wasn't making money. If he does start making money now, will things still be good for him? Until his unspeakable secret was resolved, he truly dared not tell his parents that he wasn't a good-for-nothing, but rather that he simply didn't want to earn money. Because it cannot be explained. It's better to be a good-for-nothing and disappoint your parents than to have your secret exposed. Driven by a man's pride, any incomprehensible behavior can be explained. You can never truly understand the human heart. No need to be so polite. Go and talk to your parents, Shen Jun said, waving his hand. Yes. Shui Weihao knew that Shen Jun was telling him to leave, so he turned and left the office without hesitation. After Shui Weihao left the office, Shen Jun called Yu Ben into the office. Mr. Shen. Shen Jun looked up at Yu Ben and said, find 2 people to keep an eye on Shui Weihao's parents. They don't need to do anything, just keep an eye on their every move. Understood. Yu Ben nodded in agreement immediately. Then Shen Jun added, "Tell the old man that I've started building up my own resources, so he won't keep keeping an eye on me." "Young Master Jun, why don't you say this yourself?" Yubin said with a troubled expression. "What are you afraid of? Is the old man going to eat you?" Shen Jun said irritably. "Do you really think I don't know why the old man put you here? Just tell the truth. You know Harry Holland, don't you?" "I understand." Yubin nodded quickly in agreement. "Then what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go." "Huh? Oh, I'll go right now." Yubin was so frightened that he fled in panic. Watching Yubin's departing figure, Shen Jun slightly curled the corners of his lips. He knew, of course, that the person watching him wasn't the old man, but he still had to show the proper attitude. If you don't have a bit of a sharp edge in your personality, then the trouble from the second and third wives will never end. The old man absolutely must use this gun. The old man will certainly know that he has used the other party as a weapon, but he will not be angry. On the contrary, he will be pleased. I'm glad he knows how to survive in the Shen family. He has now reached an agreement with Shenmu. The third generation will handle the matters themselves, while the second generation. Only Shen Jun can take action. They cannot cause trouble for him. That's the rule. Family rules. Regardless of internal or external circumstances, bullying the weak by the strong is absolutely unacceptable. Sitting in his office chair, Shen Jun began contacting Harry Holland using a password, asking him to investigate the other person mentioned in the system's alert. Zoe Roosevelt. Shortly after Shen Jun sent the message, Harry Holland replied. It is also a series of coded numbers. After Shen Jun finished translating the code word by word, he immediately showed a surprised expression. Because the message Harry Holland sent him was, "Mr. Shen, I know Zoe Roosevelt. She's from a branch of the Roosevelt political family, and I had a brief affair with her. I just don't know what business you have with her." How could Shen Jun not be surprised upon seeing this message? Harry Holland not only knew Zoe Roosevelt, but the two even had a sexual relationship. This is absolutely outrageous. Even more outrageous is that Zoe Roosevelt was actually a member of the America Roosevelt family. This identity left Shen Jun speechless once again. Not to mention America's people, even most people in the country know about the Roosevelt family. The Roosevelt family is a prominent American political dynasty descended from Dutch immigrants. The family produced two American presidents, Theodore Roosevelt and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and one First Lady, Eleanor Roosevelt. Previously, there were Langdon Morgan and Ethan Holler, and now Zoe Roosevelt. The system's network coverage is a bit too large. But then he remembered how the system had helped him plan his entry into the Shen family. Shen Jun immediately began giving orders to Harry Holland. In summary, Zoe Roosevelt's life is in danger, and he wants Harry Holland to keep a close eye on him and save his life at the crucial moment. Harry Holland immediately understood Shen Jun's meaning. Shen Jun is helping him build a team in America. It remains unclear whether the danger Zoe Roosevelt encountered was caused by someone else or designed by Shen Jun himself. If it was someone else, then Shen Jun's information channels are somewhat frightening. If Shen Jun himself orchestrated it, then his methods are rather. September 15th. Harry Holland sent word that he had rescued Ethan Holler and found the culprit who destroyed his farm. The culprit was not an outsider, but a member of the Holler family. The Holler family is very famous in Texas. It can be said that the previous governors of Texas were able to come to power entirely with the support of the Holler family and several other families. Harry Holland then explained the Holler family's succession system to him. Simply put, the Holler family does not value direct descendants or collateral descendants. Illegitimate children enjoy the same resources as direct descendants in the Holler family. They choose their successors based entirely on the abilities of their family members. Each person has 5 years to manage the farm assigned to them effectively, and that person becomes the heir. Of course, anyone can seek outside help during this period, as long as the outside helper signs an agreement that the person sponsored by the outside helper represents only that one person and has nothing to do with the Holler family. If the person chosen by the foreign aid becomes the heir of the Holler family, the foreign aid will reap the rewards once the heir successfully takes the throne. However, if the person sponsored by the foreign aid fails, the foreign aid's investment will be wasted because according to the agreement, the Holler family will not bear that part of the funds, and the foreign aid is not allowed to cause trouble for the Holler family members. Instead of seeking revenge for Ethan Haller, Harry Helen invested $10 million in him as a foreign aid, giving him the capital to make a comeback. Shen Jun simply told Harry Holland to make his own decision and that he wouldn't interfere. Although Shen Jun had previously valued Ethan Haller, after learning that Zoe Roosevelt had a relationship with Harry Holland, his focus shifted back to Harry Holland. If Harry Holland can rescue or even capture Zoe Roosevelt, then Harry Holland's potential is limitless. With money and connections, plus Zoe Roosevelt's political resources, Harry Holland's earlier words were no longer empty talk. Of course, all of this is thanks to the information provided by Shen Jun. Otherwise, given Harry Holland's previous display of incompetence, anything he says would be nonsense. September 16th. Harry Holland sent another message. It is said that he personally rescued Zoe Roosevelt and was even shot in the process. Shen Jun wasn't worried about this guy, because the fact that he could still send him messages meant that even if Harry Holland was injured, it wouldn't be too serious. It's just a gunshot wound. America Hospital is the most professional in this area. In the free United States, gunfights happen every day, and that's no exaggeration. After exchanging a few words with Harry Holland, Shen Jun closed the chat channel. Although he trusted Shui Weihao quite a bit, he couldn't let that trust make him lose his vigilance. Recently, Harry Holland has been in frequent contact with her because of the affair involving Langdon Morgan, Ethan Haller, and Zoe Roosevelt, which is actually very bad. However, because Harry Holland was worried about losing Shen Jun's trust, he had to report to him about everything, to the point that the two almost treated their secret communication channel as a chat page. Fortunately, everything has been resolved perfectly, and it will probably be a long time before we contact Harry Holland again. Shen Jun believed that Harry Holland understood what he meant. The political resources behind Zoe Roosevelt were extremely important to Harry Holland. If Harry Holland can't seize this opportunity, then he might as well die. When you have some free time, time flies by. After resolving all the problems, Shen Jun's life returned to normal. Blowing in the wind and sun, living freely. On September 30th, Shen Jun's peaceful life was once again disrupted. Mr. Shen, these are all the records of this U.S. stock transaction. Ding Chengdong placed a stack of documents on the table. Just tell me how much profit we made this time. Shen Jun didn't look at the documents. Shen Jun's words did not surprise Ding Chengdong. He knew that his boss did not like to look at the process and only cared about the result. Of course, knowing this is one thing, but the necessary procedures are still essential. That's the rule. Mr. Shen, based on the information you provided, I used all the funds in my U.S. stock account and leveraged it twice. By buying low and selling high, after deducting transaction fees, I made a profit of $460 million on UBS stock and $1.22 billion on Novartis, for a total profit of $1.68 billion from this stock trading. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Shen Jun's face. He was very satisfied with this rate of return. After all, that's $1.68 billion US dollars. That's US dollars. That's over 10 billion renminbi. With such profits in just 1 month, how could he not be satisfied? Letting out a long sigh, Shen Jun waved his hand and said, "Go and rest. You never know when you'll be busy again." "Yes, Mr. Shen." Ding Chengdong immediately replied, then turned and left the office. After what had happened before, Ding Chengdong realized that Shen Jun was not joking with him. He hasn't had a break since joining Tianyun Group. Others can take weekends off, but he can't. Besides being afraid to go out, I'm even more worried about what bad news might emerge in the U.S. stock market over the weekend. His entire fortune and life are now tied up in the U.S. stock market. If anything goes wrong, he will definitely be liquidated. That's beyond doubt. Don't say that Shen Jun didn't intend to kill him. He knows far too many secrets. He's only useful to Shen Jun now. Once Shen Jun finds a better operator, his fate will be. However, Ding Chengdong was not afraid because based on his interactions with Shen Jun, the other party was not a ruthless person. Even if he were to die one day, his family would still be able to live a peaceful life. Not long after Ding Chengdong left the office, Shen Jun's phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, Shen Jun shook his head helplessly. He really didn't want to go back to Kyoto at this time, but it seemed he had no choice but to go back. After the call was connected, a voice immediately came from the other end. "Don't you know what day it is tomorrow?" What? Not planning to come back. Shen Jun sighed. Grandpa, let's make this clear first. After I return to Kyoto, you are not allowed to arrange for me to meet any outsiders. Sure, I definitely won't introduce you to outsiders. Shen Jun. The old man agreed way too readily. This gave him a bad feeling. October 1st. Happy birthday to our motherland. We were born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. With faith in our people, strength in our nation, and hope in our people. Wherever our eyes fall, we see Daxia, the 5-star shine, a testament to our faith. We are willing to dedicate our youth to defending this prosperous Daxia. May our mountains and rivers remain safe and sound, and may our motherland forever prosper and become strong. Seeing the posts from so many friends and family members on WeChat Moments, Shen Jun couldn't resist the urge to post one himself. A pure love, solely for the motherland. May it prosper and flourish, and may our land be safe and sound. On this special day, something hidden in the bloodline controls everyone with pure blood. Even Shen Jun, a special individual, is no exception. Patriotism will never go out of style. 10:30 a.m. Inside the 12 Palaces villa. Brother, are you done yet? We're going to be late. Shen Nan urged loudly. It's just a party, what's the rush? Shen Jun said nonchalantly as he slowly walked out of the restroom. How can I not be anxious? Shen Nan stamped her foot and said, Grandma has called me several times, constantly asking when we'll arrive. Shen Jun said unhurriedly, what good would it do us if we got there? Grandpa definitely won't be having lunch with us today. My uncles are busy, and our eldest brother Shannon probably won't be available either. In other words, there aren't many people there right now, so it doesn't matter whether we go early or late. No, Shen Nan quickly explained. Grandma just called and said that the people at today's gathering aren't just from our side. All the cousins from my second and third grandfather's sides are also coming. Grandma said we should get to know our own siblings. Shen Jun. How come he didn't know about this? The old man didn't tell him yesterday that today's gathering of the Shen family is a gathering of the entire clan. Is this a joke? Now, Shen Jun is about to face the people from the second and third wives' families. That old man is really a swindler. Not only was he not there to support him, but he also sabotaged his own career. But Shen Jun really didn't have a temper at all. Because what the old man said yesterday was absolutely right. There really weren't any outsiders at this gathering. Letting out a long breath, Shen Jun reached out and rubbed his temples. It's impossible to guard against. But it really is time to meet these people, the ones who have been causing him trouble. After tidying up briefly, Shen Jun led the impatient Shen Nan out of the villa. After getting into the car, Yupin immediately started the engine and drove off. 11:10 a.m. A residence belonging to the Shen family. Looking around, there were at least 20 young men and women standing in the courtyard. Among them were Shen Mu, Shen Heng, Shen Yao, Shen Jing, Shen Luan, Shen Yuan, and others whom Shen Jun had met before. At that moment, 2 young men were surrounding Shen Mu, saying they didn't know what he was talking about. The other young men and women stood beside them, listening to their conversation, but none of them dared to speak up. Even Shen Heng was no exception. Brother Mu, our cousin Shen Jun is quite arrogant. We're all here, and he's still not here. TSK, is he trying to intimidate us on our first meeting? A young man standing next to Shen Mu teased. Xiao Song, are you trying to slap our young Master Mu in the face? After all, our cousin is someone young Master Mu has his eye on, another young man said with a smile, trying to stir things up. How can this be considered a slap in the face? I was just stating the facts. Shen Song shrugged and chuckled. The elders in the family have all arrived, but this junior hasn't even come yet. What do you think Shen Jun means by this? It's one thing for him to look down on us, but to look down on our elders too? This kind of thinking is unacceptable. It could lead to big problems. That's true. It's one thing to look down on us, after all, their status is quite impressive now. But the elders of the family have all arrived and Shen Jun hasn't come yet. That's really a bit inconsiderate. Brother Mu, your judgment is a little off, isn't it? Shen Ling teased. Hearing their conversation, Shen Mu's expression remained unchanged, but Shen Yao and Shen Jing were so anxious they were scratching their heads, wanting to dissuade their 2 cousins, but they didn't dare to say those things in front of Shen Mu. So they could only worry helplessly. Even if others don't understand Shen Jun, don't they? Is Shen Jun someone they can afford to offend? I don't know what the boss was thinking. He'd already made up with Shen Jun and even given in, so why didn't he tell the other two? No, it's one thing not to tell Shen Ling, since he's from the second branch of the family, but why didn't they even tell their second brother, Shen Song? Isn't this like lighting a lamp in an outhouse, looking for trouble? What is the boss thinking? That's his own brother. How can someone treat their own brother so cruelly? It's just that Shen Hao isn't here right now. If he were, Shen Yao and Shen Jing would definitely grab him by the neck and ask him what he meant. Isn't Shen Jun ruthless enough? Did they just give away nearly 400 million for nothing? It really is. The expressions of the other young men and women also changed. Clearly, they also felt that Shen Jun was putting on too much of a show today. A smile appeared on Shen Heng's face, though, as he had learned of Shen Jun's methods from Shen Mu. If these two people maintain this attitude when Shen Jun arrives, things will get interesting. Since Shen Mu subdued 3 generations of the Shen family, the Shen family hasn't been this lively in a long time. I really look forward to the scene after Shen Jun arrives. A cold smile also appeared on Shen Yuan's face. Although Shen Mu had scolded her before, she was still unconvinced. Why should someone who had never received elite education from the Shen family be valued so much by Shen Mu? On what grounds? Inside the car, seeing that they were almost there, Shen Nan became nervous. He didn't know what the girl was thinking, but she suddenly started introducing the people from the second and third wives to Shen Jun. Brother, second grandfather had 3 sons and 1 daughter in total. Among them, uncle had 1 son and 1 daughter. The eldest brother is Shen Yi and the eldest sister is Shen Su. My second uncle has 2 sons and 1 daughter. His second brother is Shen Ling, his third brother is Shen Duan, and his second sister is Shen Yun. My third uncle had 1 son and 2 daughters. My fourth brother was Shen Dian, my third sister was Shen Ming, and my fourth sister was Shen Yi. My aunt's family has 2 sons. The elder cousin is named Wang Ningjing, and the younger cousin is named Wang Chuqiong. My third grandfather's family has 4 sons and 1 daughter. My eldest uncle's family has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest brother is named Shen Hao, the second brother is named Shen Song, and the eldest sister is named Shen Huang. My second uncle's family has 1 son and 1 daughter. My fourth brother, Shen Jing, and my second sister, Shen Shi. My third uncle's family has 1 son and 1 daughter, my third brother Shen Yao and my third sister Shen Yu. My uncle's family only has 1 son, the fifth brother Shen Wei. My aunt's family has a son and a daughter. My cousin's name is Zhao Tengxing and my cousin's name is Zhao Jia. I only have 1 cousin in the entire Shen family. Everyone else is older than me. Oh wait, my cousin isn't a member of the Shen family. I'm the youngest in the whole Shen family. Shen Jun. As Shen Nan finished speaking, Shen Jun was immediately speechless. He looked at Shen Nan in disbelief and asked, "You've met all these people?" "Not yet," Shen Nan said shyly. "Grandma told me, and then I wrote it down." Shen Jun. No wonder she was able to get into Kyoto University. Putting everything else aside, her memory alone is countless times better than others. Shen Jun could remember these people's names, but he probably couldn't recite them all at once. Just like when he saw Shen Jing at the Shanghai Auto Show, Shen Jun only remembered the guy's name after seeing him in person. Shen Jun rubbed his temples again, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Although he was prepared, meeting so many members of the Shen family all at once was still a bit of a hassle. "Young Master Jun, we've arrived." Just as Shen Jun was pondering, Yu Bin's voice interrupted him. After regaining his senses, Shen Jun pulled Shen Nan out of the car. Looking around, a villa surrounded by a wall immediately came into view, with about 20 luxury cars parked around it. It includes Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rolls-Royce Wraith, Bentley, Maybach, Land Rover, and more. Of course, these so-called luxury cars pale in comparison to the 6 Great Wall Motors vehicles displaying their flags. They're not even in the same league. The villa was surrounded by armed security personnel. Those security personnel wearing uniforms. Looking up, the villa exudes a dignified atmosphere. The grand gate with its intricate carvings, the arched windows, and the stonework at the corners all showcase an elegant and refined style, fresh and unconventional, with white stucco walls combined with light red roof tiles. Upon entering, one is greeted by a cobblestone path lined with stone benches on either side, adorned with various flowers and bonsai, creating a pleasing and delightful scene. Led by the waiter at the entrance, Shen Jun led Shen Nan into the villa's courtyard. Brother Mu, don't stay silent. We brothers only acknowledge you, not Shen Jun. Second brother, stop talking, Shen Jun is here. Just as Shen Song was about to speak again, Shen Jing suddenly reached out and tugged at his arm. Upon hearing Shen Jing's words, Shen Song immediately shut his mouth and turned to look at him. Everyone else heard Shen Jing's words and also looked towards the villa's main entrance. As soon as Shen Jun entered the villa, he saw more than 20 young men and women staring intently at him. To be honest, there is actually a little bit of pressure. Shen Nan was already very nervous in the car, and when she realized that all her cousins were looking at her, she was almost scared to death. She immediately hid behind Shen Jun and then followed him step by step to the front of the crowd. Hello everyone, I'm Shen Jun. Shen Jun greeted everyone with a smile. Hello Shen Jun, my name is Shen Song. I'm the second oldest in your third grandfather's family. You can call me second brother or brother Song. As long as you call me brother, I'll accept whatever you call me. Before anyone could react, Shen Song ran up to Shen Jun and said with a grin. Hello Shen Jun, my name is Shen Ling. Like Shen Song, I'm the second oldest in your second grandfather's family. You can call me second brother or brother Ling, but you have to call me brother. Calling me Shen Ling would be a bit awkward. Although he had lost the initiative, Shen Ling pushed Shen Song aside as soon as he finished speaking. Shen Yao, Shen Jing, Shen Heng, Shen Yuan. Others. What the heck? What's going on with their second brother? Just now you were saying that Shen Jun was too arrogant, not only disregarding them, but also the elders of each family, and vowing to cause trouble. Why did you suddenly back down? Shen Heng was utterly speechless. He was expecting to watch the show, but these two actually backed down. This is boring, so incredibly boring. What a cunning fellow. Shen Yuan, who had been waiting to see a good show, was completely dumbfounded. How did it turn out like this? So Shen Song and Shen Ling were just teasing Shen Mu earlier? How exactly did Shen Jun manage to do that? Is this guy really worth their utmost fear? Seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Shen Jun smiled and said, What's wrong? Why do you all have that look? Did I do something wrong? No, you haven't done anything yet. How could there be anything wrong with you? Shen Song quickly waved his hand and said, This is their first time seeing you. They're probably just surprised because they didn't expect their third brother to be so handsome. Everyone. Is this something Shen Song would actually say? That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. How come they never noticed Shen Song's character before? Is this person actually a member of the Shen family? Wasn't he a rather ruthless person before? How did it turn out like this? How utterly shameful. Of course, that's what they thought, but no one dared to expose what the two had just said to Shen Mu. In short, they're not to be trifled with. Your second brother will always be your second brother. Really? Shen Jun smiled, pursing his lips. Brother Song, that compliment makes me quite happy. Of course, Shen Song said with a grin. Your brother Song, never lie. All right, then I'll take that as my opinion. With that, Shen Jun reached out and pulled Shen Nan from behind him to stand in front of him, laughing, This is Shen Nan, my sister, and also your sister. You older brothers and sisters shouldn't forget the proper greeting gift. Of course. With that, Shen Song took out a gift box he had prepared earlier from his pocket and handed it to Shen Nan, saying, Little sister, this is for you from your brother Song. Take it carefully. Get out of my way. Just as Shen Song placed the gift box in Shen Nan's hands, Shen Ling pushed him aside again, took out a gift box from his pocket, and said with a smile, This is a gift from your brother Ling, little sister. You can open it and take a look. It's a ring that I had someone craft over a month, named 1,000 Miles of Rivers and Mountains. Everyone. I'm numb. It's really numb. Is this still the same person they know? Second brother? Puh. Dog shit. Why didn't anyone remind them to prepare gifts? What should we do now? Isn't this a slap in the face? I'm truly impressed. Just as everyone was in a dilemma, Shen Mu stepped forward with a smile and said, Xiao Nan can't carry all these gifts from her older brothers and sisters. Let them put the gifts directly in your car later. Shen Mu's words immediately brought smiles to everyone's faces. After all, he was their third brother, so steady. Shen Jun didn't speak, but instead turned his gaze to Shen Nan. Shen Nan was still stunned at that moment. She truly hadn't expected her two cousins to be so enthusiastic, to the point that she didn't know how to respond. But when everyone turned to her following Shen Jun's gaze, Shen Nan was immediately startled. She quickly waved her hand and said, "No need, no need. These 2 gifts are enough for me. My older brothers and sisters don't need to send me anything else." Shen Jun patted Shen Nan's hair and smiled. "It's all from your older brothers and sisters. It wouldn't be right to refuse. So listen to your brother Mu. Let them put the gifts in the car, and you can experience the joy of opening blind boxes when you get back." Yes, yes, don't refuse the kindness of your older brothers and sisters. Gifts are something we should give, little sister, don't be shy. That's right, little sister, just accept it. Refusing would be disrespectful to your older brothers and sisters. As soon as Shen Jun finished speaking, Shen Yao and the others immediately stepped forward and began to offer their advice. I know, I understand. Shen Nan lowered her head nervously. All right, stop crowding around. Go do what you're supposed to do. You'll get to know your little sister one by one later. Seeing that Shen Nan was still hesitant to speak, Shen Mu immediately waved his hand to shoo them away. Understood, Brother Mu. Understood, Brother Mu. See you later, little sister. Little sister, wait for your brother to bring you a gift. Upon hearing Shen Mu's words, everyone scattered. By this time, they could no longer contain their doubts and had to get to the bottom of it. Although the eldest brother had given orders not to cause trouble for Shen Jun, why did Shen Song and Shen Ling react that way after seeing him? Not causing trouble doesn't mean you need to fawn over others, nor does it mean you need to be afraid. This is completely different from the second brother they remember. Only after everyone around her had dispersed did Shen Nan raise her head. Shen Mu pointed to Shen Luan, who was chatting with Shen Yuan not far away, and said, "Xiao Nan, go find your eldest sister. Let her introduce you to your other cousins. I'm going to talk to your brother for a bit." Shen Nan nodded and walked towards Shen Luan. It wasn't that she was naive. Her life at Kyoto University had already given her plenty of experience. The reason she was nervous was mainly because she couldn't calm down in front of these so-called older cousins. After all, she already knew very well what kind of family the Shen family was. It was impossible not to be nervous when suddenly facing her cousins whom she was meeting for the first time in such a family. After all, she had only been in the Shen family for a short time and hadn't gotten used to it yet. Fortunately, Shen Jun shielded her from all the storms. After today, she won't be nervous when facing her cousins again. In fact, she'll be quite at ease. After Shen Nan left, Shen Mu looked at Shen Jun and smiled. "Would you like to go inside and say hello to the elders?" Shen Jun said helplessly, "The old man is really a jerk. He knew what I was thinking and how those so-called elders treated me, but he still threw me out. It's outrageous. The old man is testing your attitude," Shen Mu said dismissively. "I know, but the old man is too impatient." Shen Jun shook his head and sighed. "It's not that the old man is impatient, it's just that you've grown too fast," Shen Mu sighed. "In less than 3 months, you've earned so much money and even set your sights on America. Naturally, the old man has to test the waters." Hearing this, Shen Jun gave Shen Mu a deep look and said, "Is this all you know in your position?" Shen Mu chuckled gently. "Otherwise what? Do you really think I'm just a figurehead? But don't be nervous. There are only a handful of people in the Shen family who know about your relationship with Harry Holland. TSK, you know what? I'm actually starting to really want the spot under your A** now," Shen Jun said sincerely. "I didn't stop you, it's just that you still have a lot to learn. Keep working hard," Shen Mu said with a chuckle. "Then I'll wait a little longer." Shen Jun wasn't in a hurry. What he lacked most right now was time, and what he had in abundance was also time. When he has enough capital, there will be no obstacles in his path. Not continuing the topic, Shen Jun casually asked, "What exactly happened just now?" Shen Song and Shen Ling were acting strangely. Shen Mu scoffed. "Those 2 idiots intended to cause you trouble, but they didn't dare to do it themselves, so they stirred things up in front of everyone, but I ignored them." "Shen Jun, are these 2 out of their minds? What problem could there be?" Shen Mu said dismissively. "The Shen family doesn't support idlers or good-for-nothings. They must have received instructions from some elder, but they were afraid of causing trouble for Shen Hao and Shen Yi, so they chose to do such a stupid thing." Shen Jun was even more curious. Are Shen Hao and Shen Yi really that effective at suppressing them? Nonsense. Shen Mu rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Although our elders have sheltered us from the storms of life, they'll get old eventually, won't they? Ultimately, we'll have to make the decisions. If you completely offend the eldest son of the family, what good will come of it? Shen Jun raised an eyebrow and said, they don't dare to cause me trouble themselves, but instead they're stirring up trouble for you? In other words, you, as the person in charge, can't even control them? What's the point of your position then? Shinmu. Letting out a long breath, Shinmu suppressed the urge to punch Shen Jun and coldly snorted, we're just causing you trouble. What are Shen Song and Shen Ling afraid of? If it weren't for my orders, why would Shen Hao and Shen Yi bother them? Shen Jun smiled and said, I'm not stupid, of course I knew. It was just a joke, there's no need to be angry. Shinmu. One thing has to be admitted, that the D Shen Jun really can easily provoke him. And he still didn't have a good way to deal with this guy. It's really frustrating. Alright, stop wasting your breath on me. Go inside and get to know the pillars of the Shen family. Your target is among them. Shinmu suddenly laughed. Shen Jun. Even though he knew this guy had bad intentions, he still had to go in. There's no way around it. We're already here, it's impossible not to see each other. I just don't know how those so-called elders will treat him. Surprisingly, Shen Jun is actually quite looking forward to it. Stepping into the villa, Shen Jun first looked around at the interior decoration style. The villa's hall features a black marble floor, mirror-like tiles, a magnificent crystal chandelier, a pure black sandalwood table with glass, rosewood armchairs, and various agarwood ornaments hanging on the walls. The interior design, featuring a blend of Wuxia and Western styles with black marble as the main element, creates a particularly somber and oppressive atmosphere. The choice of this villa is quite interesting. Was she trying to put pressure on him? Or did she have other intentions? Looking up, they saw 5 or 6 middle-aged men sitting in the villa's living room, but the old lady who had been urging them to come here was not there. After Shen Jun entered the villa's living room, the 5 or 6 middle-aged men stopped talking and all looked at him at the same time, but none of them took the initiative to speak. Seeing this, Shen Jun continued walking forward until he reached the very center of the group. Then he bowed slightly and said, Good afternoon, elders. I am Shen Jun, son of Shen Changong of the Shen family. Upon hearing Shen Jun's last words, everyone immediately stood up at the same time. After exchanging glances, a slightly older middle-aged man stepped forward and said to Shen Jun, Xiao Jun, we apologize for what happened to your father. His death was our fault, but we never intended for him to die. Looking at the middle-aged man who stepped forward, Shen Jun smiled and said, Second uncle, you jest. My father is dead, but he broke the family rules. The elders did nothing wrong. Besides, I am just a junior, and I don't deserve your apology. It would shorten my lifespan. Such cold-blooded and ruthless words immediately stunned everyone. They had thought about and even discussed what Shen Jun would say to them, but they never expected him to say something like that. Did you break the rules? So, what if he died? What does the other party want? Is Shen Changong really his biological father? Although I knew Shen Jun was a troublemaker, this troublemaker was a bit too sharp. This is not a good thing for them. Letting out a long breath, the middle-aged man continued, If you were in charge of family affairs back then, how would you have treated your father? Shen Jun smiled and said, Enjoying resources without wanting to pay the price? There's no such thing as a free lunch. If it were me, Shen Nan and I would still be unable to step into the Shen family's door. Everyone was once again shocked by Shen Jun's words. Shen Changyong's son is quite terrifying. If he were to replace Shen Mu, would we all be in trouble? Although the Shen family does not allow infighting, given this kid's intelligence, it would be easy for him to cause them some trouble. After all, the power wielded by Shen Mu's subordinate was truly immense. Only, does this kid really not know his current situation? Saying such things to them, aren't you afraid that we'll all kill him and keep him in his current position? Ultimately, the Shen family is still in charge right now. Silence enveloped the entire room, creating a heavy, oppressive, and suffocating feeling. After an unknown amount of time, the middle-aged man coughed lightly before slowly speaking, What do you want us to do? Or rather, what will it take for you to be satisfied? Shen Jun glanced at the various expressions on everyone's faces and said dismissively, I'm just a junior. How dare I make demands of you elders? This is not something a junior should do. Phew. Letting out a long breath, the middle-aged man asked with a somewhat unpleasant expression, Do you really want to lead our Shen family down an uncontrollable path? Second uncle, please don't jump to conclusions. When did I, a junior, become the head of the Shen family? I can't take the blame for this, Shen Jun said, frowning. Shenmu has already discussed this with you, hasn't he? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. If something happens to him one day, or if you go further than him, then the Shen family will be in your hands. At that time, will my Shen family still be the same as it is now? That's just in the future. What if something unexpected happens to me one day? It's not impossible, right, elders? Shen Jun said, his voice rising slightly. These words immediately made the atmosphere in the room even more somber. Is this kid really so stubborn? Xiao Jun, you should know that although your father's death is somewhat related to us, the main responsibility lies with that idiot from the Fu family. None of us were involved, the middle-aged man said solemnly. Who knows? Shen Jun shrugged and smiled. After all, the entire Fu family has disappeared. Just as the middle-aged man was about to retort, another middle-aged man standing next to him waved to stop him. Under everyone's gaze, the middle-aged man stepped forward and, only after standing directly opposite Shen Jun, smiled and said, Xiao Jun, you should recognize me, right? Shen Jun nodded and said, of course I know him. He's Shen Changhong, the second uncle of my third grandfather's family, and Shen Jing's father. Shen Jing's father. The middle-aged man chuckled. So in your eyes, we're just symbols corresponding to your generation of children, am I right? I enjoy chatting with intelligent people like you, Shen Jun grinned. Ha ha. Shen Changhong burst into laughter at Shen Jun's words, then turned to the others and said, did you hear that? Our young master Shen Jun is calling you all stupid. This remark did not anger the crowd. They were all intelligent people, and they roughly understood what Shen Jun meant at this moment. Although no one responded, Shen Changhong didn't mind. He turned to Shen Jun again and smiled. We've taken responsibility for Chang Yong's life. No matter what happens afterward, no matter who the opponent is, as long as you speak up, your uncles will fully support and cooperate with you. But there's one thing, you must finish the path your father didn't walk. Okay. Shen Jun immediately agreed. He certainly understood what Shen Changhong meant, but it was just a marriage alliance, and he had already made preparations. He could choose not to marry, but then he would no longer be eligible to compete for the position of head of the Shen family. Then we uncles won't keep you any longer. I don't think you'd be in the mood to eat with us anyway. Go and get to know your cousins. They can contact us if anything comes up, Shen Changhong said, waving his hand. Goodbye, everyone. After saying that, Shen Jun turned and left the hall. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they watched Shen Jun's departing figure. It wasn't that they valued Shen Jun too much, but rather that the old man valued this child too much. With the old man involved, these people really didn't dare to use any underhanded tactics. Adding to the trouble caused by Shen Changhong, everyone in the second and third branches of the family was caught in a dilemma. After all, a pillar in the middle of the stream cannot compare to a pillar supporting the sky. You're out so soon? Judging from your expression, you've achieved your goal. Shenmu immediately greeted Shen Jun as he walked out of the villa. I guess so. Although the old man isn't here, the support he provides is still more than enough. Shen Jun nodded in response. Sad face Omicron asterisk. With a long sigh, Shenmu said disappointedly, this is boring. These uncles of ours are really cowards. Why can't they put some pressure on you? What are they afraid of, Grandpa? Shen Jun. After glancing at Shenmu, Shen Jun said irritably, what? You really want to see me go against them? Isn't that obvious? Shenmu shrugged and said frankly, the Shen family has been too quiet lately. It's getting a bit boring. I was thinking of seeing what happens. Cut. Shen Jun gave Shenmu the middle finger and said disdainfully, you just want to watch the show? You're just up to no good. How could you think of me like that? Shenmu clutched his chest, his expression exaggerated. I'm your second brother, your own second brother. Majestic. After saying that, Shen Jun turned and left, ignoring the guy. Hey, Shen Jun, I've given you so many villas and houses, and this is how you talk to me? Blood is thicker than water. Shenmu shouted. That's what I deserve, and... Shen Jun turned to look at Shenmu and teased, second brother, do you think I'm short of money right now? Shenmu. Damn it, this ain't great. He's always on Muji's side when things are tough, but when nothing's wrong, he's second in command. They're not even as good as those two idiots, Shen Song and Shen Ling. This is absolutely infuriating. Third brother. Brother Jun. Brother Jun. Shen Heng, Shen Yao, and Shen Jing, who were chatting, immediately greeted Shen Jun as he approached. Shen Jun didn't speak, but instead turned his gaze to Shen Yao. Shen Heng and Shen Jing naturally knew why Shen Jun was staring at Shen Yao, and the two immediately put on expressions of anticipation. And Shen Yao. Brother Jun, this really isn't my fault. I can't afford to offend either my older brother or Brother Mu. Please, have mercy and forgive me this time, Shen Yao pleaded with a mournful face. TSK TSK TSK. Shen Jun reached out and patted Shen Yao's head, saying sarcastically, I must say, your acting skills are really good, much better than your brother Mu's. Shen Yao. Is this a compliment or an insult? But thinking back to the scene where he confronted Shen Hao in front of the camera for lying to Shen Jun, Shen Yao said helplessly, Brother Jun, why don't you just beat me up? But don't hit someone in the face, as long as you don't hit their face. Shen Heng and Shen Jing were immediately amused by Shen Yao's words. This guy really knows how to seize the moment. Shen Jun, suppressing a laugh, patted Shen Yao's cheek and said with a smile, but Brother Jun wants to slap you in the face today. After all, you've been lying to me for so long. Shen Yao. Brother Jun, you know me. If it weren't for the boss and Brother Mu forcing me to be a spy, I really wouldn't have done this. It's mainly because they've given me too much, and I'm afraid of being poor again, Shen Yao muttered, hanging his head. Shen Jun said, somewhat speechless, that's all the ambition you've got. Hee. Shen Yao chuckled awkwardly, not daring to reply. Remember to give Xiaonan a nice gift otherwise. Don't worry, Brother Jun, I guarantee my little sister will be satisfied with the gift I give her, or you can kill me. Shen Yao swore, holding up 4 fingers. All right, you guys can continue. After saying that, Shen Jun walked towards another small group. After Shen Jun left, Shen Jing said softly, our third brother is a little too doting on our little sister. Indeed. Shen Yao nodded. By specifically bringing up his younger sister in front of everyone, he's telling us that she's his Achilles heel. Why bother with all that? Shen Heng said dismissively. It's none of our business. My little sister's future is up to Grandpa. You lot, you'd better think carefully. Even Grandpa can't arrange your little sister's path. Under the questioning gazes of Shen Jing, Shen Heng, and Shen Yao, Shen Mu stepped forward and explained, after today, no one can force Shen Nan, not even the old man. Why? Shen Yao asked in surprise. Smack. Ouch, cough cough, Brother Mu, why did you hit me? The sudden slap almost made Shen Yao curse, but luckily he reacted in time. What did you just say to Shen Jun? Did I force you to become a spy? Didn't you succumb to Shen Hao's temptation and volunteer yourself? Shen Mu asked with a half-smile. Well, Shen Yao scratched his head sheepishly. I need to come up with an excuse, right? Junji is a bit petty. I'm afraid he'll retaliate against me later. Upon hearing this, Shen Mu shook his head and chuckled. You're quite the sly one, offending both sides while trying to please both. What are you saying? I had no choice. I have absolutely no standing at home, so I had to resort to this. Shen Yao argued. Let's not talk about him anymore, brother. Why did you just say that even Grandpa can't arrange things for our little sister in the future? How's that possible? People are already asking us about our little sister's preferences. Grandpa probably won't let this opportunity pass him by, right? Shen Heng asked, slightly puzzled. Smack. Idiot. Shen Heng covered his head and froze, completely stunned. He just asked a question. How did he get beaten up? Seeing the blank looks in their eyes, Shen Mu said with exasperation, Can't you use your pig brains? This. The 3 exchanged glances, still somewhat confused. Letting out a long breath, Shen Mu gritted his teeth and said, Your third brother's attitude was very clear today. Shen Nan is his Achilles heel. As long as we don't touch her, your third brother won't have any grudges against the Shen family. But once we touch Shen Nan, Shen Jun will have no more scruples. Do you understand, you bunch of idiots? Now that things had come to this point, the 3 of them immediately realized what was going on. Shen Jing asked incredulously, Second brother, you have a terminal illness? How come we didn't know? Shen Mu. Smack. Bang bang bang. Damn it, why did you hit me? Shen Jing rubbed his head and looked at Shen Heng and Shen Yao, questioning them with a frustrated expression. Are you stupid? Didn't you understand what your second brother meant? Shen Yao looked at Shen Jing as if he were looking at an idiot. I understand. Doesn't it mean that our Shen family will most likely be in charge of things from now on? Shen Jing said, feeling wronged. You understood me. Shen Yao was about to slap Shen Jing again when he suddenly realized, you really look down on our third brother, huh? At this moment, all three of them understood Shen Jing's thoughts. Compared to Shen Mu, Shen Jun wasn't as impressive in Shen Jing's eyes. However, this kid was a bit tactless, which resulted in him getting slapped a few times for nothing. I don't look down on Brother Jun, I just think he's still far behind Brother Mu. Unless Brother Mu has some special circumstances, I don't believe Brother Jun can reach that position, Shen Jing said, his face full of resentment. Remember this, don't have such thoughts again. Your third brother is not a simple person. Sometimes even your grandfather, and I can't see through him. If you really offend him, don't let him marginalize you in the Shen family in the end, Shen Mu said irritably. Oh, I understand, Shen Jing replied softly. Then stop standing there. If you have any thoughts, talk to your eldest brother. If that doesn't work, go talk to my uncles and see what they think of your third brother. Shen Mu waved his hand to shoo them away. Shen Yao and Shen Jing nodded hurriedly and ran towards the villa gate, leaving Shen Heng standing to the side. Brother, is Brother Jun really that intimidating to you? Shen Heng asked curiously. You think I'm lying? There are some things you don't know. That kid is really something. Shen Mu said irritably. How is that possible? Shen Heng said in disbelief. He hasn't received any special education from childhood to adulthood, nor has he suffered any injustice or harm. Where would he get such deep cunning? I don't understand this either, but judging from his methods and abilities, your third brother is really something else. He puts more pressure on me than those guys from the other families, Shen Mu explained, shaking his head. This. Shen Heng was momentarily speechless. He truly never expected to hear such words from his own brother. That's absolutely outrageous. All right, these things have nothing to do with you. I'm here. Even if something suddenly happens one day, it won't involve you. Shen Mu didn't want to continue this topic. Yes. Shen Heng nodded heavily. Aristocratic families. It's always the same old stuff. It's pretty boring, Shen Mu sighed, seemingly remembering something. After exchanging a few more words with Shen Duan, Shen Dian, Shen Wei, and his cousins, Shen Jun did not stay any longer. Although today is a special day, there's really nothing to get together for without the old man present. In other words, the old man wanted to test his attitude towards the elders of the second and third branches of the Shen family. Otherwise, Shen Jun wouldn't have come today. That's pointless. However, Shen Jun still left Shen Nan there. It's good for a young lady like you to get to know your older cousins. That way, you can find help immediately if anything happens in the future. Well, Shen Jun knew that there was a high probability that Shen Nan would take the path of an arranged marriage in the future, but he did not actively stop her. Of course, it's not that anyone would dare to offer Shen Nan up for a marriage alliance, but rather, the vast majority of scions of prominent families are exceptionally outstanding. Their manners, refinement, and temperament are qualities ingrained in their very being, qualities that not everyone possesses. If a few of them were to take the initiative to contact Shen Nan and show her favor, Shen Jun did not believe that those college students could compare to them. Social classes have always existed, it's just that some people refuse to acknowledge it. Just like that damned piece of trash Jiang Nan. A graduate of Kyoto University, America's genius during her studies abroad was a testament to the timidity of youth. Having seen countless towering mountains in Jiangnan, I gradually felt my own insignificance. This is class. Of course, there's also the opposite example, the potato. The image of a penniless, wretched potato, ironically, evokes the youthful exuberance and high spirits of a young man. Potato, unaware of the vastness of the world, only feels the warmth of the sun. The reason why potatoes are considered a negative example is because they broke down their own social class barriers. Very few people in this world can break through their own social class. Shen Jun admitted that Toto was excellent, but the people around Shen Nan were all geniuses like Jiang Nan, and the passionate types couldn't even come close to Shen Nan. And those gifted young men crowding around Shen Nan, when faced with even more outstanding scions of powerful families, could they possibly compete? Just as his senior sister chose the more outstanding person, Shen Jun believed that Shen Nan would make the same choice. Dating can be impulsive, but marriage can't. Absolutely not. The reason Shen Jun didn't bring up this matter was because arranged marriages between prominent families also allowed for free choice of partners. Although there may be some scheming and calculation involved, it's not a big deal. He, Shen Jun, had enough power to be Shen Nan's backer, so it was fine to let her live her life in a daze. Knowing too much makes it easy to overthink, and overthinking is not a good thing. It's good to be a little confused in life. October 2nd. Shen Jun received a call from the old man early in the morning. Shen Jun didn't want to answer, because he knew what the other person was going to say. After hesitating for a moment, I finally answered the call. There's no other way. We can't afford to offend them. After all, this was his only and biggest backer in the Shen family. Hey, old man. Boy, has your father ever abused you? The old man asked, his voice tinged with anger. No, Shen Jun replied softly. Since you don't, why do I get the feeling that you look down on your father? The old man questioned. Shen Jun. Shaking his head, Shen Jun said somewhat helplessly, I made it very clear to you back then that I have no right to criticize the choices my father made, because his choices shaped me and Shen Nan. I know your thoughts and methods, but you're not allowed to say those things again, the old man commanded. I understand. Shen Jun didn't dare to argue with the old man. As he always said, he couldn't afford to offend him. Even tigers don't eat their cubs, let alone an old man. It's important to understand that everything Shen Jun possesses right now is a gift from the old man to make up for what he received from Shen Chang'ong. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding he is, it won't be of any use. What bloodline represents cannot be compared to anything external. All right, I won't say anything more. Now that you've made your choice, the rest is up to you. Good. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun lay back down on the bed. The old man's reaction was within his expectations. He had spoken too harshly yesterday, so the old man couldn't help but worry. However, Shen Jun didn't take it seriously. The old man was testing his attitude towards those elders, and he had already shown the attitude he should have shown. From then on, the Shen family was no longer hindered. Lying in bed, Shen Jun was overcome with drowsiness again and drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he woke up again, it was already past 11:30 in the morning. Shen Jun did not get up immediately, but instead lay in bed and closed his eyes to rest. At exactly 12 o'clock, Shen Jun suddenly opened his eyes and became alert. Byte. Microsoft, November 1st, $346.20. Eli Lilly, November 1st, $604.50. On October 2nd, in Chengdu, at 8 p.m., Wei Xianming, unable to endure the persecution, suffered a mental breakdown and committed suicide at Boai Mental Hospital. Shen Jun. What's going on? Why did the system predict 3 messages this time? Why? Had something unexpected happened that he was unaware of? That shouldn't be the case. Or is it? Does the system believe these 3 messages are sufficient to meet his immediate needs? Suddenly, Shen Jun realized what was happening. On October 2nd, in Chengdu, at 8 p.m., Wei Xianming, unable to endure the persecution, suffered a mental breakdown and committed suicide at Boai Mental Hospital. October 2nd? Isn't that today? Holy crap! Shen Jun suddenly got out of bed and then planned to find Yu Bin and ask him to go to Tianfu for him. But just as Shen Jun stepped out of the bedroom, he paused again. 3 messages? Is there only one message about a person? In other words, this person is very valuable. Yu Bin can't go. He has to personally go and save this person. It's only midnight now. There are still 8 hours until the system predicts Wei Xianming's death. That's plenty of time. Yu Bin. Shen Jun shouted. Young Master Jun, I'm here. Yu Bin immediately came over. Send someone to investigate Tianfu Boai Mental Hospital right now, and then contact the airport. I need to fly to Tianfu, and have them quickly plan the route for Tianyun Group's private jet. Shen Jun instructed. Understood, I'll do it right now. Sensing Shen Jun's urgency, Yu Bin responded and then turned to make a phone call. Shen Jun used this time to wash up, change clothes, and tidy himself up. At 2 p.m., Shen Jun had already boarded a plane bound for Chengdu. That's right, it's that fast. Don't ask why, because it's a privilege. Young Master Jun, the investigation into the Boai Mental Hospital you mentioned has been completed. Yu Bin approached after the plane had stabilized. Tell me about it. Yu Bin immediately explained. According to the investigation, Boai Mental Hospital is a private mental hospital formerly known as Puxi Sanatorium, and the director is named Yang Haiwan. This psychiatric hospital primarily treats patients with various mental disorders, including schizophrenia, mood disorders, organic mental disorders in children, adolescents, and the elderly, neurotic disorders, as well as patients with drug dependence. The facility includes general psychiatry, as well as geriatric, rehabilitation, clinical psychology, child and adolescent, and infectious disease departments. The total building area is approximately 10,000 square meters, with 187 approved beds and 214 beds currently in operation. Shen Jun. No need to go into such detail. Who's the boss behind it? Shen Jun couldn't help but interrupt. It's a man named Zheng Hu, Yu Bin quickly replied. And what is this person's background? Shen Jun asked again. Zheng Hu is a mid-level manager at Tenglong Group, Yu Bin immediately said. How come there's another Tenglong Group? And Zheng Hu is just a mid-level manager in this group? Shen Jun said speechlessly. Yu Bin was even more speechless. He hadn't expected that a small mental hospital would involve so many things. Forget about that. Have you found the person I need? Shen Jun waved his hand and changed the subject. We've found them. There are 10 people in total, all of whom are on missions here, Yu Bin nodded. That's good. With the 8 of you, 18 people are enough. Shen Jun nodded in satisfaction. According to the information predicted by the system, it is clear that this BOAI mental hospital is not a legitimate mental hospital. Since that's the case, Shen Jun naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to lead Yu Bin and the others directly there. Although it's just going to a small mental hospital, a wise person avoids dangerous situations. His life is extremely precious, so we must be fully prepared. After waving Yu Bin away, Shen Jun finally had the time to check the 2 stocks predicted by the system. Microsoft needs no introduction. Even people who don't trade stocks should know that name. Bill Gates is just too famous. Shen Jun had never heard of Lilly before. The name didn't sound like a stock name at all. Shen Jun opened his US stock trading app and searched for Eli. Eli Lilly and Company was incorporated in Indiana in 1901. Its predecessor was a pharmaceutical manufacturing company founded in Indianapolis, Indiana in 1876 by Colonel Eli Lilly. Upon seeing this message, Shen Jun realized it was a pharmaceutical company. The stock is currently trading at $553.30 per share, giving it a market capitalization of over $525.3 billion. That's typical of US stocks. This company's market capitalization is freaking high. The system predicted a share price of $604.50, meaning that he could earn a maximum of $51.30 per share. Microsoft is even more frightening. Microsoft's stock price is currently $302.75 per share, with a total market capitalization of $2.2503 trillion. That's over $2.2 trillion. Based on the stock price predicted by the system, he could earn up to $43.45 per share from Microsoft. With the market capitalization of Microsoft and Eli Lilly, he's definitely going to make a killing this time. However, Shen Jun didn't rush to call Ding Chengdong. It would be better to wait until he got off the plane, in case there's some kind of surveillance device on this private jet. However, to be fair, he really should buy his own private jet. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient in case of an emergency. I landed at 4:10 p.m. As soon as he got off the plane, Shen Jun got into the car that the airport had prepared in advance. However, this time the cars they were traveling in were not Rolls-Royce Phantoms, but several Bentleys. The car may be a little cheap, but Shen Jun didn't think much of it. As long as he could ride in it, it was fine. BOAI Mental Hospital is not located in the city center, but in Zhangjiang City, which is 16 kilometers away from the airport. In just over 10 minutes, the convoy arrived at its destination, and the 10 people he had been find also met up with them on the way. Before the convoy had even come to a complete stop, 2 black sedans drove up from the opposite lane and then stopped at the main entrance of the BOAI Mental Hospital. Then 5 or 6 people got out of the car. After getting out, they walked into the mental hospital without stopping. At the same time, the hospital gate slowly opened. The middle-aged man who was leading the group glanced at Shen Jun before entering the hospital. After the car came to a complete stop, Shen Jun stepped out. Yu Bin and the others immediately surrounded and protected him. Young Master Jun, this is Boai Mental Hospital, Yu Bin said softly, pointing to the name above the hospital entrance. Okay, let's go in and take a look. After saying that, Shen Jun stepped into the hospital. Who are you looking for? Upon seeing Shen Jun and his entourage approaching in a large group, the security guard at the entrance of the mental hospital immediately called out to inquire. Before Shen Jun could speak, one of the 10 men Yu Bin had brought immediately went over to him and said, "Special police are handling this case. Open the door immediately and then have your dean come over." Oh? Okay. Please wait a moment. The young man's words immediately startled the security personnel. What day is it today? Did their hospital break some cardinal rule? It's one thing for criminal investigators to be here, but why are special police officers here too? The security personnel first opened the gates of the mental hospital and then began making phone calls. Less than 5 minutes later, a middle-aged woman in a white coat led 5 or 6 young men and women out. To Shen Jun's surprise, the people who had just gone in also followed behind them. "Hello, officer, I am Yang Haiwan, the director of Boai Mental Hospital." The middle-aged woman in the white coat introduced herself as soon as she approached the young man. After speaking, she glanced at Shen Jun, who was standing behind the young man and surrounded by people. The young man spoke directly. "I am Wang Chang, the captain of the Rongqing Special Police Detachment. I need your cooperation in an investigation." Upon hearing this, Yang Haiwan was suddenly taken aback. "Special Police Detachment Captain? So young?" However, she reacted quickly, immediately looking at Wang Chang and asking, "What kind of case is it?" "A kidnapping case." Shen Jun stepped forward and said softly, "Officer, you're joking. Our Boai Mental Hospital is a qualified and legitimate hospital. All patients are brought here by their families in person, and there are fingerprints and signatures to confirm it. How could there be any kidnapping involved?" Yang Haiwan immediately retorted, "Whether it's a kidnapping case or not isn't up to you to decide. It's up to me, understand?" Shen Jun said coldly. "Officer, aren't you going a bit too far?" Yang Haiwan said, her face grim. "This is a society governed by law. Even if you're a police officer, you can't just slander us staff members like that, can you?" "Slander?" Shen Jun chuckled and said, "Do you think I would slander you? Wasn't what the officer just said a slanderous attack on us?" Yang Haiwan questioned. "Tsk tisk tisk." Seeing Yang Haijuan's completely fearless expression, Shen Jun sighed. How arrogant of her. Before Yang Haiwan could retort, Shen Jun spoke again. "Now call Wei Xianming over here. I want to see if your mental hospital has actually kidnapped anyone." "You're also looking for Wei Xianming?" Yang Haijuan's expression darkened further. As soon as Shen Jun asked the question, the group of people following Yang Haiwan immediately came over. "Hello, comrade. I am Guan Hai, the captain of the second team of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. I am here today also because of Wei Xianming." "The Criminal Investigation Team?" Shen Jun asked curiously. What criminal case is Wei Xianming involved in?" "It wasn't Wei Xianming, but his sister Wei Xianhui. Wei Xianhui was murdered a month ago. We're here to find out more about Wei Xianming," explained the middle-aged man named Guan Hai. This is getting interesting." Shen Jun asked with interest, "When was Wei Xianming put into this mental hospital?" "You didn't know?" Guan Hai asked in surprise. "Just answer my questions. Stop with the nonsense." Yu Bin stepped forward and reprimanded. "How dare you speak to me like that? SWAT team." Yu Bin's words immediately angered the group of young men standing behind Guan Hai. One of them immediately tried to retort, but Guan Hai stopped him before he could finish speaking. "Captain Guan, they..." "Shut up," Guan Hai said softly, scolding the young man. Young people might not be able to see the situation clearly, but he saw it perfectly. He didn't know Wang Chang, but he knew all the captains of the special police detachments in Rongqing, and Wang Chang was definitely not among them. Even so, he never doubted Wang Chang's identity. Because Wang Chang and the others had a very obvious aura. Let alone him, even an ordinary person could tell. Furthermore, considering the positions of Wang Chang and the others, Guan Hai was very clear that the young man in front of him definitely had a powerful background. Combining the two factors, Guan Hai believed that Wang Chang's identity must be nominally affiliated with the SWAT team. Guan Hai turned his gaze to Shen Jun and said, "Wei Xianming was sent to this mental hospital 10 days ago by his brother-in-law, who is also Wei Xianhui's husband. Shen Jun. What strange tales or legends has he heard? Did the brother-in-law send his brother to a mental hospital? That's not how you joke around. Shouldn't Huxia law prohibit a husband from sending his wife's brother to a mental hospital? And wasn't Wei Xianhui dead? How did they manage to do that? Shen Jun couldn't help but ask. This is a gray area, and there are some things that even we shouldn't interfere with too much, Guanhai sighed. Shen Jun. I've learned something new. I've really learned something new today. I never imagined that mental hospitals could be so interesting. However, this had little to do with him. His purpose in coming here today was to see Wei Xianming. Shaking his head, Shen Jun stopped focusing on that issue and directly ordered Yang Haiwan, now bring Wei Xianming to me. You. Yang Haiwan was about to retort when she saw Wang Chang and Guan Hai take a step towards her. Seeing this, Yang Haiwan immediately swallowed back all the words she was about to say. Criminal police and special police were all there. If she really offended these people now, even her backers would treat her as a pawn to be discarded. Thinking of this, she immediately instructed a young man behind her, Xiao Zhang, go and call number 68 over. It's the director. The young man named Zhang immediately turned around and ran into the mental hospital. About 10 minutes later, a young man named Zhang came out with a young man in a hospital gown who looked dazed. Officers, this is Wei Xianming, the man you are looking for. Wei Xianming, where were you at 8 p.m. on September 1st? Upon seeing Wei Xianming, Guan Hai immediately stepped forward and questioned him. I don't know anything. Wei Xianming mechanically kept saying he didn't know, but judging from the expression on his face, this guy was really going crazy. However, Shen Jun was not in a hurry. He did not believe that the system would give him a premonition of an idiot to use. Aya, don't hit me. Don't hit me. I really don't know anything. Help. Help. Just as Guan Hai was about to ask something else, Wei Xianming suddenly went berserk. Officers, patient number 68's condition is very unstable right now. Why don't you wait until we've treated him before you ask him questions? Yang Haiwan suggested, seizing the opportunity. Wait for your treatment? Shen Jun scoffed. I'm afraid that after today, Wei Xianming will be killed by your treatment. What do you mean, officer? Yang Haiwan retorted, her face grim. We are a legitimate mental health treatment institution. If you believe there are any irregularities in our treatment methods, you can investigate, but please don't slander us without evidence. That's tough. Hope you can keep it up. After saying that, Shen Jun waved to Yubin. Yubin instantly arrived beside Wei Xianming, who was going berserk. To everyone's astonishment, Yubin raised his hand and slapped Wei Xianming hard across the face. But Wei Xianming seemed completely oblivious to the pain, continuing to shout and even contemplating attacking Yubin. Yubin didn't tolerate him and slapped him across the face again. The slap immediately stunned Wei Xianming, and his eyes gradually cleared. Are you even police officers? Why did you hit me? Click. Click. Don't move. Don't move. Yubin went too far, so much so that a young man standing behind Guan Hai couldn't help but run over to Shen Jun to try and persuade him. But before he could run more than a few steps, Wang Chang and the others instantly drew their pistols from their waists, quickly cocked them, and pointed them at the young man and Guan Hai's group. You. The young man was immediately frightened by Wang Chang and the others' actions. Everyone, please calm down. Please calm down. Let's talk this out. Guan Hai was also startled by the actions of Wang Chang and the others. He truly hadn't expected such a fierce reaction, much less that these people were carrying guns and even pointing them at them. Stand still and don't move. We can talk after this is all over, Wang Chang said coldly. Yes, we won't move. Guan Hai immediately pulled the young man behind him, then raised his hands to indicate that he wouldn't do anything underhanded. Yang Haiwan and several other staff members at the mental hospital were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't have imagined things that Guan Hai and the others couldn't. They thought Shen Jun was just there to investigate, but they didn't expect him to actually be carrying a gun and even pointing it at Guan Hai and his group. Are SWAT teams really that powerful? After everyone quieted down, Shen Jun turned to Wei Xianming and smiled. Wei Xianming, I know you're not truly mentally ill, and I understand you were forcibly locked up here. I'm here today to rescue you. Of course, if you have any grievances, you can tell me, and I will stand up for you. Why? I don't know you. Why did you save me? After looking around and taking a clear look at the situation, Wei Xianming immediately raised his head and asked Shen Jun with red eyes. You should know, Shen Jun said with a smile, finance. As soon as Shen Jun finished speaking, Wei Xianming trembled violently, his eyes wide with disbelief as he cried out, How did you know? How did you know? I didn't tell anyone. Hearing this, Shen Jun said with satisfaction, Nothing is impossible in this world. No, 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 you couldn't possibly know, you couldn't possibly know. As he spoke, Wei Xianming's emotions became agitated again. But before he could lose control, Yubin slapped him hard again. After that slap, Wei Xianming's emotions stabilized again. Covering his swollen cheeks, Wei Xianming glanced at the expressionless Yubin and finally couldn't hold back his tears. Shen Jun didn't interrupt him. He waited until Wei Xianming's crying subsided before slowly saying, You are very valuable to me, so you can confidently make demands of me. You can also tell me if you have any grievances, and I will stand up for you. Looking at Shen Jun's youthful face, Wei Xianming's lips trembled as he asked, Whoever it is? No matter who it is, Shen Jun said decisively. Call. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xianming composed himself slightly before saying in a choked voice, I was locked up in this mental hospital by Lu Jufeng of the Tenglong group, and my sister was killed by that man. Lu Jufeng? How is that possible? He has an alibi. Before Shen Jun could reply, Guanhai exclaimed in disbelief. He. Wei Xianming sneered disdainfully. Alibi? He certainly has an alibi, but I personally witnessed him using a video call to direct others to kill my sister. What? This sudden news sent chills down Guanhai's spine. They had suspected Lu Jufeng, but there was ample evidence that he was not at the scene of the crime. They never expected the truth to be like this. Did he direct the murder via video call? It really is. That's incredibly audacious. However, they did not completely trust Wei Xianming's words because his suspicions had not yet been cleared. Just as he himself said, he was present when Wei Xianming was killed. Who can guarantee that he wasn't the one who committed the murder? What's wrong with your brother-in-law? Why did he lock you up in this mental hospital? Shen Jun ignored their conversation because he couldn't understand it. Zhang Hui is a beast. Wei Xianming wiped away his tears and gritted his teeth. My sister and I have depended on each other for so many years. Although she doesn't know my secret, she has some guesses. After all, I make money too easily. But ever since my sister married that beast, she has completely lost her mind. She told him everything she knew, and he's using her life to blackmail me into doing things for him. How could I possibly agree to that? After I refused his repeated requests for help, that beast immediately betrayed me, telling Lu Jufeng everything he knew. Things spiraled out of control, ultimately resulting in my sister's murder and my imprisonment here. Although Wei Xianming spoke vaguely, Shen Jun understood him. It's really not convenient to talk about the specifics in front of so many people. By the way, she's also Lu Juanfeng's accomplice, and this mental hospital also sells organs. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Wei Xianming suddenly pointed at Yang Haiwan and said something shocking. What? What did you just say? Organ trafficking? This mental hospital is trafficking organs. Guanhai roared and questioned Wei Xianming as if he were insane. Shen Jun was also extremely surprised. He truly never imagined that such heinous acts could occur on this very land beneath his feet. He knew there were too many dark sides to this society, but organ trafficking? Or is it in a mental hospital? This sounds so absurd and awkward. Completion. Yang Haijuan's mind went blank after hearing Wei Xianming's words. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. That means we're doomed. She had sensed something was off when Wei Xianming was able to communicate with Shen Jun using normal logic, but now she didn't need to feel anything anymore. It's really over. Not only is she finished, but everyone behind her is finished too. Thinking about the consequences after the matter was exposed, Yang Haiwan felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. No one can bear the guilt of organ trafficking. Seeing the crazed look on Guanhai's face, Wei Xianming pointed at Yang Haiwan and shouted, That's right, this mental hospital is selling organs. It's just that the timing is irregular. You'll need to ask her for details. Just as Guanhai was about to rush towards Yang Haiwan, he saw the muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Suppressing his discomfort, Guanhai looked at Shen Jun and pleaded, Could I make a phone call? I need backup from the team. Wang Chong, put the gun away. Upon receiving the order, Wang Chang and the others immediately put down their guns. Thank you, thank you. Guan Hai quickly expressed his gratitude, then took out his phone and started making a call. While Wei Xianming was on the phone, Shen Jun looked at him suspiciously and asked, "How did you know about the mental hospital selling organs? They shouldn't have let you leave your room, right?" Wei Xianming immediately replied, "This mental hospital isn't a real mental hospital at all. It's a small prison. Very few of the people who get in are actually mentally ill. They're all people who have offended the Tenglong group. Several people who are already imprisoned here witnessed them carrying away the corpse." Shen Jun, this is getting interesting. No, it's really interesting. I initially thought this mental hospital only used violence to treat patients, but I never expected there to be such interesting things inside. It truly broadened his horizons. But, Tenglong Group? Shen Jun took out his phone and did a quick search for the Tenglong Group. Shen Jun was quite surprised when he saw it. Tenglong Group Company Limited, hereinafter referred to as Tenglong Group, was registered and established by Zhou Tsang on April 13, 1999, with a registered capital of 490 million renminbi and a paid-in capital of 187 million renminbi. The group's business has successively involved hydropower development, highway construction, mining, clean energy, high-tech environmental protection, resource development, and infrastructure construction. The company has investments in multiple sectors including environmental protection, land development, department stores, chemical industry, biomedicine, tourism development, food and beverage, bioengineering, and communications and media. It has also invested in several mining companies in Australia and America. Although Tenglong Group is not listed, after so many years of development, financial experts have given it a valuation of 51 billion renminbi. This valuation makes it a behemoth in the Tianfu region. This behemoth, spanning so many industries, speaks volumes about its power. If we really take action against this group, I wonder if Guan Hai can withstand it. Of course, another possibility is that the Tenglong Group is looking for a scapegoat to take all the blame. By then, it'll be a win-win situation for everyone. 5 p.m. As soon as more than a dozen police cars pulled up in front of the mental hospital, Yang Haiwan collapsed to the ground. The young men and women following behind her were also trembling with fear. They knew exactly what they had done. They thought these people were only here to investigate Wei Xianwei, but they never expected. Immediately seal off the entire Boai mental hospital, then take everyone away. Don't touch anything inside. Do you understand? Clear. After giving orders to everyone, a middle-aged policeman immediately walked towards Shen Jun. Director Huang. Director Huang. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, both Guan Hai and the men standing behind him instantly became excited. The person who can stand up for them has finally arrived. Even a clay figure has some temper, let alone these frontline investigators. Having been held at gunpoint for so long, they certainly weren't going to let it go. Only, things seem to have gone beyond their expectations. Captain Wang, what brings you here? And who is this? The middle-aged policeman ignored Guan Hai and his group as he approached the crowd, as if he hadn't heard them calling him at all, and instead asked Wang Chang directly. Although the middle-aged man was speaking to Wang Chang, his gaze remained fixed on Shen Jun. Guan Hai. Others. Although they already knew Wang Chang's background, their hearts sank when they heard Director Huang being so polite to him. They understood that the matter of being held at gunpoint by Wang Chang and his men for so long was essentially over. Wang Chang was somewhat unsure how to answer Director Huang's question, because he genuinely didn't know Shen Jun's identity, but he did know Yu Bin's background. However, there were some things he couldn't say. Just as Wang Chang was feeling somewhat awkward, Yu Bin stepped forward and said to Director Huang, "We're from the GA. Wang Chang is here on my orders to cooperate." Hiss. Yu Bin's words immediately made Guan Hai and the others gasp. Damn it. No wonder they were so adamant. They have GA backing them up. Director Huang was also shocked by Yu Bin's identity. No, it wasn't Yu Bin's identity that shocked me, but Shen Jun's identity. Being able to be protected by GA personnel, then. This young man must have some incredibly powerful background. Seeing the terrified expressions on everyone's faces, Shen Jun smiled and said, "Director Huang, I've truly had an eye-opening experience here today. To think that a mental hospital would be involved in such a horrifying thing as organ trafficking. I wonder how you all manage to work this." Director Huang's face darkened after being rebuked by Shen Jun's words, but with the facts laid bare before him, he didn't even have the confidence to refute them. No need for further words. Director Huang, please arrest Lu Jufeng of the Tenglong Group, Zheng Hu, the mastermind behind this mental hospital, and Zhang Hui immediately and bring them back to the police station. I want to see where they got the audacity to sell organs on this land. Shen Jun said coldly. Yes, I'll assemble a special task force right now. We will not let a single criminal escape. Upon hearing Director Huang's words, Shen Jun said seriously, I hope Director Huang won't disappoint me. Clear. After responding, Director Huang immediately started making phone calls. Shen Jun didn't linger there. He needed to get more accurate information from Wei Xianming. The system only foresaw Wei Xianming's existence, but didn't tell him his specific abilities. He needed to understand this clearly, and he's also very interested in the Tenglong Group. Forcibly confining people to mental hospitals? Organ trafficking? There's something fishy going on here. I wonder how the Tenglong Group will respond to such a shocking case. I can't wait. Watching Shen Jun's departing figure, Guanhai couldn't help but look at Director Huang, who had just finished his call, and asked, Director Huang, Wei Xianming is the most crucial witness in Wei Xianhui's case. Can't we really keep him here? Director Huang shook his head and said, Old Guan, you're a veteran in the police force. Don't you know things others don't? Don't you understand what it means to be protected by the GA? We can't stop them from doing what they want. But, just as Guanhai was about to say something more, Director Huang waved him off. Seeing Guanhai's bewildered expression, Director Huang said solemnly, Old Guan, I remember you had a case from 1.5 years ago that you still haven't solved. Upon hearing this, Guanhai's expression turned even more grim. Director Huang remembers correctly, it's been 1 year and 7 months. I remember that case very clearly. All of the deceased's organs were removed, and they were removed while the body was still alive, but no useful evidence was left on the deceased. The organ harvesting was carried out by highly professional personnel, leaving absolutely no trace. The only possible clue was that the deceased had some financial ties with the Tenglong Group, but after 3 months of in-depth investigation, the Tenglong Group's actions were airtight, and given their influence in the area, the case was ultimately shelved. At this point, Guanhai suddenly realized something and looked at Director Huang with surprise, saying, You mean? Director Huang chuckled lightly and then slowly said, You and I both know what kind of company Tenglong Group is. Even if you had found out that the case was related to them, so what? This behemoth is not something you or I can touch. But now that we have this mental hospital as evidence, we can test the waters. If they throw out a scapegoat, that young master probably won't agree. Guanhai, suppressing his joy, said, I understand. I'll go and bring Lu Jufeng, Zheng Hu, and Zhang Hui back right now. Yes, go ahead. Don't worry about anything else. I'll handle any pressure. Besides, I think we should be able to see that young master again soon. Yes! Chengdu, Galaxy Villa District. Upon arriving in the living room, Shen Jun waved for Yu Bin and the others to leave, leaving only Wei Xianming standing alone in the living room. Then Shen Jun smiled at Wei Xianming and said, My surname is Shen. You can call me President Shen or Mr. Shen. Now you can tell me about your situation. Wei Xianming asked hesitantly, President Shen, are you sure you want to fight against the entire Tenglong Group for my sake alone? Tenglong Group. Shen Jun scoffed. Just an ant that can be crushed with a flick of the wrist. Wei Xianming. Although I know that this Mr. Shen has a very important background, isn't this a bit too pretentious? That's a behemoth valued at over 50 billion. Even if it's at the very top, there should be some reason needed to change it, right? But when he thought about how Wang Chang and his men were able to carry guns, Wei Xianming ultimately didn't dare to refute that statement. He couldn't possibly guess who in the country would be allowed to carry a gun out in public. After a moment's thought, Wei Xianming slowly spoke, Since President Shen went out of his way to find me and knows that I have special abilities in finance, he must have researched me beforehand. Hearing this, Shen Jun calmly said, There's no need to test me. Although I know a little about you, it's not much. I also only have a vague understanding of your abilities, but there's one thing. Wei Xianming's expression instantly turned tense. Seeing Wei Xianming's sudden change in expression, Shen Jun said casually, Since I found you, you've had no other choice. No one can take you away from me, not even the Heavenly King himself. Is President Shen really that confident? even if my ability is to foresee the future. Wei Xianming felt as if the taut string in his heart had snapped, and he suddenly became resolute. Wei Xianming's words struck Shen Jun like a bolt from the blue, freezing his calm expression for a moment. Looking up at Wei Xianming's figure, Shen Jun couldn't believe that there was actually someone in this world just like him. How's that possible? How's that possible? Does that mean the other side also has a system? No, that's not right. No, that's not right. Shen Jun quickly realized what was happening. Wei Xianming was still testing him. If this person truly possessed that ability, how could they have fallen to such a state? The system specifically warned Shen Jun when he encountered danger. In other words, even if Wei Xianming truly possessed that ability, it was because he had been castrated. Shen Jun glanced at Wei Xianming, whose body was trembling slightly, and sneered, "Predict the future? Then try to predict whether you'll be able to walk out of this villa today." Before Wei Xianming could react, Shen Jun stood up, walked to the door, and said to Wang Chang, "Give me your pistol." Although Wang Chang didn't understand what Shen Jun wanted to do, he still handed the pistol from his waist to Shen Jun immediately. After retrieving the pistol, Shen Jun returned to the living room. As Wei Xianming stared in disbelief, Shen Jun raised his gun, pointing it at him mockingly. "Let's not worry about whether you can even leave this villa. Now, predict which leg I'm going to shoot. If you're right, I'll give you whatever you want. If you're wrong, well, there's nothing more to say. After all, if I can find you, I can only find someone else just like you. Mr. Shinyu, tell me which leg I'm going to hit right now or you'll be dead." Shen Jun interrupted Wei Xianming. I. Wei Xianming was immediately terrified. He never expected Shen Jun to treat him like this. Isn't what he said engaging? That's predicting the future. Shen Jun clearly knew some of his secret, so why was the other party acting this way? Let him guess which leg Shen Jun will shoot at. How the hell am I supposed to guess that? There's absolutely no answer to this. I'll give you 3 seconds to answer my question. If you guess wrong, don't blame me. With that, Shen Jun pointed the gun at Wei Xianming's head. Realizing that Shen Jun wasn't joking and genuinely intended to shoot him, Wei Xianming's expression instantly changed, and he immediately shouted in alarm. "It's not about predicting the future. It's not about predicting the future. I can't predict the future, but I can sense the changes in the foreign exchange market. There's an opportunity every month, Mr. Shen. This time I'm not lying to you. I really can sense the changes in the foreign exchange market." TSK tisk tisk. Upon hearing this answer, Shen Jun put away his pistol and then looked at Wei Xianming nonchalantly, saying, "Wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier? Why insist on refusing to listen to reason and then having to suffer the consequences?" I. Seeing Shen Jun put away his pistol, Wei Xianming breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to start. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty shot? Who the hell knew you'd turn on him the moment you heard his secret?" He even pointed a gun at his own head and asked people to guess where he was going to be shot? Who the hell could have guessed that? "All right, stop trembling and sit down," Shen Jun said, pointing to the sofa opposite him. "Thank you, Mr. Shen." Wei Xianming walked shakily to the sofa and plopped down on it. It wasn't that he didn't want to be polite, but he genuinely couldn't stand any longer. "My legs felt so weak they didn't even belong to me anymore. When did you discover you had this ability? And since you had this ability, why didn't you earn more money before? You should know the role money plays in today's society," Shen Jun asked softly after Wei Xianming calmed down a bit. "I dare not." Wei Xianming explained with a bitter face. "Actually, I knew about my special situation 5 years ago when I was still in college. One of my roommates was in finance. He started by trading mutual funds, then stocks, then futures, and finally Forex. I only found out about my special ability after I accidentally discovered his Forex trading page. My classmate was losing money trading Forex at the time, and when I saw that page, I immediately had a feeling that the US dollar was going to rise and the Japanese yen was going to fall, or even plummet. I don't know what I was thinking at the time, but after I had that feeling, I immediately told my classmate what I was thinking, and my classmate actually believed me. He even said that it was my sixth sense and that most people who play this game for the first time will make money. Then he followed my advice and started operating. In just one day, he earned 100,000 yuan. After receiving the money, he immediately transferred 50,000 yuan to me. At first, I didn't agree, But he insisted, and since I really didn't have the money at the time, I finally accepted it. Shen Jun. Ignorance is bliss. He was utterly speechless that such a big thing had been told to others so easily. Outrageous. If it weren't for the timing, he would already be pointing his finger at Wei Xianming and calling him an idiot. Although Shen Jun thought so, he didn't interrupt Wei Xianming. He knew that this guy had been holding it in for too long and needed to release some pressure. Wei Xianming, unaware of Shen Jun's thoughts, continued recounting his story. But ever since that day, my classmate has been asking me for advice, saying that I am exceptionally talented and that I must make good use of my talents. But after that day, that sudden feeling disappeared. I've tried many times, whether it's in funds, stocks, or futures trading, but I haven't had that feeling. 1 month later, while I was looking at Forex trading data, that feeling returned. At that moment, I realized that I didn't just have a strong sixth sense, I actually had a special ability. Mr. Shen might not believe this, but I was absolutely certain at the time because I frequently read online novels, and I have a high capacity to accept anything related to supernatural abilities or systems. I then personally verified it, and it turned out just as I expected. I really did earn 50,000 yuan that time, but I didn't dare tell anyone. I was afraid that if people discovered I had this special ability, they would arrest me. I don't even dare to earn too much money because my classmate still asks me from time to time what I think about the Forex market. If I really made a lot of money, my classmate would definitely come looking for me. As Wei Xianming finished speaking, Shen Jun was once again shocked by his stupidity. He was just a classmate, and he actually ruined his special ability? Just like that? Even a complete idiot wouldn't do something like this, right? Couldn't he just make a lot of money and then cut off all contact with that classmate? Of course, you could also just cut off all contact and then go make a fortune. If he just moves to a different place, who would be able to find him? If it doesn't work domestically, go abroad. The world is so big, where can't you go if you have money? Of course, Shen Jun could understand his thoughts. Feeling guilty and afraid. People who have secrets have an unspeakable sense of vigilance towards everything around them. For someone who is prone to overthinking, that sense of vigilance can be overwhelming. Just like how people who have taken out online loans are most afraid of others looking through their phones. Because you never know when the payment reminder text message will arrive. What Wei Xianming was worried about was that his classmate might suddenly lose contact with him and then tell others about his situation. What if those people become interested in him and come looking for him? What if one of those people is a villain who wants to kidnap him? What if someone reports his story to the authorities and then the authorities arrest him? These are all unpredictable factors, which makes it impossible for him not to worry. This is the pressure that secrets put on sensitive people. But is the truth really as he thought? Shen Jun didn't know, but if he were Wei Xianming, he definitely wouldn't care about that so-called classmate. Just like the things he himself did. But people are different. He could understand Wei Xianming's ideas, but he just didn't agree with them. But is it possible that Wei Xianming himself didn't care about such a luxurious lifestyle? Not everyone enjoys the life of a beautiful woman in one's lap while wielding power over the world. There will always be a small group of people in this world who have no desires or wants. Only, is Wei Xianming really that kind of person? How much does your sister know about you? And what's the deal with Zhanghui? Shen Jun asked softly. She doesn't know much. Wei Xianming sighed before explaining, our parents died early, and my sister and I have depended on each other since we were little. After I discovered my ability, I earned tens of thousands of yuan every month from the foreign exchange market to cover all the expenses for my sister and me. Every time my younger sister asked me where I made my money, I would say I made it by buying stocks and funds with friends. At the time, she was young and easily fooled, and she never suspected anything. But as time went by and she grew up, she began to doubt my methods of making money. Stock funds can indeed make money, but no one can consistently profit from them, or rather, only 1 in 100 can. For me to consistently make money from stock funds for many years, with a stable amount of tens of thousands, is clearly impossible. So she tried every possible way to test me. But since I raised her, it was no use no matter how much she suspected me, because if I didn't tell her, she wouldn't dare to question me, since all her expenses were paid for by me. Life would have been fine like this. Although my family isn't super rich, we're considered middle class in Chengdu, and I don't need to work every single day. I'm quite content. At this point, Wei Xianming paused, perhaps because he had talked too much and was a little thirsty. He then turned his gaze to the bottled water on the table. "Drink up," Shen Jun said casually. "Thank you, Mr. Shen." Wei Xianming said his thanks and then picked up the mineral water and drank it. He didn't feel better until he finished the whole bottle. Then Wei Xianming brought up Zhang Hui and Wei Xianhui's matter again. Zhang Hui is an employee of Tenglong Group. President Shen may not know how influential Tenglong Group is in our Rongqing. Let me put it this way. Even the lowest-ranking employee of Tenglong Group is a hot commodity in the matchmaking market. Those picky parents lower their standards considerably when dealing with employees of Tenglong Group. My sister and Zhang Hui met at a friend's gathering, and they started dating less than a month after meeting and got married less than 6 months later. At the time, I didn't take it seriously. After all, my sister was already 22 years old, and Zhang Hui had a good job. Getting married early wasn't a big deal. But what I didn't expect was that not long after they got married, my sister told that beast Zhang Hui everything she knew. After Zhang Hui learned of this, he immediately realized something was wrong with me. There are no undefeated champions in the A-share market, let alone those who can earn tens of thousands of yuan every month. So this B************ D started harassing me with my sister. At first, I didn't say anything and didn't want to talk to them, because I knew the consequences of this being leaked, and I didn't want to be locked up somewhere for the rest of my life and never be able to get out. But after Zhang Hui made sure I wouldn't say anything, that beast immediately started threatening me with my sister's life, and I don't know if my sister had lost her mind or what. She even went so far as to cooperate with Zhang Hui in planning a whole scheme, claiming she was pregnant. She said that if I didn't tell them my way of making money, it would be like driving her and the baby in her womb to their deaths. But no matter what they did, I wouldn't tell them, because I knew what kind of harm my secret would cause us. Finally, having no other choice, Zhang Hui told his superior, Lu Junfeng, everything he knew. Unlike Zhang Hui, Lu Junfeng was a particularly ruthless person. After he learned the news, he immediately kidnapped my sister and filmed a video of her being tortured, which he then showed to me by Zhang Hui. Even so, I still didn't say a word. Finally, in a fit of rage, that guy forcibly took me from my house and then had my sister killed in front of me. But for some reason, even after killing my sister, he didn't torture me. Until 10 days ago, it seemed that Lu Junfeng had given up on investigating my secrets and then had Zhang Hui bring me here and lock me up. It was only here that I realized Lu Junfeng hadn't given up on getting secrets from me. Instead, he wanted to control me with those psychotropic drugs to get what they wanted. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun gave Wei Xianming a deep look. This guy's got something going on. There are still huge problems. Living together with her younger sister, relying on each other for survival? Did he raise his sister? My sister is pregnant and she's threatening to kill herself, but I still won't tell her? And then you watched your sister get killed and said nothing? Isn't it absurd and awkward to put all these situations together? There should be a limit to fear, right? Couldn't he have told Lu Junfeng a lie? What use is a secret when you're about to lose your life? Moreover, his tone was somewhat too calm when he talked about this. This is very wrong. Furthermore, since he already knew that Wei Xianhui had been kidnapped and even tortured, why didn't he call the police? Okay, even if he was genuinely worried about Wei Xianhui's safety and didn't dare call the police, why didn't he hire some bodyguards to protect himself? Knowing full well that Lu Junfeng was a ruthless person, why didn't he take any precautions? Is this how a normal person should react when facing danger? What's the story behind Lu Junfeng? Even if he didn't value human life, he shouldn't have just killed Wei Xianhui like that, right? What benefit would that bring him? According to Wei Xianming, even when Wei Xianhui threatened him with her life, he didn't reveal the secret. So, wasn't Lu Junfeng's killing of Wei Xianhui pointless? This doesn't make sense. Or did Lu Junfeng not believe that Wei Xianming didn't care about Wei Xianhui? But Zhang Hui couldn't possibly keep this from Lu Junfeng. In that instant, Shen Jun thought of many things. There were just too many suspicious points and loopholes in Wei Xianming's words, so many that Shen Jun couldn't ignore them even if he wanted to. This person seemed to think he was a fool. However, Shen Jun was not in a hurry, not at all. As soon as Shen Jun sees Lu Junfeng and Zhang Hui, he will make them tell him everything. If Wei Xianming is involved in this. Although the matter concerning Wei Xianming is somewhat complicated, one thing is certain: it's information predicted by the system. If he hadn't come today, Wei Xianming would have been driven to a mental breakdown and committed suicide by 8 p.m. Given Wei Xianming's current personality, Shen Jun became somewhat curious about Yang Haiwan. Or perhaps he was simply curious about the methods used in mental hospitals. How ruthless must one be to torture Wei Xianming to the point of collapse and suicide? The Tenglong group is truly teeming with talent. After learning everything, Shen Jun looked at Wei Xianming and asked the most important question. Did you take advantage of the opportunities you anticipated in the Forex market this month? Not yet, not yet. Wei Xianming instinctively wanted to deny it, but he immediately realized what he meant. It's only October 2nd today, and he's been locked up in a mental hospital for so many days. How could he possibly have used up his premonition? In other words, the other party was testing him, and he fell for it. Upon hearing Wei Xianming's words, Shen Jun suddenly burst out laughing. Was his mouth faster than his heart? Was it intentional or unintentional? Wei Xianming, you're quite something. Using me as a pawn? You're very clever. Wei Xianming's face turned pale instantly. He knew he had made a mistake, and he didn't even have a chance to make amends. But since things had come to this, he had nothing more to say. Regardless, as long as the other party covets his abilities, at least his life is safe. When is the time you have a premonition? Shen Jun asked casually, brandishing his pistol. Wei Xianming took a deep breath and whispered, tomorrow. TSK tisk tisk. Shen Jun sneered, it seems you really desperately want to save your life. Wei Xianming said with a bitter expression, I never expected someone like you to come looking for me. Say no more. Go see your brother-in-law and Lu Jufeng. I want to see just how many lies you've told me. After saying that, Shen Jun got up and walked out the door. Watching Shen Jun's retreating figure, Wei Xianming's expression tightened. After hesitating for a moment, he finally stood up and followed him. Noticing Wei Xianming's actions, Shen Jun's lips curled up slightly. He was given a chance, but he didn't take it. That's understandable, though. Even though I have my back to him, the truth is in his hands right now, so it's reasonable that I don't dare to move. After all, a gun is fast from 7 paces away. Within 7 paces, it is both accurate and fast. Young Master Jun. Upon seeing Shen Jun emerge from the villa, Yu Bin and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although Shen Jun had a gun, they were still very worried. Because there are too many uncertainties. They weren't so worried if Shen Jun didn't have a gun. Keep an eye on him. Without my orders, this man will never be free again, Shen Jun instructed Yu Bin, pointing at Wei Xianming. Understood. Yu Bin nodded emphatically. Let's go to the police station. Yes. Chengdu Police Station. Interrogation room. Officer Guan, I've already said that Boai Mental Hospital has really nothing to do with me. At most, I just contributed some money. You can't say that investing is a crime, can you? A young man, whose hands and body were chained to a chair, asked impatiently. Lu Jufeng, since we've brought you to the interrogation room, it means we have some evidence. You yourself said you could try to get leniency, but stubbornly continuing won't end well, Guan Hai said coldly, sitting directly opposite Lu Jufeng. Officer, I don't know what you're talking about. I go to get off work and leave work normally every day. At most, I might have a few drinks and sing karaoke. I haven't done anything else. Lu Jufeng acted nonchalantly, completely unconcerned about the interrogation room he was in. Lu Jufeng, the meaning of some things when I say them is completely different from the meaning when you say them. Guan Hai picked up a stack of documents on the table. This is a list of people you've had conflicts with. Wang Jing, Lu Ninghong, Zhang Luo, Feng Cuihua, Jin Shengjun. Lu Jufeng, do I need to continue? After these people offended you, without exception, they were all locked up in the Boai Mental Hospital. 3 of them even died after entering the hospital. Can you tell me why? Lu Jufeng had a bad feeling when he saw the stack of documents in Guan Hai's hand, and his pupils dilated even more after hearing those names. They were all sent to mental hospitals by their own relatives. If they die, that's the mental hospital's responsibility. What does it have to do with me? Also, Officer Guan, you can't just slander people because I had a little conflict with them, can you? Hee. Guan Hai put down the documents in his hand and said with a cold smile, do you know how I got my hands on these documents? Do you really think that little bit of money you're offering will shut everyone up? This is a case that could cost them their lives. Do you think those people following Yang Haiwan will fight to the death like you? Lu Juanfeng's expression froze. Of course, you can deny all of that, since we really don't have any evidence other than your statements. Upon hearing this, Lu Jufeng did not show any joy on his face. He knew that Guan Hai had not finished speaking. Things went exactly as he expected, except that Guan Hai's next words immediately made his eyes widen. Wei Xianming has been rescued, and his mental state hasn't been driven to the brink of collapse by Yang Haiwan. This means that your act of directing the assassin to kill Wei Xianwei in front of him by a video has been exposed. What? Lu Jufeng glared and shouted, "When did I kill Wei Xianwei? And direct the killing right in front of him by a video? Do you think I'm an idiot? Or do you think you're an idiot?" Upon hearing this, Guan Hai's heart skipped a beat. Just as he had thought, Wei Xianming was not telling the truth. Although Wei Xianming stated with certainty that Lu Jufeng directed the killers to commit murders in front of him by a video, he did not believe it. Because Lu Jufeng would never kill someone in this way unless he was hopelessly stupid. Of course, if Lu Jufeng was truly so stupid as to direct a murder via video, then he wouldn't have spared Wei Xianwei after killing him in front of Wei Xianming. Why not just leave Wei Xianming alive? This whole thing just doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Furthermore, why would Wei Xianming utter such a flawed statement? However, because of Shen Jun, he did not immediately question Wei Xianming after he finished speaking, but waited until now to ask Lu Jufeng. Lu Juanfeng's reaction confirmed his guess. But now is not the time to think about Wei Xianming. He looked at Lu Jufeng and sneered, "You say you didn't kill Wei Xianwei, so you didn't? Wei Xianming has personally identified you and told us everything. Now you'd better confess honestly, or you won't have another chance." "What should I confess?" Lu Juanfeng's face was extremely grim. "I admit that I had Zheng Hui lock Wei Xianming up in the mental hospital, but that was to find out his secret of making money from the stock market. What does that have to do with Wei Xianwei? Then why did you kidnap Wei Xianwei in the first place?" Guan Hai pressed. "Officer Guan, I told you before that I wasn't the one who kidnapped Wei Xianwei, but my subordinate Zhang Hui, who is also Wei Xianhui's husband. Why don't you believe me?" Lu Jufeng said, feeling aggrieved. "Why don't you believe it?" Guan Hai sneered. "Zhang Hui's itinerary that day is crystal clear. He didn't have time to kidnap Wei Xianwei. How can I believe him? That's Wei Xianwei, whom Zhang Hui had kidnapped." Lu Jufeng shouted. Guan Hai shook his head and said, "You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." After saying that, Guan Hai took out his phone and placed it in front of Lu Jufeng. The phone was displaying a video of his conversation with Zhang Hui. "Officer Guan, it was Lu Jufeng who kidnapped my wife, and he even filmed a video of her being tortured, which he asked me to give to Wei Xianming. Then why didn't you call the police?" "I wouldn't dare. Lu Jufeng is ruthless. If I dare to call the police, he'll definitely kill me." "Just because you were afraid, you watched your loved one get killed?" "No, I wasn't. I was on a business trip when my partner was murdered. If the police hadn't notified me, I wouldn't even have known about it." "A business trip? Who sent you on this business trip?" "It was Lu Jufeng. The day before my wife was murdered, Lu Jufeng asked me to go on a business trip to Shanghai. I had just returned to Chengdu when I received your notification that my wife had been killed. Your wife was kidnapped and tortured by Lu Jufeng, yet you still went on a business trip? I dare not refuse, because if I do, Lu Jufeng will definitely kill me." The video ends here. Lu Juanfeng's face also turned pale. "Anything else to say?" Guan Hai asked, his gaze fixed on him. What a clever way I've framed Wei Xianwei. It's really..." Lu Jufeng took a deep breath and whispered, "Wei Xianming." "Wei Xianwei? Zhang Hui? What a brilliant tactic. Truly a brilliant tactic." "What do you mean?" Guan Hai frowned immediately after understanding the implication in Lu Juanfeng's words. "It's meaningless." Lu Jufeng shook his head and said, "Wei Xianwei risked her life to frame me. I admit defeat." Lu Juanfeng's words made Guan Hai frown even more. "To frame him with your life? That's a rather profound statement." Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. The detective sitting to the side immediately opened the door. After seeing Director Huang waving at him from the doorway, Guan Hai suppressed his curiosity and went outside. Director Huang must be well aware of the rule against interrupting during questioning, but the other parties still came to him, which means that something more important has happened. "Director Huang, what can I do for you?" Sure enough, Director Huang nodded. Yang Haiwan has relented. She was the one who handled that unsolved case you had a year and a half ago. What? Director Huang's words struck Guan Hai like a bolt from the blue, making him tremble all over. Director Huang, you said that case was handled by Yang Haiwan? You heard me right. Yang Haiwan herself admitted that she was the one who removed Dong Fei's organs. And it wasn't just Dong Fei. Since the establishment of Bo Ai Mental Hospital, she has removed organs from a total of 53 people, all of whom are documented, Director Huang explained with a grim expression. Guan Hai's scalp tingled instantly. What had he just heard? 53 people? Just Dong Fei alone had almost overwhelmed him, and now 53 people had their organs harvested, and they knew absolutely nothing about it. This. Director Huang, who handed Dong Fei over to Yang Haiwan? After regaining his senses, Guan Hai asked the question he most wanted to know at that moment. It's Lu Jufeng, Director Huang said in a deep voice. Call. Letting out a long breath, Guan Hai, his eyes bloodshot, said, Lu Jufeng alone couldn't have committed such a major crime, could he? Director Huang frankly stated, I have investigated the bank accounts of Lu Jufeng and everyone around him. A distant relative of his has a sum of money deposited into their bank account every month, and the money being deposited into that account is from Imei Biotechnology Company, Limited, a pharmaceutical group under the Tenglong Group. So, this organ trafficking case is inextricably linked to the Tenglong Group? Guan Hai murmured. That's right, or rather, this case was committed by the Tenglong Group. Director Huang nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go arrest them right now. Guan Hai suddenly realized that he knew everything so clearly, so why was Director Huang still here? We can't catch her. Director Huang shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, Yang Haiwan took full responsibility for everything and admitted that it was all done by her, Lu Junfeng and Zheng Hu, and had nothing to do with Tenglong Group. She says it's unrelated, so it's unrelated? Guan Hai exclaimed excitedly, with so much evidence, we can just arrest them. Once we've got them, I refuse to believe we won't find out what's going on. It's no use. Director Huang shook his head again. Yang Haiwan provided all the chat logs and account transaction information. It's all very clear that Yang Haiwan orchestrated everything. The chain of evidence is closed. Where's the money? Guan Hai asked the most important question. What happened to the money Yang Haiwan earned from selling her organs? Her money must have been transferred out, otherwise Lu Jufeng wouldn't have received it. We can start by checking Yang Haijuan's bank transfer records. She lost. Director Huang sighed. And you call yourself a veteran detective? Didn't you think the people behind Yang Haiwan would leave any clues about the money? Every time Yang Haijuan's account reached 10 million, she would immediately go to Las Vegas to gamble and then lose it all. Director Huang's words pierced Guan Hai's chest like a sharp knife. He leaned against the wall, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away. Hee. Lost? Did they lose in Las Vegas? That's really something. How could they possibly investigate whether the money was gambled away openly or not? The Tenglong Group is indeed meticulous in its work. They left not a single clue. After an unknown amount of time, Guan Hai suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. Director Huang, do we have no other way to investigate the Tenglong Group now? Director Huang nodded and said, based solely on evidence, we really have no way to deal with the Tenglong Group. Sensing the implication in Director Huang's words, Guan Hai immediately perked up. What if we don't rely on evidence? Then we'll have to see what that young master who took Wei Xianming away is thinking, Director Huang murmured. Guan Hai's eyes lit up. That's right. How could he have forgotten about that young master? If it were him. Director Huang, someone is looking for you and Captain Guan outside. Suddenly, a uniformed policeman ran over and shouted at the two of them. Upon hearing this, Director Huang and Guan Hai immediately exchanged a glance. The one who can break the deadlock has arrived. Upon entering the police station, Shen Jun casually glanced around before sitting down on a chair, while Yu Bin went to find a police officer to notify Director Huang. Wei Xianming stood motionless against the wall, guarded by the two men. 2 or 3 minutes later, Shen Jun saw Director Huang and Guan Hai rushing over from inside the police station. I was interrogating a prisoner just now. Sorry to have kept you waiting. As he approached, Director Huang immediately extended his hand to Shen Jun politely. Upon hearing the word "you" from Director Huang, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. The other party probably didn't know his identity yet. Although this person had been polite to him before, he would never have been so humble. Excessive enthusiasm always implies an ulterior motive. Shen Jun didn't take it too seriously. Let them have their own agenda, as long as the final result satisfies him. After shaking hands with Director Huang, Shen Jun slowly asked, "How did it go? Did you find anything?" "This." Huang Ju looked troubled. Can't I say?" Shen Jun asked, frowning. "It's not that I can't say, but it's a bit messy, and I don't know how to explain it to you right now," Director Huang said hesitantly. "How messy is it?" Shen Jun asked, slightly curious. After exchanging a glance, Director Huang and Guan Hai stepped forward and began to explain. "Here's the thing, after we brought Lu Jufeng, Zheng Hu, Zheng Hui, and Yang Haiwan back to the police station, we immediately began a surprise interrogation of them. Zheng Hui was the first to confess, saying that Lu Jufeng was responsible for the kidnapping of Wei Xianhui, and he even suspected that Lu Jufeng had ordered Wei Xianhui's murder, but he had no evidence. Then I began interrogating Lu Jufeng. Director Huang personally interrogated Yang Haiwan, and Zheng Hu was interrogated by our colleagues. During interrogation, I suddenly realized that Lu Juanfeng's account didn't match Zheng Hui's at all, and even Wei Xianming's account didn't match. He not only denied kidnapping Wei Xianhui, but also denied killing her." Hearing this, Shen Jun turned his head and glanced at Wei Xianming, who had kept his head down since entering the police station. "Just as I suspected, this guy has been hiding quite a lot." Shen Jun then gestured for Guan Hai to continue. After being reminded, Guan Hai spoke again. "Just when I was struggling with Lu Juanfeng's interrogation, Director Huang broke through Yang Haijuan's defenses. Yang Haiwan confessed, admitting that the Boai mental hospital was involved in organ trafficking, and she also implicated Lu Jufeng and Zheng Hu, saying that they were the ones who did all the organ trafficking." "Shen Jun, is it that fast? Logically, shouldn't such a potentially fatal crime be denied with all one's might? How long did it take for Yang Haiwan to confess? Is she out of her mind? Or was she threatened?" Thinking of this, Shen Jun immediately looked at Director Huang and asked, "Has any conclusive evidence of organ removal been found in the mental hospital?" "No." Director Huang shook his head and explained, "The entire Boai mental hospital has been thoroughly cleaned. Not only are surgical instruments gone, but even blood tests showed nothing. It's as if no one in the entire hospital has ever bled." "Then why did she confess?" Shen Jun asked, puzzled. "Shouldn't she have delayed?" "I don't know." Director Huang shook his head again and said, "I only questioned Yang Haiwan a few times before she confessed immediately. She had already prepared all the evidence, including a list of people whose organs had been harvested, a list of buyers, and even clear records of the transactions." "Shen Jun, this person was way too well prepared. It's as if she was just waiting for the police to arrest her." Before Shen Jun could raise any questions, Director Huang explained again, "Yang Haiwan lost all the money she earned in Las Vegas. We can't even find out where the money she earned from selling organs went from her transaction records. However, a fixed amount of money was deposited into a bank card under the name of a distant relative of Lu Jufeng every month, and the company that made the payments was Imei Biotechnology Company, Limited, a subsidiary of Tenglong Group. Not only Lu Jufeng, but also a distant relative of Zheng Hu and Yang Haiwan received money around the same time. However, Lu Jufeng didn't use the money, while the other two withdrew it immediately after it arrived in their accounts." Shen Jun nodded slightly and asked, "Who bought those organs from Yang Haiwan?" "They're all foreigners. We don't have the authority to investigate them," Director Huang said helplessly. Shen Jun sneered, so well prepared, treating everyone like fools. "Are they deliberately making Yang Haiwan a scapegoat?" "You could say that," Director Huang nodded. "Tsk tisk tisk." Shen Jun exclaimed, "Interesting, truly interesting. These people are incredibly audacious. They're really bold to act without solid evidence," Director Huang sighed. "So you've reached this point and made no further progress?" Shen Jun glanced at the two of them and said irritably. "There's no evidence left," Director Huang said through gritted teeth. "Besides, you might not realize the influence that Tenglong Group has here. Let me put it this way, if I were to openly investigate Imei Biotechnology Company, Limited without any evidence, it wouldn't be long before someone called me, and I." Shen Jun asked curiously, "Has this happened before?" Upon hearing this, Guan Hai immediately stepped forward and explained, "Just now, Yang Haiwan mentioned a case she committed a year and a half ago. We suspected the Tenglong group at the time, but under pressure, the case was dropped." "Pressure? Just let it go." Shen Jun pressed, "Who put pressure on you?" "This." Guan Hai and Director Huang exchanged a glance, but neither dared to speak. "Speak." Shen Jun sneered. "Please don't ask anymore, it won't do any good even if we tell you it's really." Guan Hai pleaded with a bitter face. "I know you have a powerful background, but the person who spoke to us is also very influential. We really can't afford to offend them," Director Huang stammered, not daring to say more. Seeing this, Shen Jun's curiosity was piqued once again. Director Huang's status is not low. For him to say something like that, the other party must indeed be someone of importance. But is this something people like them would say? Recalling Huang Ju's attitude towards him when they first met, Shen Jun smiled slightly. "Are you planning to use him as a pawn?" But you know what? He just couldn't suppress his curiosity. Moreover, this matter involves Wei Xianming. The person recommended by the system must be very useful. He needs to investigate everything thoroughly before he can confidently use them otherwise. Seeing the two people's expressions, which seemed worried but were actually expectant, Shen Jun said softly, "I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Shen, and my name is Shen Jun." While Director Huang and Guan Hai looked on with puzzled expressions, Yubin stepped forward and said, "You don't need to know too much about young Master Jun's background. Just know one thing, even the highest-ranking person in your Tianfu has to address him as young Master Jun," with a smile. Director Huang. "Guan Hai? What is that? What the hell did they hear? Young Master Jun? Can ancient terms still be used in modern times? No, no, no. Highest. Holy crap." After they realized what was happening, the two of them immediately trembled with fear. "Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Is this a joke?" But considering Yubin's identity, neither of them dared to voice their doubts. "Damn, this guy is definitely protected by GA, government security, personnel. I've really learned something new." But Director Huang glanced at Guan Hai again, while Guan Hai was staring intently at Director Huang. After hesitating for a long time, Director Huang finally stepped forward and said, "What if I said it was that young master of that place who put pressure on us?" "Shen Jun? What the heck? That's young master? How is that possible? Would someone like that bother to make a fuss over such a trivial matter concerning the Tenglong group? Are you kidding me? You don't use firecrackers to kill mosquitoes like that, do you? Even if he really does have deep ties to the Tenglong group, couldn't he at least have his subordinates put in a word for him? Going on stage personally, wouldn't that give them ammunition against me? Or is it?" Seeing their tense expressions, Shen Jun asked seriously, "Did he personally exert pressure on you, or did he send a message through someone else?" Director Huang and Guan Hai's expression stiffened. After hesitating for a long time, Director Huang finally swallowed and said, "It was a message relayed to us by someone else." Upon hearing this, Shen Jun sneered, "You two are really bold. What were you thinking? You actually intend for me to confront that person head-on?" "We," Guan Hai said sheepishly, trying to sound tough, but in the end, it was him who put pressure on us. "It's true, Mr. Shen, you must believe us." Director Huang echoed. Hearing this, Shen Jun sneered and said, "Then let's start investigating IMA Biotechnology Company, Limited. I'd like to see if they actually send someone to call you later." This, we. Shen Jun's words immediately put the two of them in a difficult situation. They weren't sure if the person in front of them could protect them if they actually took action. What if the other party backs out after we've taken action? By then, their road will have come to an end. Look at you two, so pathetic. Seeing that the two didn't even dare to speak, Shen Jun glared at them impatiently before turning to Yubin and saying, "Have Wang Chang and the others investigate that so-called IMA Biotechnology Company, Limited." Understood. Yubin nodded immediately in response. Shen Jun then turned to Director Huang and Guan Hai again and said, "I've found someone to take the blame. Can you go now? Please rest assured, Mr. Shen, we will definitely not let any suspicious person go unpunished." Guan Hai replied excitedly before Director Huang could speak. Director Huang nodded slightly and said, "I'm sorry to have troubled you, Mr. Shen. I really had no choice. Don't waste my breath. I just want results. If you can't find anything out, don't blame me for being impolite." Shen Jun sneered. Understood. The two nodded emphatically immediately. They were fully aware of the consequences of finding nothing through investigation. They provided all the information, and if they really can't find anything out, Shen Jun won't let them off the hook. Even a clay figure has some temper, let alone a young master like him. By the way, Mr. Shin, there are still many suspicious points about Wei Xianming and Wei Xianhui's case. What do you think? Just as Shen Jun was about to return to where he had been sitting, Guan Hai suddenly pointed at Wei Xianming and asked. Shen Jun turned to look at Wei Xianming, who was crouching down, too afraid to move. After a moment's thought, he ordered, "Leave me someone who knows everything about Wei Xianhui's cases. I want to question Lu Jufeng and his men myself." Understood. Guan Hai replied and ran into the police station. Director Huang then turned to Shen Jun and asked, "Mr. Shin, please continue your investigation. I'll go arrange the personnel." "Go ahead," Shen Jun said, waving his hand. Director Huang immediately turned and left. He was now eager to personally go to Imei Biotechnology Company, Limited, to arrest the people there. Finally, we can take action against the Tenglong group. Not long after, Guan Hai led a young man in a police uniform to Shen Jun. "Mr. Shin, this is Cheng Qian. I've been working with him on Wei Xianhui's case. Please feel free to ask him any questions." "Okay, you go ahead and get busy," Shen Jun nodded. "Yes." Guan Hai immediately turned and left. He couldn't resist investigating a case that even Director Huang couldn't help but investigate. They have harbored resentment towards the Tenglong group for a long time. If it weren't for the sheer size and powerful connections of the Tenglong group, their actions in the area would have warranted execution. After Guan Hai left, Shen Jun turned his gaze to Wei Xianming and said coldly, "Wei Xianming, you still have a chance to explain yourself to me. If I wait until I find out the truth myself, you'll probably never be free again." Cheng Qian. Damn, what kind of outrageous language is this? Is it really appropriate to say that in front of a policeman? Isn't that a bit too disrespectful of him? But when Cheng Qian thought of Guan Hai's instructions, he immediately lowered his head. If we don't take him seriously, then we don't. If such a powerful figure really sets his sights on him, he probably won't have a good ending. It's best to just stay out of sight of others. After hearing Shen Jun's words, Wei Xianming slowly raised his head. Seeing his tear-streaked face, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. What's wrong with this guy? How can a grown man suddenly burst into tears? Before Shen Jun could ask, Wei Xianming choked out, "President Shen, no. It's not that I didn't want to say, but it's. And what is it?" Shen Jun couldn't help but ask. "This guy's halting speech is driving me crazy." Wei Xianming did not continue to explain, but instead glanced at Cheng Qian standing to the side. Cheng Qian, being quite perceptive, immediately suggested, "Mr. Shen, why don't you go to Wei Xianming's office and have a chat? Lead the way. This way, please." Inside the office, Shen Jun sat in a chair, Yubin stood beside him, and Wei Xianming stood opposite him. After leading the group to his office, Cheng Qian left. "Tell me, what's the real situation with your sister, and why are you lying to me?" Shen Jun asked coldly. This time, Wei Xianming didn't hesitate and immediately said, "President Shen, let me tell you a story." "I'm all ears." To be honest, Shen Jun really wanted to hear what kind of story Wei Xianming had to tell. 20 years ago, a couple came to Chengdu from a remote village with their 2 children to make a living. The couple were honest people who lived an honest life. After arriving in Chengdu, one of them worked on a construction site and the other worked as a kitchen helper in a small restaurant. After several years of hard work, the couple used their savings to buy an apartment in an old neighborhood in the suburbs of Chengdu. Although the apartment was small and dilapidated, it was finally a home of their own for the couple who had come from the countryside to the city. The couple's 2 children are also very accomplished. Their son has always been among the top 3 in his class since he was little, and although their daughter's grades aren't as good as her brother's, she still ranks in the top 10. The couple feels very content with their lives. As if by divine intervention, the old neighborhood where the couple had bought was suddenly slated for demolition. This unexpected good news sent the whole family into a frenzy. According to the documents issued by the authorities, if their house was demolished, they would receive 2 100-square-meter apartments and 3 million yuan in compensation. The couple wholeheartedly agreed to this condition, and they had no reason to disagree, since the compensation they would receive from the demolition was more money than they could earn in a lifetime or even 2 lifetimes. But things weren't that simple. The documents issued from above were just documents. Their actual implementation became complicated. For some reason, when the couple went to sign them, the demolition compensation changed from two 100-square-meter apartments to 190-square-meter apartment, and the promised 3 million yuan compensation was reduced to 300,000 yuan. The difference was too great, and the couple simply could not accept it. Of course, it wasn't just the couple who felt this way. Other residents in the same community also couldn't accept it. Subsequently, someone stepped forward and led everyone in the community to report the matter to higher authorities, but no one paid any attention to them. No matter how they reacted, no one took notice. The staff who came to handle the demolition were very assertive. They told everyone in the community that they either had to sign a confirmation document, or if they didn't sign, it was fine because there was a time limit set by a document issued from above. Once the time was up, they would carry out a forced demolition. Just when everyone was in despair, the former leader came up with an idea. He planned to take a few people to Kyoto to petition the government. Since it concerned their own interests, the vast majority of homeowners in the community agreed with the leader's idea, including the couple. However, the night before everyone was scheduled to petition, an unexpected incident occurred. That evening, the residents of the community were discussing who should go to Kyoto to petition. After all, there were too many residents in the community, and it was not realistic for them all to go to Kyoto. Therefore, the leader decided to have everyone draw lots to decide who would go. Just after everyone finished drawing lots to determine the candidates, more than 20 men in black, wielding machetes and iron bars, rushed in. Without saying a word, they attacked everyone as soon as they entered. They seemed to know who had drawn the petitioning lottery, and they focused their attacks on those people. After they finished beating them, 2 of them died on the spot, and 3 others died in the hospital from their injuries. Among the 5 who died was the husband of the couple. Before the residents could call the police to arrest the perpetrators, the 5 men who assaulted the residents turned themselves into the police station. Because the evidence was conclusive, the court quickly issued a verdict. Since they surrendered themselves, none of the 5 were sentenced to death. All received life imprisonment. At this point, all the residents in the community were terrified. These people were too ruthless and didn't care about human life at all. So the vast majority of residents signed the very unfair demolition agreement, but some people didn't sign, including the wife of a couple. She had no other intention than to seek justice for her husband. However, 3 days later, on her way to petition the authorities, she was struck and killed by a truck without license plates. The driver was terminally ill and penniless, and the 2 children received no compensation whatsoever. Wei Xianming spoke very calmly, as if an outsider were telling a story, recounting everything he knew in one go. Not only does it fail to evoke emotions in the listener, it also makes them feel that the matter is not a big deal. Just as Shen Jun didn't feel that this family was particularly tragic at this moment. He had heard and even seen far too many stories like this. A quick online search reveals countless people far more pitiful than this family. You won't know the pain until you're hit on the head. What happened next? Shen Jun asked softly. The rest is simple. Wei Xianming's voice remained completely flat. After the couple died, their son signed the demolition agreement and received the house and money. When the 2 children grew up, they began to investigate what happened back then. The 2 men easily uncovered the truth, as the other party made no attempt to cover it up. The company responsible for the demolition at the time was none other than the current Tenglong group. Subsequently, the 2 men began their revenge plan. It's not really a plan, because against a behemoth like the Tenglong group, no amount of planning would be useful. Given their strength, unless they've offended some incredibly powerful figure or their backer has fallen, they're practically invincible here. Until, at this point, Wei Xianming turned his gaze to Yu Bin, who was standing next to Shen Jun. Shen Jun didn't speak, he just waved to Yu Bin. Yu Bin immediately turned and walked out of the office. After Yu Bin left, Wei Xianming continued, I don't know if it was a blessing from heaven or something else, but one day that young man suddenly had a premonition, just like his ability to predict foreign exchange market trends. That premonition led him to Zhanghui and also made him aware of the Boai mental hospital. Phew. Shen Jun let out a long breath, and looking at Wei Xianming, he asked softly, a premonition or a hint? Upon hearing this, Wei Xianming gave Shen Jun a deep look and said, it's a hint. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Shen Jun slowly closed his eyes. He knew it. He knew Wei Xianming was no ordinary person. What a load of rubbish. That's all nonsense. Even if he were reborn with a system, he still wouldn't believe in so-called special abilities. He'd rather believe that Wei Xianming also had a system than believe in any so-called special abilities. The system replaced Wei Xianming with two individuals who, with only slight advancement, could manipulate events in America. How could this Wei Xianming possibly only be able to predict foreign exchange market trends? It's not that Shen Jun thinks the foreign exchange market is unimportant, but rather, the two are not even in the same league. Foreign exchange market conditions are indeed important, but America can manipulate them. Given Ethan Haller and Langdon Morgan's backgrounds, if Harry Holland provides them with sufficient support, it's uncertain who will be in charge of America in the future. Trading two such characters for one Wei Xianming is simply ridiculous if Wei Xianming doesn't possess some more important attributes. Continue, Shen Jun said in a low voice. Wei Xianming immediately said, Tenglong Group is indeed very powerful, and its employees are indeed very sought after, but a workplace is a workplace. There are senior and middle-level managers, as well as junior and senior levels. How to describe Zhang Hui? In terms of his job, he was a low-level employee in the Tenglong Group, but he was also Lu Juanfeng's subordinate. In Lu Juanfeng's eyes, there was no difference between low-level and bottom-level employees. They were all people who could be bullied and humiliated at any time. At Tenglong Group, Zhang Hui was humiliated by Lu Jufeng to his face more than once. When they were outside, Lu Jufeng even made him lie down next to the car as a stepping stone. It could be said that he was not even as good as a dog at Tenglong Group. However, because of his poor family background and his mother's serious illness, Zhang Hui valued this job too much and thus endured all the humiliation. However, after the young man received the prompt in his mind and found Zhang Hui's mother happened to have passed away 3 days earlier. Without the restrictions, and feeling a sense of sympathy for each other after they met, Zhang Hui told the young man everything he knew. But it seems that this world is like a rope that always breaks at its weakest point, and misfortune always finds those who are unfortunate. Just as the young man was thinking about how to take revenge after learning about Bo Ai Mental Hospital through Zhang Hui, his sister was suddenly diagnosed with cancer, and it was already in its late stage, with no chance of survival whatsoever. The young man originally planned to save his sister's life first and then take revenge, but his sister said that since she was going to die anyway, she might as well use her life to set a trap for Lu Junfeng. The young man was reluctant to agree, but he couldn't resist his sister's persistent pleas. She said that even if she died, she couldn't die in vain. She wanted to avenge their parents. The young man had no choice but to agree to his sister's request in the end. The young man then conspired with Zhang Hui to stage a major scheme, a scheme that could kill Lu Jufeng. The plan was to first have his sister marry Zhang Hui, and then have Zhang Hui reveal to Lu Jufeng the young man's ability to consistently make money from the stock market. Zhang Hui knew Lu Jufeng all too well. He knew that if the other party couldn't get any information from the young man, he would turn his attention to Lu Juanfeng's sister. And things unfolded exactly as they had predicted. Lu Jufeng had indeed fallen for their trap. He actually kidnapped his sister and even recorded a video of her being tortured, which he asked Zhang Hui to give to the young man, hoping to use the video to force him to talk. However, instead of the young man speaking, he received news of his sister's death. Hearing this, Shen Jun frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Who killed my sister?" "It's Zhang Hui," Wei Xianming murmured. Who would have thought that Zhang Hui also had cancer, and in its late stages, with symptoms exactly the same as his sister's? Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. What did those words mean? Exactly the same symptoms? How is that possible? Or is it the system? Thinking of something, Shen Jun spoke again. Since you already knew about Lu Jufeng and the Bo Ai Mental Hospital, why didn't you call the police? Organ trafficking is a crime that could get Lu Jufeng sentenced to death. It seems Mr. Shen didn't understand my story. Wei Xianming said expressionlessly, "My target for revenge is the entire Tenglong Group." Lu Jufeng? Who does he think he is? So, you need to get into Bo Ai Mental Hospital through Lu Jufeng? Did you do this after being prompted? Shen Jun didn't care about Wei Xianming's impolite words, because his suspicions were about to be confirmed. Yes. Wei Xianming nodded. I received a notification. As long as I enter the Bo AI mental hospital and stay there for a period of time, someone will step in to avenge me and the entire Tenglong group will be wiped out. With a long sigh, Shen Jun understood everything. He was all too familiar with this tactic. I know it so well, it's almost unbelievable. I'd give my life for it. No one will get involved until the very last step. But, have you had a medical checkup recently? Shen Jun asked in a low voice. President Shen, don't worry, I still have another year or two to live, enough to repay your kindness, Wei Xianming said calmly. Sure enough, Wei Xianming was also about to die. This system really left him speechless. We must proceed cautiously, step by step. Only, why did the system pair him up against the Tenglong group? What benefit would this bring him? Thinking back to what Director Huang had said, Shen Jun gradually understood. The old man's list didn't include anyone from Tianfu, meaning they had no connection with the Shen family. On some levels, the lack of contact implies that the two sides are adversaries. If they are opponents then, do you want to see for yourself how the Tenglong group collapses? Shen Jun asked softly. No need, I believe Mr. Shen can handle it. Wei Xianming shook his head and refused. Then let's go to Shanghai. I hope your abilities in the foreign exchange market won't disappoint me, Shen Jun said, standing up. I will show President Shen my abilities, and I hope President Shen can act quickly, Wei Xianming said, enunciating each word clearly. Hehe. The Shen family chuckled. I told you, the Tenglong group is nothing. We can wipe it out with a flick of our wrist. Zoteng of the Tenglong group is not that simple, Wei Xianming said, frowning. That's none of your business. In a couple of days, you'll see news about Zoteng, and then you'll understand why that thing made you risk your life to find me. After saying that, Shen Jun turned and left the office. Watching Shen Jun's departing figure, Wei Xianming frowned again. He didn't understand what Shen Jun meant. He was someone I risked my life to find? Cancer or Bo AI mental hospital? Could it be that all the clues he sensed were? Yubin, send someone to take Wei Xianming to Tianyun Group in Shanghai. Shen Jun immediately instructed after leaving the office. Understood. Yubin immediately replied. Has Wang Cheng sent any message? Shen Jun asked as he walked out. Not yet. Yubin shook his head and explained. They should have just arrived at Imei Biotechnology Company Limited. Make a call and urge them to come back. Evidence is no longer important. Just arrest them, Shen Jun ordered. Understood, Yubin replied quickly. Although he didn't know what Wei Xianming had said to Shen Jun that made him so impatient, he just needed to obey Shen Jun's orders. The rest was none of his business. Shen Jun had initially wanted to meet Yang Haiwan, but now he was no longer in the mood. I've learned everything about Wei Xianming's situation. Nothing else matters anymore. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Shen Jun called Ding Chengdong, informing him of the stock information for Eli Lilly and Microsoft, and asking him to provide Wei Xianming with $1 billion. He only hung up the phone after receiving a clear answer from Ding Chengdong. Everything is ready. Now we're just waiting for the young master Huang mentioned to take the bait. Imei Biotechnology Company Limited. Police are investigating. Everyone stay put. Just as the employees of Imei Biotechnology Company Limited were working, Wang Cheng led a group of uniformed police officers into the office. Upon seeing this, all the employees who were working were immediately startled. What's going on? What serious crime did they commit that warranted so many fully armed police officers coming to investigate? Officer, what's going on? Our Imei Biotechnology Company Limited is a fully qualified and legitimate company. How could we possibly commit a crime? Just as everyone was stunned, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over with a young man and several security personnel. Don't you understand police procedures? Don't say anything, just cooperate with us, Wang Cheng said sternly. The middle-aged man sized Wang Cheng up and down before asking, do you have a search warrant? Wang Cheng was slightly taken aback. This guy really knew how to ask questions. He genuinely didn't have that kind of thing. Seeing Wang Cheng's stunned expression, the middle-aged man immediately retorted, without a search warrant, I, Tian, cannot cooperate. After speaking, the middle-aged man turned to a young man standing beside him and said, Xiao Zheng, see the guest out. A search warrant? Lao Guan, let our general manager Tian see the search warrant. Just as Wang Cheng was about to make his move, a voice came from behind him. Everyone turned to look and saw Director Huang leading Guanhai and more than a dozen uniformed police officers over. Director Huang? Upon seeing Director Huang's face, the middle-aged man immediately greeted him with a smile. What a stroke of luck. How did you end up at our company, Director Huang? Please come in, Director Huang. Can we discuss this in the meeting room? We have some distinguished guests with us today, and we hope you can give me a little time to entertain them. No need. After saying that, Director Huang had Guanhai show the search warrant to the middle-aged man, and then continued, Now, Mr. Tian, please have all your employees stop what they are doing and cooperate with our investigation. Director Huang, we've known each other for a while now. I really have a distinguished guest to entertain. Could you give me a little time? The middle-aged man pleaded, his face grim. Your IMA Biotechnology Company, Limited, is now involved in a serious criminal case. I don't care who your distinguished guests are, if anything goes wrong, you can't afford the consequences. After saying that, Director Huang nodded to Wang Chang and said, Captain Wang, it's up to you now. Good. With the middle-aged man looking completely bewildered, Wang Chang directly pushed him to the ground. What are you doing? This is violent law enforcement. I'm going to sue you. The middle-aged man shouted loudly after being pinned down. Police brutality? Wang Chang sneered. I now suspect you of illegal organ trafficking. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can be used against you in court. Middle-aged man. Others. Is this person out of their mind? When did this kind of rhetoric even start? And you're saying it now? Is that appropriate? However, Wang Chang ignored these people. After handing the middle-aged man lying on the ground to his men, he immediately ordered, No one is allowed to move. Anyone who moves will be a suspect. And bring your company's finance manager here. The employees looked at each other blankly, still unable to process what had happened. It's one thing for the police to come and investigate, but why was their boss, Mr. Tian, suddenly arrested? Just then, another middle-aged man in a suit and tie led 7 or 8 middle-aged men and women in suits out of the company. Hello, Director Huang. Hello, Captain Guan. Hello, officers. I am Feng Tianji, CEO of Tenglong Group. How can I help you? Upon seeing the newcomer's face, Director Huang and Guanhai were slightly taken aback. Why would this important figure appear at IMA Biotechnology Company Limited? Or has the other party already discovered Yang Haiwan and her group's actions and is now trying to salvage the situation? We're handling a case. Your company has been transferring money to the bank accounts of 3 individuals involved in the case, and we need your company's cooperation in the investigation, Wang Chang said immediately. May I ask what the names of those 3 people involved in the case are? Feng Tianji asked softly with a smile. Wang Chang did not answer the question, but instead turned his gaze to Director Huang and Guanhai. He's just a henchman. The specifics are for these 2 to handle. Seeing Wang Chang's reaction, Feng Tianji also turned his gaze to Director Huang and Guanhai. Guanhai stepped forward and said, These 3 people are Lu Bin, Zhang Tao, and Yang Yanwei. Xiao Zhang, go and investigate whether these 3 people are in the company. If so, immediately prepare all their information and hand it over to Director Huang and Captain Guan. After obtaining the names, Feng Tianji instructed the young man who had been following the middle-aged man. It's Manager Feng. The young man responded and then turned and ran into the company. After giving his instructions, Feng Tianji turned his gaze back to the group and said, Director Huang, Captain Guan, and this officer, our IMA Biotechnology Company Limited will fully cooperate with your investigation. However, the investigation will take a little time. Perhaps you could wait in the conference room for a moment. Director Huang and Captain Guan were immediately put in a difficult situation. The other party was too powerful and very cooperative, which left them with no reason to cause trouble. If Mr. Tian, who was pinned to the ground, were in charge at this moment, IMA Biotechnology Company Limited, they wouldn't have any reservations and could start the investigation immediately. Of course, given their concerns, they wouldn't pin Mr. Tian to the ground like a dog. But the person in front of me, Feng Tianji, the CEO of Tenglong Group, is no small figure. He can get to the top with a single phone call. Without solid evidence, they really don't dare to treat him the same way they treated President Tian. Otherwise, if someone makes a phone call, they'll be in deep trouble. Even someone of Director Huang's status and position has to be worried. After all, there are many people in Chengdu with higher positions than him. However, without Feng Tianji's intervention, he cannot directly search the accounts of Imei Biotechnology Company, Limited. If the other party destroys all the evidence, the consequences. They can't afford it either. Director Huang, Captain Guan, and this officer, I have important guests to entertain, so I won't stay any longer. If you have any questions, just have Xiaozhang handle them. With that, Feng Tianji turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Director Huang and Captain Guan's expressions turned even more grim. If they really managed to get the other side to destroy all the evidence, then they... Just then, Wang Chong's phone suddenly rang. Upon hearing the commotion, Director Huang and Guan Hai immediately turned their attention to Wang Chang. Their reactions were so extreme that even Feng Tianji became curious. He stopped and turned his gaze to Wang Chang. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wang Chang took out his phone and answered the call. Because everyone was unusually quiet at that moment, they could all hear the voice coming from Wang Chang's phone very clearly. Wang Chang, young Master Jun has ordered you to arrest all the mid to high-level executives of Imei Biotechnology Company, Limited, and bring them to the police station. Don't worry about evidence. Director Huang, Guan Hai, Feng Tianji. Others. What the heck? What did they hear? All mid to senior level executives of Imei Biotechnology Company, Limited were arrested and taken to the police station. Don't you even need to worry about evidence? Is this something a human being could say? Are you kidding me? Arresting all these people without any evidence raises serious questions. If problems arise, who will bear the responsibility? Imei Biotechnology Company, Limited is not without backing. The behemoth Tenglong Group is still around. Acting like this is bound to cause serious problems. What exactly is young Master Shen Jun thinking? Isn't he afraid that young Master will come knocking on his door? Very good, I'd like to see. Let's do it. Just as Feng Tianji was speaking with a cold laugh, Wang Chang hung up the phone and shouted, then pounced on Feng Tianji and pinned him to the ground. Before the people following Feng Tianji could react, the other SWAT officers simultaneously tackled them all to the ground. Upon seeing this, Director Huang and Guan Hai were immediately dumbfounded. Is it really that easy? Don't you really care about the other person's identity at all? After exchanging a glance, they both sighed inwardly. The sky has fallen. Having reached this point, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow in Wang Chang's footsteps. There's no way out. Director Huang waved his hand behind him and said, "Seal off Imei Biotechnology Company, Limited, don't let a single person escape. Then bring their finance manager to me." "Yes, sir." The police officers following behind Director Huang responded loudly before getting back to their tasks. "Huang Qiguang, do you know what you're doing?" Although he was pinned to the ground, Feng Tianji still struggled to lift his head and shouted at Director Huang, "What you're doing is illegal. I need to make a phone call. I need to make a phone call right now." Upon hearing this, Director Huang immediately said in a deep voice, "President Feng, this matter is no longer within my control. Let's discuss any issues after we've completed our investigation." "Huang Qiguang, you'll regret this. You'll definitely regret this." Feng Tianji seemed not to understand Director Huang's words and continued to threaten him loudly. Director Huang sighed and ignored the other party. Just as he said, the situation was no longer under his control. Wang Cheng handed Feng Tianji over to another person before slowly standing up. He then looked down at Feng Tianji and said coldly, "Make the call as you like, but remember one thing, stay here quietly and don't move, or don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, Wang Cheng led his men toward the other offices. Feng Tianji was slightly taken aback. What did the other party mean? Can I make any phone calls I want? Isn't this person afraid of retaliation from the Tenglong Group? Or is it that this so-called young Master Jun has a very powerful background? But regardless, he was in the right at this moment, and he had to make that call. And he really wasn't lying. If these people were to recklessly rush into that hall, there would be quite a show to watch. Thinking of this, Feng Tianji's previously unpleasant face suddenly broke into a smile. Inside the police station, Shen Jun was on the phone at that moment. Since the Tenglong Group involves that young master, he needs to contact his backers as soon as possible. Otherwise, when people come knocking on his door, he really won't be able to confront them directly. Of course, Shen Jun wasn't afraid of that young master, but rather worried about that person. The fact that Tenglong Group possesses such formidable strength in Tianfu must be inextricably linked to that person. He needs to prepare in advance. Just as Shen Jun hung up the phone, Yubin's phone suddenly rang. As soon as the call connected, Wang Chang's voice came through. Team Leader Yu, IMA Biotechnology Company, Limited is currently holding an award ceremony. There are several important figures in attendance, including Director Huang's superior. What should we do? Young Master Jun, what do you think? Yubin immediately turned his gaze to Shen Jun. Only arrest the people from IMA Biotechnology Company, Limited. Ignore the others. Tell those big shots that I'm waiting for them in the police station right now, Shen Jun said nonchalantly. Understood. After receiving the exact order, Wang Chang immediately hung up the phone. Yubin put away his phone and continued to stand motionless beside Shen Jun. He heard Shen Jun making a phone call to call for more people just now, and he heard it clearly. Now that this young master has already found the right people, he can just wait and watch the show. After an unknown amount of time, just as Shen Jun was growing impatient, a commotion arose outside. I'd like to see just what kind of big shot you're to bypass me and go after Boss Fong, Huang Qiguang. You're something else. You're something else. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun smiled. As the electric glass door slowly opened, several figures came into view. Several middle-aged men in uniform strode into the hall, and Director Huang, whom Shen Jun recognized, was following behind one of them with his head down. Just as the middle-aged man at the front was about to say something to Director Huang, everyone saw Shen Jun sitting in the hall observing them. Upon seeing Shen Jun and Yubin, the middle-aged man swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Then, the middle-aged man performed a face-changing act in front of everyone. The middle-aged man, who had just been filled with anger, suddenly smiled. He then strode towards Shen Jun and, upon approaching him, extended his hand with a beaming smile, tentatively asking, "Hello, sir, I am Zhao Geng, the director of the Rongqing City Public Security Bureau. May I ask?" Everyone. After listening to the middle-aged man, Zhao Geng, introduce himself, Shen Jun stood up, shook hands with him, and slowly began to speak. The Shen family of Kyoto, Shen Jun. Zhao Geng's face stiffened, and he asked incredulously, "Mr. Shen is from the Shen family in Kyoto? What? You can lie about this? Or who would dare to impersonate a member of the Shen family outside?" Shen Jun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Geng seemed startled and immediately stood up straight, his hands clenching into fists involuntarily, and even his breathing became rapid. Director Huang was equally shocked. He had overestimated Shen Jun's background, but now it seemed he had guessed wrong. The mistakes are particularly egregious. The Shen family of Kyoto? Ordinary people might not know about this family, but as someone within the system with some status and influence, Director Huang knows the Shen family all too well. There are two big shots on the surface, one who has already achieved godhood, and the other who is on the verge of becoming a god. That's powerful, isn't it? That's not all. There are rumors that there are also members of the Shen family in the military, and their positions are ridiculously high. After all, there are indeed a few people over there with the surname Shen. But rumors are just rumors, and someone in his position wouldn't know the real situation. Even ignoring that, these two alone are enough. That's... No wonder Yubin said those things to Shen Jun when introducing him. No wonder this guy can arrest people so easily and doesn't care about the background of Tenglong Group at all. Given the other party's family background, there's really no need to care about the Tenglong Group's background, because no matter how deep or powerful their background is, it can't compare to his. With a sigh of relief, Director Huang realized he had made the right bet. Now it all depends on what his boss does. If he stubbornly sticks to his guns and confronts Shen Jun, then he might just end up sitting on that seat instead. I can't think about it, because if I do, I can't help but burst out laughing. Unfortunately, Director Huang's plan was beautiful, but reality was quite cruel. Zhao Geng quickly grabbed Shen Jun's hand, then turned to Director Huang behind him and shouted, "Huang Qiguang, have all the people Mr. Shen asked you to arrest been brought back?" Director Huang, that's not what you just said. I was almost verbally abused to death along the way, so why has my boss suddenly changed? At that moment, countless complaints suddenly welled up in Director Huang's mind, but he managed to swallow them all back. We can't afford to mess with them. We really can't afford to mess with them. A higher-ranking official can have absolute power over you. Just as Director Huang was about to answer the question, Shen Jun waved his hand and said to him, "I'm giving you 1 day. I don't care what methods you use, remember, I don't care what methods you use. You must get the people from IME Biotechnology Company, Limited to talk, and then keep the evidence safe for me. I need it later." Understood. Director Huang quickly replied loudly. Shen Jun then turned to Zhao Geng and smiled. "Director Zhao, I don't know which side you're on now, but please remember one thing. Never get involved in the Peng family's affairs, or you'll be utterly destroyed." Zhao Geng trembled with fear. He knew it. He knew it. After Shen Jun revealed his background, Zhao Geng sensed something was amiss. Why would such a young master personally target the Tenglong group? Given the other party's status and background, even if the Tenglong group inadvertently offended him, would it warrant him personally taking action? It could have been resolved with just a few words. Personally intervening was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. The case is solved. What kind of bullshit Tenglong group is this? What is it? This is a battle of wits between the big shots. Only, is this something he can even hear? This would kill him. But thinking of the resources behind him, Zhao lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Shen, I haven't been feeling well lately. The doctor said I need to rest for a few days." "Oh." Shen Jun asked with interest. "Director Zhao, aren't you going to put up a fight? Mr. Shen must have already contacted the people behind you, right?" Zhao Geng murmured dejectedly. Struggling is pointless now. Seeing Zhao Geng's somewhat dejected expression, Shen Jun said gently, "Director Zhao, there's no way to avoid it. Why don't you personally take action and bring those criminals to justice? I feel that way, you'll still have a chance to salvage the situation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Geng immediately raised his head, looking at Shen Jun with some disbelief, and said, "Mr. Shen, do you know what you're saying?" "There are no eternal enemies in this world," Shen Jun said casually. "But Director Zhao needs to guarantee one thing, that you haven't made any major mistakes before." Upon hearing the words, "terrible mistake," Zhao Geng's eyes lit up. The young master in front of me isn't clueless. He genuinely intends to give me a chance. With this young master's guarantee, even if I get caught up in the aftermath, I won't be in dire straits. Thinking of this, Zhao Geng immediately thanked Shen Jun, saying, "Please rest assured, Mr. Shen, I promise I won't let you down." Shen Jun nodded slightly and said, "If that young master Peng calls and asks you to release them, you know what to say, right?" Zhao Geng immediately straightened his back and shouted, "IME Biotechnology Company, Limited is involved in a serious criminal case. No matter who calls to plead for leniency, it's not allowed. The law is impartial. TSK, TSK, TSK." Shen Jun smiled and said, "Then Director Zhao, go ahead and get busy. Remember, whoever calls, tell them to come here to discuss any issues." "Understood." Zhao Geng replied and quickly walked inside. Just as Shen Jun was about to continue resting, his phone suddenly rang. After seeing the caller ID clearly, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback. Why did my second uncle call him? Could it be something happened that he didn't know about? Or was this phone call meant to stop him? As soon as the call connected, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Jun, I heard you're in Tianfu now?" Shen Jun asked curiously, "Is there anything I can help you with in Tianfu?" Something came up. Shen Changzhou asked softly, "Why did you travel from Kyoto to Tianfu to cause trouble for the Tenglong group? The Tenglong group shouldn't have offended you, right?" "Shen Jun, what is that? What the hell did he hear? Tenglong group? What does Shen Changzhou mean by this? Why would a bigwig of his caliber pay attention to a commercial company like Tenglong group? Are you kidding me? Could it be that the person from Tianfu is related to the Shen family? That's impossible. The old man's list didn't include a single person from Tianfu. If there were even one Shen Jun, they wouldn't have personally come to see Director Huang. But why would Shen Changzhou say such a thing?" At this moment, Shen Jun's curiosity reached its peak. He quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something about this Tenglong group that I don't know?" Shen Changzhou didn't hide anything. He explained softly, "The Tenglong group was involved in a shooting 2 years ago, but 2 years have passed, and the local police still haven't solved the case. So we just decided to send people to investigate in another location. I didn't expect that before we could even start, you would take action first." "Shen Jun, what kind of talk is this? Why would a big shot like Shen Changzhou care about a shooting case? Isn't this a matter for the public security system? Or is it? Shen Jun's mind raced, and then his eyes widened. Shen Jun's voice carried a hint of certainty as he asked, wait, is someone planning to make a move against that person from Tianfu? Shen Changzhou didn't answer the question immediately, but instead changed the subject, asking, how did you find out about the organ trafficking at Boai Mental Hospital? Although Shen Changzhou did not answer his question, Shen Jun had already made up his mind. It's true that someone wanted to make a move against that person in Tianfu, but no one expected that before they could even take action, Shen Jun had already found all the evidence. They don't really need to solve the shooting from 2 years ago. The shooting itself isn't important. What's important is that they need a reason to act. The Boai Mental Hospital's organ trafficking excuse is sufficient. Such a major case cannot be uninvolved in by the Tenglong group. That B************* D system is definitely paving the way for him. With this incident, Shen Jun gained credit, even a great achievement. And he had his reasons for taking action against the Tenglong group. That's Wei Xianming. In other words, Wei Xianming can not only make money for him, but also handle the problems caused by the elders of the Shen family. As for how he met Wei Xianming and how he learned that Wei was innocent, that remains to be seen. Is this important? Does Shen Jun need to report to others just because he knows someone? Does punishing evil and promoting good need a reason? The chain of evidence is now closed again. Letting out a long breath, Shen Jun replied softly, I know someone who can make money for me. This person told me all the injustices he suffered, and he also told me everything that happened at the Boai Mental Hospital. Naturally, I had to avenge my man, and that's how everything you know about happened. So, you've prepared all the evidence now? Shen Changzhou asked in a deep voice. You could say that whether it's you, my uncle, or even the old man, I can confidently say that everything is traceable. Shen Jun said, word by word. What do you want? Shen Changzhou asked calmly. I don't want anything, because I've already achieved my goal, and nothing else matters, Shen Jun replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Shen Changzhou suddenly laughed. You went to so much trouble to help us solve this problem, and now you're saying you don't want it at all? Is that so strange? Shen Jun frankly stated, it's just a little bit of credit. I don't need it right now. This is getting interesting. Shen Changzhou's voice rose slightly. It seems Xiaomu might not be able to keep you under his thumb forever. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Shen Jun said dismissively. Since that's the case, then I won't say any more. Someone will be going to Tianfu to investigate the Tenglong group and the people behind it. If you want to watch the show, stay a few days. If you don't want to, come back. I see. Shen Changzhou then hung up the phone. Putting his phone away, Shen Jun fell into deep thought once again. He now has serious doubts about what the system really wants him to do. They pushed him step by step into the limelight, not even giving him a chance to breathe. At first, he thought the system was there to serve him, but now it seems. This thing is too intelligent. Even Shen Jun was starting to worry about how intelligent it was. Until he figured out the purpose of this thing, he couldn't help but worry. After an unknown amount of time, just as Shen Jun was still pondering the purpose of the system, a voice interrupted him. The Shen family of Kyoto, Shen Jun? Upon hearing this, Shen Jun slowly raised his head. A young man dressed in white casual clothes was standing in front of him, staring intently at him. Shen Jun glanced at the 2 bodyguards standing behind the young man and frowned, asking, Peng Su, did this person arrive a little too quickly? Shouldn't we call first to find out what's going on? Or is it that he has no choice but to step in and resolve issues whenever the Tenglong group is involved? Who is Shen to you? The young man didn't respond to Shen Jun's question, but instead asked again with a gloomy expression. Is the person behind Zotsang of Tenglong group you or your Ping family? Shen Jun ignored his question as well. Your Shen family wants to interfere in my Ping family's affairs? Do you even know where you are? The young man demanded, barely suppressing his anger. When did the Peng family become comparable to my Shen family? Shen Jun sneered. You. The young man was enraged by Shen Jun's words. He pointed at Shen Jun and gritted his teeth, saying, so what if the Shen family? This is Tianfu, understand? So, what if it's Tianfu? Do you think my Shen family can't afford to offend them? Shen Jun sneered. Are you really going to push things to the extreme? The young man's face was extremely grim. You are the ones who went too far first. What does it have to do with me? Shen Jun shrugged and said leisurely, you actually want to get involved in such a heinous crime as organ trafficking? I really don't know what's wrong with your brain. Who said the Tenglong group trafficked organs? The young man retorted loudly. That was all done by Yang Hai, one of the Bo AI, mental hospital, and employees of the Tenglong group. What does it have to do with the Tenglong group? That's not up to you. It's up to me, understand? Shen Jun said seriously. Do you really think the Shen family can do whatever they want? The young man said coldly. Or what? The young man's face darkened. Something was definitely amiss. Shen Jun's words were too absolute, as if he didn't care at all about the consequences of saying such things. This is not the behavior expected of a scion of a prominent family. But since the other party dared to say that, they must have absolute confidence that they could suppress themselves, or suppress the Peng family, and prevent those words from spreading. This is not good news for him. What exactly do you want? The young man hissed. Tsk tisk tisk. Shen Jun said sarcastically, shouldn't I be asking you that? Making money is fine, you and I both know that, but to dare to do something as heinous as organ trafficking, what exactly is your Peng family trying to do? I've already said it, this was done by Yang Haiwan, the director of Bo AI Mental Hospital, and it has nothing to do with IMA Biotechnology Company, Limited and Tenglong Group. The young man was almost driven mad by Shen Jun's words. This person seems to be unable to understand human speech. As I've said before, this matter isn't up to you, it's up to me. Shen Jun explained again with a sincere expression. You. The young man was speechless. Stop with the you and me. Go back and think about how to clear yourself of any wrongdoing with the Tenglong group. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending, Shen Jun teased. Shen Jun, the young man shouted angrily, are you really going to fight to the death? A fight to the death? Shen Jun scoffed. The fish will definitely die, but whether the net breaks or not isn't up to you. What do you mean? The young man was startled. It's nothing, just a reminder. Go back and prepare, then have a safe journey, Shen Jun said dismissively. Upon hearing this, the young man's face turned deathly pale. That's so blunt, even a fool could see it clearly. The young man, his body trembling, asked, Tenglong Group is Zhou Tsing's company. It has absolutely nothing to do with my Ping family. Do you even believe that yourself? Shen Jun said expressionlessly. Regardless of what you did before, you stood up for me in front of me, so you have no choice. Go back and wait for news. The young man opened his mouth, but then didn't know what to say. He knew very well why the Tenglong Group had grown to such a level. Once the higher-ups start investigating, problems are bound to arise based on the things Tenglong Group has done in the past. If the Tenglong Group runs into problems, then the Ping family, who supported the Tenglong Group, will also run into problems. The two are too closely linked. It's simply impossible to absolve each other of responsibility in a short period of time. What he did before was too frequent and blatant. I deeply regret my actions. Don't waste any more time here. I don't have the patience to argue with you. You should go back and ask your father how to solve this problem. With that, Shen Jun stood up and walked outside. My second uncle, Shen Changzhou, just made it very clear that they're about to take action, and my contribution has indeed been made. Shen Jun had originally planned to leave directly, since everything had been resolved and he had fulfilled his promise to Wei Xianming. However, he did not expect Ping Su to arrive so quickly. I was delayed a little because of unavoidable circumstances. At this moment, Shen Jun really had no mood to talk to this young master who was destined for tragedy. It was pointless. Upon seeing Shen Jun's actions, the young man roared, Is it you or the Shen family planning to attack my Peng family? Shen Jun turned and glanced at the young man, then smiled and said, With the size of your Peng family, do you really think my Shen family alone can take down your Ping family? As Shen Jun finished speaking, the young man felt as if a bone was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. Shen Jun explained it all too clearly. This time it's really over. No one can save the Peng family. At this moment, the young man understood everything. What a load of bull. The Tenglong Group is just an excuse. Some people really want to take down the Ping family. Everyone else is nothing but rubbish. But what exactly did the Peng family do wrong? So much so that even those at the top couldn't resist taking action? Ping Su's mind raced, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't understand why the higher-ups were targeting his Ping family. Even though the Peng family's influence is still paramount, why are these people making a move? This doesn't make sense, and it doesn't follow the rules. Unfortunately, although he had a powerful background, a background is ultimately just a background. Without being at the forefront, one will never know the truth. Shen Jun walked away from the police station. Actually, he didn't understand why Shen Changzhou wanted to target the Ping family, but that was no longer important. Just follow the system's steps to claim the credit, and everything else will become clear later. Knowing too much now won't do any good. There's a saying that goes, the more you know, the faster you die. This isn't an exaggeration, it's a conclusion drawn from bloodshed. When one's status and position are not high enough, quietly lying low is the best choice. If you lose control of your curiosity, it will definitely end badly. October 3rd. After waking up, Shen Jun saw several messages online. Tianfu Ping XX is suspected of. Zhou Tseng of Tenglong Group is suspected of. IMA Biotechnology Company, Limited is suspected of. Bo AI Mental Hospital is suspected of. Seeing the information displayed on the trending topics, Shen Jun couldn't help but shake his head. A true master is a true master. The fact that he managed to bring down a giant crocodile in just one day was truly an eye-opener for him. But this is for the best. It saves him from having to use the old man's connections to solve this troublesome problem. Favors are not so easy to repay. Just as Shen Jun was carefully checking the trending topics, his phone suddenly rang. I picked up my phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Shenmu calling. Shenmu answered the phone casually, and before Shen Jun could speak, Shenmu's voice came from the other end. Third brother, you're going a bit too far. Aren't you being a little too impatient? I'm in my prime. What, are you trying to kick me out of here? Shen Jun smiled and said, second brother, I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean by kicking you out? It was just a coincidence. Bullshit. Shenmu shouted, don't think I know nothing. Your sources are unclear. Don't go too far. What's the rush? Shen Jun teased. I'm not ready to take over your work yet, so don't worry too much. Fine, you win. But... Shenmu chuckled coldly and slowly said, there's a gathering on October 7th. I hope young Master Shen Jun will attend. Shen Jun? What do you mean? Shen Jun asked, frowning. Don't you understand what I mean? Shenmu retorted. Isn't this exactly what you've been hoping for? Shen Jun? What is he hoping for? Before Shen Jun could question him again, Shenmu coldly snorted, young master, you've gone to such lengths to help those above, and even displayed such excellence. Naturally, the other families can't sit still. Let me tell you the truth, this gathering was specifically organized for you. Shen Jun. Damn it, that stupid system screwed him over. They really screwed him over. Shenmu's meaning was clear. The gathering on October 7th was for him to choose a marriage partner. If he followed the normal procedure, although he would be targeted, there would be no need for him to be in such a hurry. But with the Peng family's incident, he suddenly had access to resources. Who among those in power doesn't know that the Shen family is raising poisonous insects? Or rather, which family doesn't raise poisonous insects? Given the opportunity to compete for the position with someone like Shenmu, who was already a chosen leader, who wouldn't be curious about Shen Jun? Putting aside his earning ability, just the fact that he demonstrated such capability so soon after joining the Shen family is enough to make anyone want to place a bet. If Shen Jun does indeed win, then what happens next? Of course, even if he fails, it's not a big deal. With the methods Shen Jun has demonstrated, he's more than capable of establishing himself in the Shen family. Who wouldn't want to jump on a winning trade early? However, this was a bit awkward for Shen Jun. He was indeed prepared for the marriage alliance, but he really didn't want to go through with it right now. That's too fast. We weren't prepared at all. But it seems he no longer has the chance to refuse. Shenmu continued, the Tianfu matter is settled, and your credit has been awarded. Come back as soon as possible, you can't avoid this. I understand, Shen Jun replied helplessly. Don't overthink it. Besides, this might not necessarily be a bad thing, it could even be a good thing. You should understand that, Shenmu said calmly. No need to say anything more, I'll be heading back to Kyoto soon. Shen Jun didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. Hee little rascal. Shenmu chuckled, you don't even know how lucky you are. Enough with the nonsense, I'm hanging up. You. Before Shenmu could continue speaking, Shen Jun hung up the phone. This guy talks so much nonsense. After a quick lunch, Shen Jun headed to the airport and boarded a plane. 2:30 p.m. After returning to Kyoto, Shen Jun did not rush to see the old man, nor did he go to see Shen Changzhou and the others. There are some things he could explain, but it's better not to say them if he can avoid it. Otherwise, it would be too much trouble. Since these people can't find any weaknesses in him, it's best to let things take their course. Upon arriving at the villa, Shen Jun saw 7 or 8 supercars and luxury cars parked in the yard. The villa was surrounded by security personnel dressed in black. Seeing this, Shen Jun couldn't help but become curious. Have we got guests? Or were the Shen family members here to visit Shen Nan? As soon as Shen Jun got out of the car, the villa gate slowly opened, and then 7 or 8 women walked out. Brother, you're back. Upon seeing Shen Jun standing beside the car, Shen Nan rushed towards him with extraordinary joy. Brother, what are you looking at? Your sister is right here. Shen Nan ran to Shen Jun's side, but didn't get the response she wanted, so she immediately waved her hand in front of his eyes. Shen Jun ignored the girl and continued to stare at the women standing at the door. He recognized several of the women: Shen Luan, Shen Yun, Shen Ming, Shen Yi, Shen Shi, and Shen Yu. All of them were cousins from the Shen family. But Shen Jun didn't recognize the woman standing in the center of their group. At that moment, Shen Jun's gaze was fixed on this woman. From a distance, the woman appeared to be at least 1.67 meters tall, wearing a white knee-length dress that revealed her fair and smooth calves. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders, flowing like a black waterfall, and her eyes were like autumn water. Most importantly, it's her temperament. That calm and aloof feeling makes people want to observe her. Hey bro, look at me. I'm right here. Seeing that Shen Jun was still ignoring her, Shen Nan tugged hard on his arm and said angrily, "Get out of the way." Shen Jun reached out and pressed the girl's head, pushing her aside. Then he looked at the woman and smiled. Shen Jun. Li Qiwan. The day grows late and a gentle autumn breeze stirs. Shen Jun murmured. Seeing Shen Jun's slightly moving lips, a faint smile appeared on the woman's face. After receiving Li Qiwan's name, Shen Jun turned his gaze away and looked down at Shen Nan beside him. Seeing Shen Jun looking at her, Shen Nan immediately broke free from his restraints, then chuckled mischievously. Brother, isn't Sister Wanon pretty? When? Ouch! Brother, why did you hit me? Shen Nan cried out, clutching his forehead and taking 2 steps back. Shen Jun said irritably, "Shut your mouth now, or I'll slap you on the head if you say another word." Huh? Oh. Shen Nan took a few steps back again, but still felt uneasy. Finally, the girl ran back to Shen Luan and the others, and only after feeling that everything was all right did she stick out her tongue at Shen Jun in a playful manner. Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun. Third brother. Third brother. Only then did Shen Luan and the others greet Shen Jun with smiles on their faces. Shen Jun nodded to his older and younger cousins, then looked at Li Qiwan and asked gently, "What's your relationship with Brother Mu?" "Shen Mu is my cousin, and her mother is my aunt," Li Qiwan explained softly. Shen Jun smiled. This is what they mean by being in a good position. His second aunt's methods were truly remarkable. Even Shen Jun admired them greatly. The Li family. That's incredible. Now that we know each other, how about we exchange contact information? Shen Luan asked with a smile. Shen Jun nodded slightly, then took out his phone and walked over. Li Qiwan also took her phone out of her bag. After exchanging contact information, Shen Luan looked at Shen Jun and said, "Now that you're back, we'll be going now. We have a banquet to attend." After saying that, she tugged at Shen Nan's sleeve and asked softly, "Xiao Nan, do you want to come play with us?" "My brother just got back, so I won't go." Shen Nan shook her head and refused. "All right then, remember to come visit your older sisters when you have time. Don't always make your older sisters come to you." Shen Luan reached out and ruffled Shen Nan's hair teasingly. "I know, I'll definitely call you and Sister Luan in the next couple of days," Shen Nan replied with a smile. "That's good." After speaking, Shen Luan, Shen Yun, and the others nodded to Shen Jun again, and then left the villa with Li Qiwan. "Brother, is Sister Wanon going to be my sister-in-law from now on?" After everyone left, Shen Nan immediately grabbed Shen Jun's arm and asked with a grin, "Got a brain now?" Shen Jun tapped the girl's forehead with his finger and chuckled. "Or were you planning to embarrass your brother just now?" "What?" Shen Nan smiled broadly and said, "I just wanted to test your attitude." "What?" Shen Jun asked curiously, "You like her a lot?" "A little." Shen Nan nodded and said, "Not only is Sister Wanon beautiful, but she also speaks very gently and has a lovely voice. I feel she would be quite suitable to be my sister-in-law." Shen Jun ruffled Shen Nan's hair absent-mindedly and said, It really suits her. After all, her surname is Li. Huh? Shen Nan looked at Shen Jun with some confusion and asked, Brother, what do you mean? It's suitable to have the surname Li? Does that mean it's unsuitable for Sister Wanwan to have a different surname? You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Shen Jun tapped Shen Nan's forehead and mumbled, other surnames are just okay, but Li is definitely suitable. Huh? Shen Nan genuinely didn't understand what he meant. All right, go do whatever you need to do. You can go out and have fun if you're free. I have something I need to think about, Shen Jun said casually. Oh, then I'll go out and play with my friends. Shen Nan nodded, and just as she was about to leave, she suddenly turned back and said, Brother, before you came back, Sister Luan and the others had just arrived at our house about an hour ago. Shen Jun couldn't help but chuckle and said, Okay, go have fun. Good. After responding, Shen Nan drove away from the villa. Watching the car drive away, Shen Jun fell into deep thought. Li Chuan's arrival surprised him. Even if being in a favorable position meant he shouldn't be in such a hurry. Is my second aunt a little too impatient? Or is this the idea of the elders in the Shen family? If this is the intention of the elders in the Shen family, then what is the point of the gathering on October 7th? But if not, then Li Chuan's surname is somewhat incorrect. Because it doesn't make sense. The Li family. Kyoto Li family. This family. After much deliberation, Shen Jun finally couldn't resist making a phone call to the old man. He needs an answer. The call was answered quickly, and before Shen Jun could speak, the old man's voice came from the other end of the line. Call me now, have you seen that girl Chiwan? Shen Jun. No need to worry about whether it was my second aunt or some other elder. Now we're certain it was Grandpa who arranged it. However, Auntie must have used some underhanded tactics. Otherwise, the timing was perfect. With a long sigh, Shen Jun said irritably, Didn't you say I could choose whatever I wanted? What's going on here? Oh my, you little brat, you really want to be picky, huh? The old man sneered. What? Is that girl from the Li family not good enough for you? Shen Jun. He couldn't respond to that because he dared not say anything inappropriate. The women who could be a match for him must all be people of great importance. If he were allowed to choose freely, what would that mean to them? He was being somewhat presumptuous. The person you personally chose is certainly worthy of me, but am I worthy of her? Shen Jun joked, she's a direct descendant of the Li family, you know. Does she really not care about my status as a newcomer to the Shen family? Huh. The old man scoffed, you think you can fool me with your little schemes? I'm not falling for it. And stop wasting my breath. Since you feel that girl is good enough for you, then it's settled. Shen Jun. Speechless. How come this old man is so smart? Or were you just pretending to be confused all along? Shaking his head, Shen Jun said helplessly, since you've put it that way, what else can I say? You should be secretly happy, kid. That girl, Chiwan, is quite the favorite of Old Manly. If I hadn't explained your background to Old Manly, do you really think he would have let that girl come looking for you? Dream on, the old man said irritably. Shen Jun. That's a real slap in the face. But the old man's words were quite interesting. Old Manly dotes on Li Chiwan? In other words, if he really marries Li Chuan, with his own grandfather and old Master Li's backing, then he should have no one left to fear. It has to be said that the old man's words really intrigued him. Besides, Li Chuan is indeed a beautiful girl. He not only didn't lose out, but he actually made a huge profit. Good looks are everything. Everything else can fool you, but looks can't lie. Don't say that being pretty is useless. You have to have ability. The truth is, if you don't meet the looks requirement, you won't even get a ticket. If people can't even get in, what else is there to talk about? To be honest, the old man really understood this young man in this respect. I understand. Please don't give me any more useless advice. I'll ask her out for a walk in the next few days, Shen Jun said. That's good then. The old man said with satisfaction, if there's nothing else, you can hang up now. I'm going to find Old Manly for tea. All right, then you go ahead and get back to work. After saying that, Shen Jun hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun did nothing else, but went back to his bedroom and lay down. Although it's only been 2 days, Shen Jun has been quite busy these past 2 days and needs to rest for a few days. The 7-day holiday has come to an end in the blink of an eye. Of course, the length of the vacation is irrelevant to Shen Jun. He can rest anytime, anywhere, and even take a long-term break. But for ordinary people, the end of a long holiday is torture. For example, Some comments online made Shen Jun burst out laughing. What's wrong with me celebrating my motherland's birthday one more time? What's wrong with that? Can't I? Who exactly is going back to school this afternoon? Can't someone just kick the school out? 30. The light boat has already passed 10,000 mountains. 6. The Taihang Mountains are covered in snow. Before the holiday, I'm determined to surpass them. Before school starts, I finished copying their homework with a guilty conscience. What kind of bullshit long holiday is this? It's over in a flash, even faster than one of my classes. Shen Jun hasn't done anything these past few days. He's just been lying at home sleeping and playing on his phone. In short, being a shut-in. It wasn't that he didn't want to do something, but rather that he genuinely had nothing to do. With Ding Chengdong in the US stock market, Wei Xianming in foreign exchange, and Shui Weihao in cybersecurity, America isn't in a hurry right now. The system went silent again, leaving him with nothing to do. Just as Shen Jun was scrolling through short videos with a smile, a phone call suddenly came in. Upon seeing the caller ID, Shen Jun immediately sat up. I forgot something important. I only planned to rest for 2 days, but this break made me forget all about my important business. Upon seeing the words "old man" on the caller ID, Shen Jun hung up the phone without hesitation. Then I blacklisted that phone number. One-stop service, that's how generous we are. And then, open WeChat, find a WeChat account with an AI-generated cartoon avatar, and then tap on the chat window. Nothing much to do? How about going for a walk? Okay, Shen Jun. Isn't this response a bit too fast? Could it be that Li Qiwan was also bored at home and playing on her phone, just like him? Shaking his head, Shen Jun decided to stop thinking about those things. He typed again, "Shall I pick you up?" Okay, sure. Before Shen Jun could ask where she was, Li Qiwan sent her location. Looking at the address displayed above, Shen Jun immediately got up, tidied himself up, and then left the bedroom. Just as he was about to take a car to find Li Qiwan, Shen Jun suddenly realized something. Would it be inappropriate to go on a date in a Rolls-Royce Phantom? No, it's absolutely inappropriate. Thinking of this, Shen Jun quickly made a phone call to Shen Nan. Brother, what's wrong? Shen Nan answered the phone quickly. Did you drive your Porsche out yet? Shen Jun asked immediately. No. Which car are you planning to drive? Shen Nan asked curiously, Brother, don't you have a car? Why did you suddenly decide to drive my beat-up old car? Shen Jun. This little girl has really gotten carried away. She calls a luxury car worth over $1 million a piece of junk. There's no one like her. Before Shen Jun could speak, Shen Nan continued, We have a lot of cars parked in our garage, all gifts from my cousins. The keys are in the drawer in the living room. Go get whichever car you want. Shen Jun. No wonder this girl said something like that. I never expected it to be for this reason. New. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun immediately found the drawer where he kept his car keys. Even Shen Jun couldn't help but sigh upon seeing the car keys in the drawer. There are so many. Bugatti, McLaren, Ferrari, Lamborghini, this collection is almost as good as his cars. It has to be said that Shen Ling and his group are incredibly generous. Without wasting too much time here, Shen Jun casually took out the Ferrari car keys and walked towards the garage. Upon reaching the garage, Shen Jun immediately spotted the conspicuous red Ferrari LaFerrari. I must say, this car is really suitable for a young girl to drive. The person who gave Shen Nan this car was truly thoughtful. Of course, the other cars are also quite good. After all, each one is worth more than 5 million. Judging from the car prices alone, Shen Nan's cousins have indeed spent a lot of money and are certainly very wealthy. People who aren't rich really can't afford to give away cars like this. But this also shows that Shen Yao, that idiot, is really having a miserable time. They're both from the Shen family, but others can afford to give gifts worth millions or even tens of millions while he... I'm not going to say anything more, poor child. Just as Shen Jun was about to drive off, Yubin approached and said, Young Master Jun, please drive slowly or we won't be able to catch up. Okay. Shen Jun immediately agreed. To save his own life, he would naturally listen to Yubin. However, he felt that Yubin was more worried about being hit by someone else than about the danger of driving too fast. After all, supercars probably won't be able to perform well on the roads of Kyoto. Verdant bamboo groves and secluded bamboo thickets. Wanwan, are you really planning to marry that young master from the Shen family? He's not a good match. A young woman in a traditional Huxia cheongsam asked the person in front of her, puzzled. Today, Li Qiwan wore a beige modern Huxia-style long-sleeved shirt paired with a beige horseface skirt, exuding a gentle yet sophisticated aura that was simply breathtaking. After hearing the girl's words, Li Qiwan smiled gently and said, Jia, what makes you think he's not a good match? The girl named Jia immediately spoke up. Is there even a need to look? Who in this circle doesn't know the background of that young master from the Shen family? How could someone who grew up in a small town and didn't receive an elite family education possibly be a good match? Is this your idea or your family's idea? Li Qiwan asked with a slight smile. Of course it's my idea, Jia said softly with a bitter face. Actually, my parents were planning to let me meet that young master from the Shen family, but I didn't want to, and some people at home said a few things about it. Then why do you think your family wants you to see him? Li Qiwan asked gently. I don't know, but this person must be someone important. Of course, it's also possible that Grandpa Shen wants to compensate his grandson, whom he's never met, after all. Jia frankly said, I feel it's Grandpa Shen who wants to compensate this grandson, otherwise Grandpa Shen wouldn't have personally come forward. Li Qiwan chuckled, Jia, have you heard someone say bad things about him? Otherwise, given your personality, you wouldn't say something like that. Nothing escapes your notice. Jia muttered, covering her face. Sister Yuan once spoke ill of him to us. You know Sister Yuan's personality. Although she has a bad temper, she values our circle very much. Plus, she's also from the Shen family, so I felt that the young master of the Shen family wasn't a good match for him. Li Qiwan shook her head and patiently explained, Sister Yuan doesn't value the circle itself, but rather the identity our circle represents. How should I put it? She likes to flatter the powerful and belittle the weak. When it comes to what she says, listen to 10 parts, believe 3 parts, any more and you'll easily be misled. Huh? Jia hesitated. Even if Sister Yuan likes to flatter the powerful and belittle the weak, why would she belittle her own cousin like that? Isn't that a disgrace to the Shen family? Who knows? Li Qiwan shook her head and said softly, no one knows what she's thinking, but you should be able to tell from one thing that she's not highly regarded in the Shen family, and that's her arranged marriage partner. Wui, the third young master of the Wu family? Wui should be fine, right? Jia asked, puzzled. No problem. Li Qiwan said casually, you really didn't notice? Wui didn't take that route. What's wrong with that? Jia was even more puzzled. Which family doesn't have a few idle children? Your young master Shen didn't take that path, did he? Li Qiwan. After giving Jia a disapproving look, Li Qiwan said reproachfully, young master Shen isn't really mine yet. Oh dear, don't worry about such a small thing. Wan, tell me about Sister Yuan right now. Jia quickly grabbed Li Qiwan's hand and shook it vigorously. You. Li Qiwan reached out and tapped Jia's forehead before continuing, not all idle children are the same. Doesn't your He family have anyone you feel is beyond help? This. Jia hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, there are some, but those people aren't even qualified for arranged marriages. What about your direct descendants? Li Qiwan reminded him. Brother Hisong? Jia suddenly exclaimed, oh right, Brother Hisong's arranged marriage partner is Huang Min. At this point, Jia suddenly realized something and exclaimed in surprise, Huang Min made a mistake, which is why she was forced into a marriage with Hisong. After all, Hisong was indeed somewhat hopeless. But Sister Yuan didn't make any mistakes, did she? Her fault lies in flattering the powerful and belittling the weak. Li Qiwan shook her head and said, Sister Yuan's father is that man, and even with his status and position, he didn't actively find a good marriage partner for his daughter. Why is that? Isn't there anyone more outstanding than Guangyi in the circle? Haven't you really noticed? Jia was speechless. She really hadn't expected this. She thought Shen Yuan's marriage was a normal arranged marriage. After all, everyone has gone through this. Now it seems she was terribly wrong. Wrong. Jia turned her gaze to Li Qiwan again and said, Wan, how did you end up marrying this young master from the Shen family? Don't you know that the Zhao, Wang, Han, and Shen families all wanted to pursue you? Pursue? Li Qiwan chuckled. What do you mean by pursue? Is it just telling the people around you that they like me? Isn't that enough? Jia asked doubtfully. Jia, Uncle He and Aunt Wang have protected you so well. Li Qiwan exclaimed. What kind of ambition is that? They can't even see this much. No wonder they've been so reluctant to let you marry into an arranged marriage. Huh? Jia retorted, what? Didn't I just say they were originally planning to let me meet the young master of the Shen family? Isn't this just trying to arrange a marriage between me and them? They just feel they've met someone who's perfect for you. They don't really want you to marry into an arranged marriage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped bringing it up after you refused, Li Qiwan frankly stated. Wanwan, what do you mean by that? Jia asked, looking completely confused. How come that young master from the Shen family is suitable for me? We're such a mismatch, okay? Not a good match? Li Qiwan said solemnly, let me put it this way. This young master of the Shen family gets along with anyone. It's just that our family's pride doesn't allow him to choose otherwise. Jiajia's eyes widened in disbelief. Wanwan, you're not kidding, are you? Li Qiwan gently shook her head and said, I've already put myself in this situation. Do you think I'd joke with you? This. Jiajia was immediately stunned. She never expected Li Qiwan to say such a thing. This isn't the Wanwan she knows. But when Jiajia thought back to the emotions her parents displayed when they wanted her to meet the young master of the Shen family, she understood that Wanwan hadn't lied to her. She had indeed underestimated the young master of the Shen family. But, Jiajia asked again, what exactly did he do to make all the elders think so highly of him? I don't know. Li Qiwan shook her head. Seeing Jiajia's confused expression, she whispered, but my grandfather told me that if I choose this young master Shen, I definitely won't regret it, and the opportunity only comes once. What? Jiajia exclaimed in surprise. Grandpa Li actually said something like that to you? Otherwise what? Li Qiwan muttered to herself, how could I not be curious about someone who could make Grandpa say such things? And how could I possibly refuse? You know, even the most outstanding people from each family have never received such praise from Grandpa. My God. Jiajia swallowed hard and asked, what kind of person did I give up on before? Upon hearing this, Li Qiwan immediately came to her senses. However, she wasn't angry, nor did she interrupt Jiajia's fantasy, because she was very clear about one thing. That means Shen Jun's marriage partner cannot be Jiajia. In short, mismatched social status. It's not that the He family isn't powerful enough, but rather that Jiajia isn't powerful enough. The old man of the Shen family valued this grandson so much that he personally selected several marriage partners for Shen Jun. In other words, her Li family was the most powerful, and she was especially favored by her grandfather. Of course, there was also an even more important point. Her aunt and cousin had intervened, revealing Shen Jun's itinerary to her, and then having Shen Luan and others take her to find Shen Nan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to see Shen Jun that day. Everyone was making plans for her. How could she possibly refuse? In fact, Li Qiwan could sense what her aunt and cousin were thinking. My aunt and cousin are particularly wary of this third young master of the Shen family, to the point that they've already started paving the way for the Li family. If my cousin is still in charge of the Shen family, then there's nothing to say. But if he fails then? The Li family is indeed powerful, but the Shen family is no weakling either. Once Shen Jun takes over the position of head of the Shen family, will the Shen and Li families still maintain such a harmonious relationship? There was no problem when the old men were alive, but what happens when they're all gone? This is something the elders shouldn't worry about. We must be prepared for unforeseen circumstances even in times of peace. Wanwan, just as Li Qiwan was lost in thought, Jiajia suddenly called out to her in a soft and delicate voice. Li Qiwan rolled her eyes at her and said irritably, don't think about anything now. I already said, this is a one-time opportunity, not just for me, but for you too. But I haven't even seen him yet, Jiajia said, feeling wronged. You'll see him soon. Li Qiwan picked up her phone and waved it at her. He asked you out? Jiajia asked curiously. Li Qiwan nodded. You just agreed like that? Aren't you going to hold back at all? Jiajia said, exasperated. Wanwan, this isn't the Wanwan I know. Why not? Li Qiwan said slowly, this is someone my grandfather approves of. He loves me so much, he would never harm me. Of course I have to take him seriously. If he runs away, I'll never find someone like him again. After all, this is the path we were destined to take. Oh dear. Jiajia grumbled with a long face. Wanwan, you're so mean. You didn't even give me a chance. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Li Qiwan teased. You're trying to steal her from me, and you're calling me a bad guy? I was just kidding, Jiejie said with a grin. Even if this young master of the Shen family is outstanding, it's no use. He Jiejie, don't care. This is the he Jiejie I know. Li Qiwan laughed as well. After parking the car, Shen Jun looked up at the plaque above the door. Emerald bamboo and secluded bamboo groves? This tea house has a nice name. Hello, sir. Welcome to Cuizhi Huang. Do you have a reservation? As soon as you entered the lobby, a woman in a huxia cheongsam greeted you with a smile. I'm looking for Li Qiwan. She should have told you, right? Shen Jun said softly. Mr. Shen? Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, the woman in the huxia-style cheongsam smiled even more brightly. She quickly extended her hand and invited, Ms. Li has already informed you. Mr. Shen, this way please, shall I take you there? Shen Jun nodded and followed the woman in the cheongsam inside. Stepping onto the second floor, the woman in the cheongsam walked to the door of a tea room and immediately knocked. Ms. Li, Mr. Shen is here to see you. A few seconds later, the door was slowly opened. You're here. Li Qiwan's delicate features lit up with a smile when she saw Shen Jun standing at the door. Shen Jun smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a small head peeked out from behind Li Qiwan. Hello, young Master Shen. Hearing Shen Jun's questioning voice, Li Qiwan explained softly, this is He Jiejie. We were having tea here when you contacted me. Hello. Shen Jun turned to He Jiejie and greeted her softly. I'm not good at all. Wanwan is so hard to get an appointment with. I asked her for ages before she agreed to come shopping with me. Now you've snatched Wanwan away as soon as you arrive. He Jiejie complained, pouting. Shen Jun, is this girl mentally ill? They're not familiar with each other. They started joking as soon as they met. However, this also shows that the girl has no bad intentions. She's just a little bit talkative. Before Shen Jun could reply, Li Qiwan turned around, tapped He Jiejie's forehead, and smiled. How about I take you out to play again in a few days? All right then. He Jiejie's face instantly lit up with a smile. I'll forgive you this time. After saying that, she turned her gaze to Shen Jun and said, I won't disturb young Master Shen and Wanwan's date any longer. You two can go now. Shen Jun. The first half of the statement seems fine, but when you consider the second half. What do you mean by, I won't disturb your date anymore, you guys can leave now? Shouldn't she be the one leaving? This girl's personality is really a bit wild. Of course, calling them quirky or mischievous is also perfectly acceptable. As long as you don't cause him trouble, his personality doesn't matter. I've come all this way, and I haven't even had a sip of tea. Shall we go for a walk outside? Li Qiwan asked Shen Jun gently. Okay. Shen Jun nodded, and then he and Li Qiwan walked downstairs. He Jiejie was left standing there, watching the two figures with a strange expression. The sky has fallen. Who would have thought that the eldest daughter of the Li family would be so proactive? As soon as Li Qiwan stepped out of the tea house, she saw the eye-catching red Ferrari LaFerrari. She whispered, this car probably isn't yours, is it? How so? Shen Jun asked curiously. I feel this car doesn't suit your style, Li Qiwan explained. Shen Jun nodded and said, this car isn't mine. It belongs to my sister, Shen Nan. But I think it's more appropriate to drive this kind of car when we're out having fun. It feels a bit awkward to be a passenger. Li Qiwan paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before slowly looking at Shen Jun's face and asking, young Master Shen, don't you resent being assigned these tasks? Shen Jun shook his head and chuckled, why should I be offended? You, a young lady from the Li family, have been personally sent to my door. What reason do I, a man, have to be offended? Also, just call me Shen Jun. Hearing this, Li Qiwan nodded slightly and said, so, you know everything? You. Shen Jun chuckled, is that so hard to guess? I don't know much about the things between the Li and Shen families, but I can glean some information from Shen Mu and my second aunt and… When we met that day, so many of my cousins came. Your initiative in coming would have lowered you. My cousins accompanying you was a gesture of support from the Shen family. Of course, their purpose in coming was both to show the Shen family's support and to protect your reputation as an elder. This is to prevent me from suddenly turning against my family's arrangements if I disobey. If I really do turn against them, with Shen Luan and the others there, they will explain that you came to get to know Shen Nan, not to see me on your own initiative, and that our meeting was just an accident, without any planning or scheming. All this preparation shows that the Shen family also hopes for the two of us. Aren't you overthinking this? Li Qiwan blinked and teased. It's easy to run into problems if you don't think things through when you first enter the Shen family, Shen Jun sighed. Don't try to fool me with that, Li Qiwan said with a slight smile. To make my cousin value you to this extent. Young Master Shen, do you think I'll believe you? Shen Jun. This girl is interesting. No, it's really interesting. He likes intelligent people. Then let's not talk about these things anymore, please, Miss Li. With that, Shen Jun opened the passenger door. Li Qiwan didn't stand on ceremony and stepped into the passenger seat. After getting in the car, Shen Jun casually asked, "Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Don't you plan ahead when you ask a girl out?" That's not a good thing about you, young Master Shen, Li Qiwan teased. Planning in advance is pointless. I prefer to go wherever I want and live life on my own terms, Shen Jun said sincerely. Isn't it because you were rushed too much that you didn't make any plans? Li Qiwan waved her phone screen in front of Shen Jun. After seeing the message displayed on Li Qiwan's phone screen, Shen Jun's face darkened. He opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything. All that could be seen on Li Qiwan's phone screen was a dialogue box. The person she was chatting with was Shen Mu. The chat content. Shen Mu, Wan, are you with Lao Sen right now? Li Qiwan, no, but I'm waiting for him to come. What's wrong, cousin? Shen Mu, it's nothing. Grandpa just wanted to call him to urge him on, but that third son blocked Grandpa's number to avoid getting scolded. Tell him when you see him that you should remove Grandpa from the block after the date. Li Qiwan, I understand, cousin. Shen Mu, Based on this chat content, what else could Shen Jun possibly say? That old man is really something. It's just blocking his number. Why did he tell Shen Mu so quickly? That be asterisk. D. Shen Mu not only didn't contact him directly, but he also told Li Qiwan about this. Seriously. A deep pit. The Summer Palace is an imperial garden that was first built in the 15th year of the Tenglong Emperor's reign in the Qing dynasty. It is adjacent to the Yuan Mingyuan Ruins Park and Hadian Park, covering an area of 3.009 square kilometers. It is a large natural landscape garden with Longevity Hill and Kunming Lake as its main features. It is one of the 3 hills and 5 gardens in the western suburbs of Beijing, and is known as one of the 4 great gardens along with the mountain resort, the Humble Administrator's Garden, and the Lingering Garden. That's right, Shen Jun brought Li Qiwan to visit the Summer Palace. He had actually planned to visit the Forbidden City. He had been to Kyoto several times, but had never been to the Forbidden City, which was a regret. Of course, the main reason is that he was a bit lazy and didn't want to move when he was alone before, but now that Li Qiwan is with him, it's nice to go to the Forbidden City. But the Forbidden City is so crowded. It's the end of the holiday season, and it's October, so Kyoto is packed with tourists that you won't see anything at the Forbidden City. In the end, Shen Jun decided to take a stroll around the Summer Palace. Actually, the Summer Palace was also incredibly crowded, but Shen Jun could choose to skip the crowded attractions and instead take a boat trip. After glancing at the online guide, I learned that you should enter from the North Gate, turn right towards Suzhou Gardens, go downhill to the fork in the road, turn left towards the Painting Pavilion, turn left towards the Long Corridor, turn right towards the Stone Boat. Go downhill and walk along the opposite side of the 17-arch bridge towards the East Palace Gate. Don't go out. Head south to exit through the newly built Palace Gate on the east embankment of the Wenchang Pavilion, etc. Shen Jun didn't want to visit any of those places. He only wanted to take a boat trip on Kunming Lake. There's a saying online, if the Qing dynasty hadn't fallen, I would never have had the chance to stroll through Xixi's back garden. But for Shen Jun now, no matter when, he is definitely entitled to stroll through this back garden. Kunming Lake, formerly known as Kilibo, Jinhu, Jinhai, Wangshanbo, Dabahu, and West Lake, belongs to the Tonghui River system, a tributary of the North Canal in the Haihe River basin. It is the main scenic area of the Summer Palace, a royal garden in the Qing dynasty, with water covering about 3/4 of the entire garden. For a first date, a simple boat trip will suffice. Shen Jun and Li Qiwan sat inside the small boat enjoying the scenery, while Yubin steered the boat for them, and the other bodyguards stood on the shore watching them. Although there were empty seats on the small boat, the two sat very close together. Shen Jun, do you know how popular you are right now? Li Qiwan suddenly said something out of the blue, as if she had just thought of something. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun paused for a moment before reacting and asking that he Jiajia? Li Qiwan explained softly, it's not just Jiajia, there are several other unmarried women from other families. Shen Jun smiled and said, so you've really hit the jackpot? Li Qiwan chuckled, I haven't even finished speaking yet, aren't you afraid of being proven wrong later? I'm shameless, I don't care about those things, Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively. Shameless? Li Qiwan muttered softly, why did my cousin say you're not only shameless, but also petty? Is he lying to me? Shen Jun. To be honest, if Li Qiwan hadn't been right beside him, Shen Jun would have wanted to swear right now. That B**************** Di Shenmu is a real jerk. Tian said Li Qiwan was his cousin, but he can't just betray his own brother like this. Don't expose someone's shortcomings, and don't hit someone in the face. And that be ************ Di Shenmu, just to get Li Qiwan to talk to him, said absolutely anything and everything. It was outrageous. Letting out a long sigh, Shen Jun said helplessly, Qiwan, no, Wan, you can't trust your cousin. He's just a fool, a complete idiot. That's not right, is it? Li Qiwan tilted her head and laughed. I'd believe you if you called him a brute, but the words idiot and moron don't apply to him at all, do they? Aren't you getting defensive? Shen Jun. The girl's lips were like poison, sending a chill down his spine. Just as Shen Jun was about to retort, his phone suddenly rang. Shen Jun gestured to Li Qiwan with his eyes before taking out his phone. Shen Jun's gaze sharpened when he saw the caller ID. It was Shui Weihao who called him. If this guy is calling me, it means there's something wrong with my phone or computer. Although Li Qiwan was right beside him, he couldn't care less about that at the moment. After the call connected, Shui Weihao immediately asked, Mr. Shen, is this a convenient time for you to take a call? Speak, Shen Jun said softly. That's how it is. Shui Weihao quickly explained, starting from the evening of October 2nd, someone has been trying to hack into your phone and computer. At first, I thought it was the same people as before, so I blocked those signals. The other party was quite sensible. After realizing they couldn't hack in, they immediately cut off the signal. I thought that was the end of it, but to my surprise, the signal started hacking again the next day, even more sophisticated than the previous day's attack. So I took action again and successfully intercepted all those signals. After intercepting all those signals, I tentatively traced their source and found that they originated from Kyoto. However, I couldn't pinpoint the exact location, so I didn't notify you immediately. But today, 3 more signals are trying to hack into your phone, and these 3 signals are particularly malicious. If they succeed in hacking, they will actively identify and transmit your daily conversations. However, I intercepted all 3 signals and traced their origin to a place in Songjiazwang, south of Kyoto's 4th Ring Road. I'll send you the location. Please take a look. I see. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. Li Qiwan sensed something was wrong, so she didn't ask any questions. After Shui Weihai sent the location, Shen Jun immediately glanced at the address and then said to Yu Bin, who was steering the boat, call someone right now to arrest him at Unit 1, Building 1, 5th floor, Apartment 2. Songjiazwang Gulu Residential Area, South 4th Ring Road. Immediately. Understood. Yu Bin took out his phone and started making calls. Shen Jun wasn't idle either. After instructing Yu Bin, he pulled the old man's phone number from the blacklist and dialed it. The call was answered quickly. Before the old man could speak, Shen Jun asked, Grandpa, have you or my uncles been monitoring my phone and computer lately? No. The old man understood the implication in Shen Jun's words and immediately replied, I've already instructed your eldest and second uncles. They won't do that. Hearing this answer, Shen Jun's smile widened, and he immediately said, let me tell you, someone is trying to hack into my phone, and with obvious malice. Grandpa, they provoked me on their own. The old man. Li Qiwan. What's wrong with Shen Jun? Why are you so happy about your phone being hacked? Are you out of your mind? Li Qiwan knew nothing about the Peng family and therefore understood nothing, but the old man instantly grasped the meaning behind Shen Jun's words. You mean those people from the Peng family attacked you? TSK, otherwise you'd be my grandfather. Shen Jun frankly admitted, I also suspected so. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. Those people started testing us on the night of October 2nd, and I just happened to go to Tianfu that day. On October 3rd, they were still probing, and only today did they officially plan to make their move. However, my men are stronger. They've located those people, and now we're just waiting to arrest them. You little rascal, you've been keeping it well hidden, the old man chuckled. All right, don't worry about this. I'll handle it. Shen Jun. No, old man, I'm calling you to tell you that I'm planning to take advantage of you again. Aren't you trying to steal my resources? Shen Jun retorted irritably. Stop your little schemes, the old man said sternly. I don't care where your information comes from or what capable people you have under your command, but the people behind the Ping family are not someone you can interfere with, and besides, they've broken the rules. Upon hearing the last few words, Shen Jun's gaze sharpened. He didn't care much about other things, except when it came to the rules and regulations of aristocratic families. This is a red line he cannot cross. No, it's not just him. Rules are a bottom line that no one can cross. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Jun slowly nodded and said, I understand. You can handle the rest, I won't interfere, but your contribution is still yours, don't worry about that. Good. After receiving a response, the old man was not in the mood to pursue the matter of Shen Jun blocking his phone number, so he hung up the phone quickly. Seeing Shen Jun put away his phone, Li Qiwan finally spoke up and asked, What's wrong? Do you need my help? It's nothing, Shen Jun waved his hand and laughed. Some petty people want to deal with me, but the old man said they've broken the rules and he'll handle it personally. We juniors can't interfere. All right. Li Qiwan nodded and didn't ask any further questions. She was actually quite curious. What kind of serious matter could make Grandpa Shen say that the rules had been broken? But she and Shen Jun had only just met, so asking too many questions wouldn't be appropriate. Although a minor incident occurred, Shen Jun did not interrupt the date. Since it was still early and the two had just come out, they took a boat trip for a while before returning to land. A gentle autumn breeze blows, bringing a touch of coolness. Surrounded by a throng of people, Yu Bin and his companions seemingly made an unintentional move, clearing a path for the two. There is a food street not far from the Summer Palace. This food street boasts a truly diverse selection of dishes, including fried yogurt, braised pork offal, daxiankan, a famous rice noodle shop, Sichuan restaurants, cheese shops, fried noodles with soybean paste, barbecue stalls, stinky tofu, water chestnut cake, and more. The dates were pretty unoriginal. It was just shopping, eating, watching movies, and so on. Even if the two are of unusual status, cultivating feelings is something they can only do a few times. Besides, it was the first time the two of them had gone out together, so there wasn't much to say. Of course, Shen Jun could also take Li Qiwan on a private jet to other more fun places, such as Laojun Mountain, Zhangjiaji, Huangshan, Juzhegu, etc., or even go abroad to see major historical sites. But Shen Jun did not intend to do that. As I said before, it's better to keep things simple when it's your first time traveling. It's time to go out and have fun only after the two of them have really gotten to know each other. After grabbing a quick bite at the food street, Shen Jun drove Li Qiwan home. October 15th. The sun was setting in the sky, the wind was gentle, and the sun was warm. Just as Shen Jun was lying on the chair, squinting and enjoying the warmth of the sunlight on his body, the sound of brakes woke him up. Opening my eyes, I saw a red Ferrari parked steadily in the very center of the villa's yard. Immediately afterwards, a figure stepped out of the car. Brother, can you stop being so listless all the time? If you feel like you have nothing to do, ask Wanwan to go out and have some fun. What's the point of staying at home all day? You're practically a shut-in. Shen Nan shouted loudly, her face full of disappointment. Go away, what do you know? Shen Jun retorted irritably. Do you think I don't want to leave? It's just that your grandfather has something to take care of and won't let me go. Huh? Shen Nan was stunned. She really didn't know about this. What huh? Shen Jun said impatiently, you've only been in school for a few days. Why are you back already? Is this how many holidays Kyoto University offers? Otherwise what? Shen Nan said smugly, besides having more holidays, your sister's schoolwork is also going exceptionally well. How about that? Are you envious and jealous? Get out of my way, don't bother me, Shen Jun waved his hand to shoo him away. How dare you talk like that? I'm your own sister. Can't you say a few nice words to me? Shen Nan said angrily, noticing Shen Jun's impatience. Xiao Nan, if we see each other once a month, You're my sister. If we see each other once every 6 months, you're my real sister. If we see each other once a year, you're my lifeline. Unfortunately, we see each other countless times every 2 weeks now, and you're less than a blade of grass in my heart, Shen Jun said sarcastically. Shen Nan. To be honest, my older brother's words actually make a lot of sense. Seeing each other every day, even dogs get annoyed, let alone people. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to find Sister Wan on. Knowing that she couldn't win against Shen Jun and was being disliked, Shen Nan snorted and drove away from the villa. Shen Jun didn't care about this at all. This girl can go find whomever she wants, as long as she doesn't go to men. Nothing else matters. As for Li Qiwan, Shen Jun has met with her a few times in the past few days, and their relationship is progressing fairly well, but it's unrealistic to say that they're in love. But Shen Jun quite liked Li Qiwan. She was beautiful and intelligent, and those two qualities alone were enough. Not to mention, their advantages go far beyond these 2 points. Liking someone doesn't mean you love them. Those who understand this will understand, and those who don't won't be able to explain it. Things related to one's state of mind are inexplicable and cannot be clearly explained. But Shen Jun had already accepted in his heart that Li Qiwan would be his wife from now on. After Shen Nan left, Shen Jun closed his eyes again. The autumn sun feels so good on my skin. After an unknown amount of time, just as Shen Jun was beginning to feel drowsy, the sudden ringing of the bell immediately snapped him back to attention. Shen Jun took out his phone, glanced at the caller ID with half-open eyes, and then answered the call. Grandpa, is everything resolved? Hearing this, the old man chuckled and said, What? Are you so eager to leave Kyoto? Shen Jun nodded involuntarily and said, What else can we do? Staying in Kyoto is really boring. The old man chuckled. The problem is solved. Come back and have a meal with your grandma, then leave. I'll go now. By the way, are you home right now? Shen Jun stood up and asked. No, it's still with your grandpa, the old man replied. Shen Jun sat back down in the recliner, then asked in confusion, You can't even handle this yourself? Rules are rules. If someone breaks the rules, then this old man will naturally find a good witness, the old man explained. Shen Jun was shocked. Sure enough, the rules of aristocratic families were paramount. If both the old man and the old manly show up together, then the problem is serious. Of course, it's possible that more than just these 2 people will step forward. Letting out a long breath, Shen Jun asked calmly, Could I know what the final result will be? Those who break the rules will naturally be punished, and you, as the person involved, will also receive compensation, but you can't use it for the time being, however. After a pause, the old man said frankly, If one day you really do beat Xiaomu, then this compensation will be very important to you. Shen Jun was slightly taken aback, but then he realized what was going on. What's most important after you become the person in charge? Resource. It's still a resource. Paving the way for the family requires resources, winning people's hearts requires resources, and cultivating loyal followers requires even more resources. Resources are limited. After all, the cake is only so big. If you take a bigger piece, someone else will take a smaller piece. But what if someone else were to share a piece of their cake with you? This statement alone shows that the old man had already placed him in a certain position. Or perhaps he was very confident that he could defeat Shenmu. Otherwise, this resource is being wasted. After all, those are resources that belong exclusively to him. The old man really put a lot of pressure on him. Having figured this out, Shen Jun sighed, You didn't need to do that. It's too hasty and too biased. Muji and the others will have objections. The old man was being far too kind to him, so kind that Shen Jun felt it was excessive. Being favored is certainly nice, but this kind of unbridled favoritism becomes an invisible pressure for him. What do they have to say? Don't overthink it. You deserve all of this. I'm just giving you what's rightfully yours, the old man said softly, trying to comfort you. Shen Jun was speechless for a moment. Is this what he deserves? Is this something that should have belonged to him? All of this belongs to Shen Chang'ong. The old man's feelings for his youngest son. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. After hesitating for a long time, Shen Jun finally murmured, Don't worry, I assure you, no matter what happens in the future, the Shen family will not face any problems under my care. Haha, that's enough. Go have dinner with your grandma. I'll have Qiwan come over too, you two can have a good chat. The old man laughed heartily. "No." After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun left the villa and drove towards the old man's house. "Grandma, why did you only call my brother for dinner and not me? If I hadn't been with Wanwan, I wouldn't have known about this." Not long after Shen Jun arrived, Shen Nan and Li Qiwan also came over. As soon as the two entered the door, the girl hugged the old lady's arm and started to act coquettishly. The old lady reached out and tapped Shen Nan's head playfully, saying, "You still know I only invited your brother and your sister Wanwan over for dinner?" Hee hee. Shen Nan scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "I know, but that's still not okay. No matter the reason, you have to invite me along when you call my brother for dinner. Otherwise, if I don't let you, you'll say you're being biased. You little rascal." The old lady chuckled and patted Shen Nan's hair, saying, all right, this time it's Grandma's fault. Just this once, and don't let it happen again, okay? That's more like it." Shen Nan nodded in satisfaction. Then she said to Shen Jun and Li Qiwan, who were sitting opposite her, "Brother, you and Sister Wanwan keep Grandma company while we eat. I'm leaving now. Get out of here. All this fuss over nothing. And don't run around like that anymore. You're supposed to stay at school during your breaks. You can only come out when there's a long holiday." Shen Jun waved his hand dismissively and scolded. "Humph." Shen Nan gave Shen Jun the middle finger and immediately ran outside, not giving Shen Jun a chance to continue scolding her. After Shen Nan left, the old lady said to Shen Jun, "Be nicer to your sister, don't scold her all the time. You have no idea how wild this girl has been lately. We can't let her continue like this," Shen Jun explained, shaking his head. "She goes out to play every day. Although it hasn't affected her studies much, I'm afraid she'll lose control one day. I need to put some pressure on her." Upon hearing this explanation, the old lady paused slightly, then nodded and said, "Then we really need to keep a close eye on this child. We can't let him go astray." "Don't worry, I'm watching over her. She won't go astray," Shen Jun said with a smile. "That's fine then." The old lady nodded in satisfaction. The old man then instructed the woman standing to the side, "Serve the food." "Yes." The aunt immediately turned and went into the kitchen. Before long, the table was filled with dishes. Before Shen Jun could make a move, Li Qiwan got up and helped the old lady to sit down in a dining chair. After the old lady was seated, she smiled and patted Li Qiwan's wrist, saying, "Sit here with me today." "Okay." Li Qiwan smiled and sat down next to the old lady. Shen Jun then sat down opposite the two. "Let's eat first," the old lady said after picking up her chopsticks and taking a little food. Shen Jun immediately picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Li Qiwan also carefully started eating. After the two had eaten a few bites, the old lady said, "Do you know why I called you two over?" Shen Jun and Li Qiwan exchanged a glance and then shook their heads together. They knew the old lady hadn't called them over just for a meal, but they genuinely didn't understand why she'd summoned them. The main issue is that they've met a few times in the past few days and had fairly pleasant conversations. Under such circumstances, who could guess what the old lady is thinking? The old lady glanced at the two of them and smiled. "You don't need to feel guilty. I called you here today just for a casual chat." Shen Jun asked, "Did you hear something unpleasant?" "Why do you ask that?" the old lady asked gently. "If it's not this, then I can't guess anything else," Shen Jun said casually, shrugging his shoulders. Under the curious gazes of the two, the old lady nodded helplessly, then explained softly, "It's nothing serious, just about Yuan." Upon hearing the name, Shen Jun was slightly taken aback, while Li Qiwan showed a knowing expression. Shen Jun didn't know what Shen Yuan had said in the circle, but she knew very well what she had said. Moreover, He Jiajia had also told her about this. It seems the old lady has come to act as a mediator. Before Shen Jun could ask, the old lady explained softly, "Xiao Jun, you may not know, but Yuan said some unpleasant things about you to outsiders." Although Xiao Mu scolded her afterward, the words have already spread. Before the old lady could finish speaking, Shen Jun waved to her and asked, "Grandma, where is Shen Yuan now?" "He's been put in solitary confinement. Your uncle personally ordered it." The old lady sighed and said, "This is a misfortune for our family. It's my fault for not raising that child well." "What does this have to do with you?" Shen Jun said dismissively, "Since Brother Mu has already reprimanded him and my uncle has punished him, then let it go. It was just a few words, nothing serious." Upon hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on the old lady's face. She reached out and patted Li Qiwan beside her, saying, "Wan Wan, you honor. Grandma, you don't need to say anything." Shen Jun didn't take it seriously, so naturally I won't either. Li Qiwan quickly interrupted the old lady. Only. Shen Jun gave Li Qiwan a deep look. For the old lady to personally offer her advice, this girl must be quite something. It's also his fault for not finding out what status this girl had in the industry before, or what she had done, which led to his sudden surprise. I need to get to know the person in front of me better. After all, this girl will definitely become his wife in the future, so it's really unreasonable not to know about her past. Then Grandma is relieved. The old lady smiled gently. To be honest, your grandfather favors boys over girls, while I, Grandma, am somewhat biased towards girls. I watched Yuana grow up. Although she has made some mistakes, she has already been punished, and Grandma really doesn't want her to suffer any more punishment. Upon hearing this, Li Qiwan nearly dropped her chopsticks. Isn't that a bit too blunt? And Shen Jun. Seeing the kind smile on the old lady's face, Shen Jun replied with an equally beaming smile. Don't worry, I assure you, I will never cause Shen Yuan any trouble, neither now nor in the future. You silly child. The old lady said reproachfully, Grandma didn't mean that. I just don't want to see any conflict between you siblings. I understand, I really understand. Don't you also dote on that girl Shen Nan? Shen Jun said sincerely. Li Qiwan. Is this something she can hear? She and Shen Jun aren't married yet. Can she leave now? She kept listening, afraid something might go wrong. Unfortunately, she could only think about it. Should she leave? Impossible. As Shen Jun finished speaking, the old lady's gaze sharpened, and after an unknown amount of time, a smile returned to her face. Grandma is so happy that you think that way, the old lady said with a smile. Grandma won't say too much. Xiaonan is your own sister, so you can make decisions for her from now on. Of course, Grandma will also protect her from some of the troubles. Then I'll thank Grandma on behalf of Shen Nan. After saying this, Shen Jun slowly stood up and smiled. Wan Wan and I have some things to attend to, so we won't bother you any longer. Li Qiwan immediately stood up and said to the old lady, Grandma, we'll be going now. I'll come see you again when I have time. Okay, then Grandma won't keep you any longer, the old lady said with a smile. After receiving a response, Shen Jun turned and walked outside, with Li Qiwan following him in small steps. As the two figures walked away, the smile on the old lady's face gradually faded. After a long while, she finally instructed the woman standing not far away, put the food away, we'll eat it tomorrow. Yes, the aunt quickly replied. Shen Jun and Li Qiwan walked quickly out of the old man's house without saying a word, and then got into the car together. After Yubin started the car and drove away, Li Qiwan whispered to Shen Jun, why don't you take me home first? Shen Jun nodded and said to Yubin, take one on there first. Yes. After receiving a response, Shen Jun sighed and said to Li Qiwan, I'm sorry you had to see this. No, Li Qiwan quickly waved her hand. I just didn't expect the old man to speak so bluntly. Heh. Shen Jun chuckled. The old lady dotes on her granddaughter. She feels Shen Yuan has been punished too harshly, so she wants a response from me so that her uncle can lift Shen Yuan's confinement. Actually. Li Qiwan glanced somewhat awkwardly at Yubin, who was driving. Only after Shen Jun nodded at her did she slowly speak. Shen Yuan is quite pitiful. Her arranged marriage is with a good-for-nothing member of the Wu family. How should I put it? His status in the Wu family is about the same as Shen Yao and Shen Jing in your Shen family. This is what she deserves, and that's no excuse for her rudeness, Shen Jun sneered. The old lady went too far today. She could have acted as an intermediary. She could have made a request of me, but she shouldn't have tried to achieve her goal with this attitude. Li Qiwan kept her head down and didn't dare to say anything. When it comes to this elderly woman, she really can't say anything carelessly. Shen Jun didn't pay any attention to this. He knew what the girl was worried about. He didn't say anything more to Li Qiwan. Today's events were too unexpected, and he really wasn't in the mood to chat with this girl. After dropping her off at home, Shen Jun immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. A few seconds later, the other party answered the phone. Why did you suddenly decide to call me? Shen Mu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Shen Jun said self-deprecatingly, the old lady gave me a little trouble today, so I'm just complaining to you about it. What? Shenmu was slightly taken aback, then he realized what he meant, Shen Yuan. Or what? Shen Jun said coldly, guess what she said to me? Is she trying to pressure you and get a guarantee from you? Shenmu's voice was full of disbelief. Smart. Smack. Shenmu slapped his forehead hard, hesitated for a moment, and then continued, why don't you just let her off this time? She's already brought Li Chuan over, what can I do if I refuse? I can't just turn against her, can I? Shen Jun sneered. But this is the only time. If anyone dares to cross the line again, no one can stop me. Otherwise, anyone can come and kick me while I'm down. All right, leave this to me. I'll teach Shen Yuan another lesson. Shenmu sighed, what on earth is the old lady thinking? If it were just me, I wouldn't be this angry, but she shouldn't have called Li Chuan over, Shen Jun said in a deep voice. She really went too far this time. Hehe, you wouldn't understand, would you? Shenmu suddenly laughed. What? A smile appeared on Shen Jun's face. My cousin isn't as, wait a minute. Shenmu instantly realized what he meant and shouted, third brother, are you trying to trick me? TSK tisk tisk. Shen Jun said disappointedly, I've already told you how angry I am, and you still thought of this? Can't we have some trust between us? Trust you, my A****. Shenmu said irritably. If you want to know anything about Wanwan, go find out for yourself. I don't know anything. Bye. Etc. How? Shen Jun said sternly, I'm going back to Shanghai tomorrow. Tell the old man not to let me come back unless it's absolutely necessary. I understand. Shenmu naturally understood what Shen Jun was thinking, so he readily agreed. It's over. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun's emotions calmed down a little. Children raised by their parents are more likely to be valued. However, he truly did not expect that the usually gentle and kind old lady would do such a thing to him. You really can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a bushel. But he didn't gain nothing. Shen Nan would have no more scruples, and the old lady would have to deal with some people with ill intentions for Shen Nan. If he takes a step back, the old lady must also take a step back. Let's talk business. It's all back and forth. October 16th. Shanghai Tianon Group. It's been half a month since he left the company, but for the company's employees, it makes no difference whether Shen Jun is there or not. It's even better that he's not in the company because who likes their boss to be stuck in the office all day? I'm under a lot of pressure. It's not that Shen Jun wanted to come to work. He was just bored and coming to the company would help him pass the time. For example, playing some games or watching some live streams. Of course, whether it's gaming or live streaming, you can play and watch it from home. But doing the same thing in those two places feels completely different. Shen Jun found playing games and watching live streams at the company very interesting, but staying at home was incredibly boring. The environment really can affect a person's mood. No one will support my lofty ambitions. I will tread the snow myself to reach the mountain peak. Even if one is not destined for such a fate, one can still ascend Kunlun alone. Double tap to flip and open the camera. Come closer. Turn it over and take a look. The stuff is old, but not very useful. Let it settle down and let it settle. That's right, Shen Jun recently started watching an antique appraisal livestream because he had nothing better to do. Actually, he's not very interested in antiques or collectibles. Otherwise, with his current wealth, he would have already gone on a buying spree. The reason I watch this streamer is because he's actually quite interesting. Regardless of whether he can truly authenticate the item based solely on the video, what he said and the things he encountered certainly piqued Shen Jun's interest. Shen Jun was also drawn to the live stream by some short video clips. Some of them are quite interesting. Furthermore, these individuals uttered several statements that shocked countless netizens. Things are private, the place belongs to the people. One item from the Forbidden City, one for me. The Forbidden City has no covers, but I have covers. These were all jokes, but when the jade burial suit appeared, even Shen Jun couldn't help but be drawn to it. The moment Shen Jun saw the jade burial suit, he immediately thought of something that had happened long ago. The 2.4 billion yuan jade burial suit scam in the antique world. According to online rumors, a renowned collector, Xia XX, commissioned a replica of a jade burial suit, inviting numerous antique experts to assess its authenticity, including 5 experts over 80 years old, all because of a single statement from an elder scholar, Mr. Shi, who declared, "This is a genuine Han Dynasty jade burial suit, worth 2.4 billion yuan. After several renowned experts took away the exorbitant appraisal fee and received XX's promise that the treasure would not be transferred, everything else proceeded smoothly. Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. As long as the items don't enter the market, they are merely for academic exchange. Later, when XX applied for a loan, this treasure greatly enhanced his image, making it easy for him to secure a loan of over 700 million. The scam was only exposed when XX went bankrupt and the bank prepared to forcibly auction off the items. These are all stories circulating online, but are they really true? Putting everything else aside, do those 5 bigwigs really care about that so-called exorbitant appraisal fee? At their age, is money really that important? You should know the background of these 5 big shots. 5 experts simultaneously confirmed its authenticity. Who wouldn't be confused? But have you ever considered how much money XX could possibly contribute on his own? 100 million? 200 million? Or perhaps 500 million? Even if he did have the money, would XX be willing to spend so much? Dream on. And given their status and position, do they really care about such a small amount of money? Is it possible that XX actually managed to get that treasure back then? Was it sent back afterwards? Otherwise, Shen Jun truly couldn't understand why several industry giants in their 80s would ruin their reputations for a little bit of money. It has to be said that the intricacies and hidden agendas within the antique world are truly intriguing. Of course, given Shen Jun's current status and position, it would be easy for him to find out the truth if he really wanted to. He could simply have you been investigate and everything would be clear. However, it's better to leave some things as a mystery, otherwise it won't be very interesting. The unknown is what's most captivating. If we knew everything, what would be the point of life? This streamer is interesting, but wherever there are people, there's a social dynamic. His online presence was so huge that even Shen Jun felt something was wrong with him. Various schemes and tricks have emerged one after another. Some people even set traps for him, dragging things out for ages just to get a single question from him. This is a fake, right? If the streamer dares to admit to this, there will definitely be problems the next day. So much so that Shen Jun was terrified for the other party. But the more he does this, the more entertaining his live streams become. The curiosity is something no one can escape. The live stream was fantastic, very entertaining. Just as Shen Jun was leisurely watching the live stream, a knock came at the door. I glanced down at the time. It was already 10 p.m. Who would come looking for him at this time? Enter. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure pushed open the door and walked in, while several others stood motionless at the doorway. After seeing the person's face clearly, Shen Jun immediately stood up. What brings you here? Still at the company at this hour? What's wrong? Losing your temper? Shenmu joked with a smile. Shen Jun chuckled. Am I that fragile? I'm watching a live stream right now. The pear blossoms in the courtyard have faded once again. The moonlight shines on the empty steps in the clear night. In my dreams, the Xing and Xiao play old melodies. Tears stain my face as I wake from my dream. My goodness, this is so unconventional. This is so genuine. This is so unconventional. To be able to climb Kunlun alone, this is the most unconventional thing we've ever seen. Just then, music suddenly started playing in the live stream that Shen Jun was watching, followed by the streamer's exaggerated shouts. For a moment, Shenmu felt utterly speechless. Shen Jun smiled and said, I watched a live stream for a while because I had nothing else to do. The time doesn't matter to me, so I stayed at the company a little longer. You rascal. Shenmu shook his head and sighed. I thought you were upset by the old lady, which is why you didn't go back to stay. I'm not that petty, Shen Jun said casually. Besides, the old lady promised me she wouldn't interfere in Xunan's affairs anymore, and might even have to help. So, in this matter, I'm not at a disadvantage. You know, Xiaonan's future is already in your hands. Shenmu asked curiously, why again? It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Shen Jun said dismissively, even if everyone knows that I'm in charge of Xiaonan's future, so what? With the old lady's abilities, she can easily arrange things within the rules. There are plenty of outstanding young men from prominent families. When that time comes, I can't possibly stop Xiaonan from having a normal relationship, can I? You have too many thoughts on your mind, Shenmu said, frowning. Why don't you just say I don't trust the Shen family? Stop with the too many thoughts. Shen Jun scoffed. Shen Yuan is out of the question. She's not worthy of my attention. But the old lady proved yesterday that my concerns were justified and… Seeing the slightly somber expression on Shenmu's face, Shen Jun frankly said, "Didn't you come to see me personally because you were worried about this matter?" Call. Shenmu let out a long breath and said seriously, "I really don't know how your brain works. You're so young, yet you have such a deep understanding of things. Sometimes I even wonder if there's some unscientific thing helping you." Shen Jun, suppressing the pounding in his heart, calmly said, "Aren't you the same? Those who lack the mental fortitude don't deserve to climb the ladder. Third uncle died a little too early. Otherwise, with your abilities, you wouldn't have needed to risk your life. You could have brought him back to the Shen family openly and legitimately in no time," Shenmu sighed. "If my father hadn't died unexpectedly, I wouldn't have discovered the behemoth that is the Shen family," Shen Jun said expressionlessly. "Let's not talk about this anymore." Shenmu waved his hand and walked to Shen Jun's chair, then sat down without any hesitation. Seeing this, Shen Jun smiled helplessly and then instructed Xiao Han, who was standing at the door, "Make 2 cups of tea." "Yes." Xiao Han immediately got busy in the office. After Xiao Han brought the tea over, Shen Jun waved to her. Xiao Han immediately bowed and left the office, closing the door behind her. After Xiao Han left, Shenmu slowly spoke. "Although you assured the old man, the old lady's actions this time were truly unexpected. Of course, I didn't come here for anything in particular, just to chat with you. What are you going to talk about?" Shen Jun raised an eyebrow and said, "Do we still stand by what I promised the old man?" Slurp, huh. Shenmu took a sip of tea with an exaggerated expression before slowly saying, "Don't talk to me like that. The person who did the work was the old lady. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything to you." Shen Jun. Just as Shen Jun was about to retort, Shenmu glanced at the computer screen and spoke again. "You're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? You even watch antique appraisal live streams? What, thinking of buying some antiques? Actually, you don't need to buy any. You have plenty at home. You can go back and take a look. If you don't find anything you like, I'll find some for you." Shen Jun. To be fair, Shenmu is quite good at witty banter. It was just a few words, but Shen Jun really didn't know how to continue the conversation. Helpless, Shen Jun could only sit down to the side, sip his tea, and say, "Didn't I say I'd just browse around when I'm bored? Shouldn't this person be famous?" Shenmu said softly, "I feel like I've heard this person's voice somewhere before." "He's a pretty popular streamer lately," Shen Jun said casually. "You probably heard his voice somewhere by chance." "Maybe." Shenmu didn't take it seriously and simply changed the subject. Realizing that Shen Jun had been led astray, Shenmu turned his gaze to Shen Jun and said calmly, "To be honest, I didn't want to come. After all, I have a lot to do every day, and I really don't have the energy to worry about such a small matter as yours. Besides, this matter was handled by the old lady, so I didn't want to get involved, but…" Shenmu sighed and said, "Grandpa values you too much, so much so that he doesn't want you to suffer any grievances in the Shen family. There's nothing I can do. Grandpa has spoken, so I have no choice but to make this trip. What good will your arrival do?" Shen Jun said speechlessly, "The damage is done. There's no point in taking any remedial measures." "Playing dumb with me?" Shenmu said irritably, "Your second brother came all the way here to see you for such a trivial matter. I've given you so much face and you call that useless? You think you're so important." Shen Jun chuckled and said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. You know I've given you a hard time, right? That's more like it." Shenmu nodded in satisfaction. "Do you really think I'm just sitting around watching you all day? I'm very busy, you know. It's good to be busy. I can't stand it if you're just sitting around staring at me all day," Shen Jun chuckled. "Good to know." Shenmu teased, "But you've come to Shanghai like this. What about one-on? You two haven't known each other for very long. Aren't you going to cultivate your relationship?" Shen Jun. After giving Shenmu a disapproving look, Shen Jun said frankly, "When we have time, we'll just go back to Kyoto. What else can we do? Even though you're Wanwan's cousin, aren't you worrying about this kind of thing a little too much?" Shen Jun said speechlessly. "What are you saying? Don't act innocent after getting the benefit." Shenmu said displeasedly, "If it weren't for me, would you even know my Wanwan? Do you know what status my Wanwan has in the Li family? You're secretly delighted. You've gotten a huge advantage." Shen Jun. How could he have the audacity to talk about scheming against me so confidently? Seriously, shameless? Enraged, Shen Jun stood up and waved for him to leave, saying, "You've finished talking, you can go now." Shinmu immediately turned his head to the computer screen and said impatiently, "Tianyun Group isn't yours. Can I stay here?" Shen Jun. To be honest, he really couldn't refute that. He even said the wrong thing. Given Shinmu's current status, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for people to say that Tianyun Group belongs to him. Left with no other option, Shen Jun spoke again. "Speak, what else is there?" "It's so late, and I've come all the way from Kyoto. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal?" Shinmu asked without turning his head. Shen Jun was even more helpless. This person is really... With a long sigh, Shen Jun walked out of his office and instructed Xiaohan, who was standing at the door, have the cafeteria prepare a few dishes and bring over a few bottles of wine. "Okay," Xiaohan agreed first, then she asked, "Mr. Shin, do you have any requirements for the wine?" Before Shen Jun could speak, Shinmu, sitting in his office, shouted, "Beer is fine. I don't want to drink baijiu or red wine lately." Shen Jun. Today was so incredibly frustrating. Sensing Shen Jun's helpless expression, Xiaohan smiled and said, "Then shall I bring you some beer?" Go ahead, go ahead." Shen Jun waved his hand and returned to his office. Glancing at Shinmu, who was still watching the live stream, Shen Jun said irritably, "You don't need to use this thing to understand me, do you?" "What do you know?" Shinmu retorted dismissively. "Let me teach you, second brother. A person's interests and hobbies often reflect their personality and values, and that's also the easiest way to find weaknesses and formulate plans." Shen Jun. "Whatever you want." After saying that, Shen Jun sat down on the sofa and started looking at his phone. I thought Shinmu was joking, since he only started watching the live stream out of sudden interest, not because he actually liked it. I didn't expect this guy to actually start watching the treasure appraisal live stream. It wasn't until Xiaohan led several employees carrying trays into the office that Shinmu reluctantly stood up and sat down next to Shen Jun. After the employees had arranged the dishes and left, Shen Jun asked curiously, "Are you trying to get to know me, or do you think that streamer is interesting?" "We have both," Shinmu said nonchalantly. "So honest." Shen Jun joked, "Isn't it because you want to get me drunk tonight and then get information out of me? That's why you're lingering here?" Shinmu's eyes lit up. "That's right. How come I didn't think of that? You really have a sharp mind." Shen Jun rolled his eyes and said irritably, "How many times have I told you? If you don't have the talent for acting, then stop forcing it, okay? It's uncomfortable for me to watch, and it's uncomfortable for you to act either, isn't it?" Sigh. Shinmu said disappointedly, "I always felt that my performance was pretty good." "Exaggerated. Too exaggerated. You should go and learn about the self-cultivation of actors," Shen Jun mocked. "Never mind, it's already finalized, let's just leave it like this." As he spoke, Shinmu opened a bottle of beer for Shen Jun himself, and then opened one for himself. "Done." After saying that, Shinmu chugged down the entire bottle of beer. Shen Jun shook his head at the sight. Judging by Shinmu's drinking capacity, he might actually get drunk tonight. After finishing their drinks, Shen Jun offered to open a bottle for Shinmu and then opened one for himself. Neither of them spoke again, and they continued eating and drinking. After an unknown amount of time, just as Shen Jun began to feel tipsy, Shinmu finally spoke up. "To be honest, the old man is really good to you, kid. It was just a small matter, but he actually sent me here personally to express his opinion. This treatment is truly enviable." Upon hearing this, Shen Jun did not reply, but instead picked up his wine glass and took a sip. He couldn't respond to that. As beneficiaries of the existing system, there's no point in saying anything more. Although Shen Jun did not respond, Shinmu continued, "However, I can understand. Uncle San's sudden death was a huge blow to the old man, and it's normal for him to want to make up for it, but..." Shen Jun's gaze sharpened. He understood that what followed was the reason Shinmu hadn't left yet. All that could be heard was Shinmu saying, word by word, "I can understand, but the old man shouldn't have planned those resources for you in advance." Upon hearing this, Shen Jun paused for a moment. Sure enough, something was wrong. He sensed something was wrong. The old man was too hasty, allocating resources to him far too early. But the old man insisted it was what he deserved, leaving him speechless and unsure how to object. He never expected. Before he could speak, Shinmu continued, "His actions will cause me to lose some authority. Although I don't care and have already prepared myself mentally, he's too impatient. This will cause me problems. You mean? Shen Jun hesitated for a moment before frowning and saying, someone has started to test the waters? Otherwise what? Shinmu explained with a grim face. After the old man finalized the terms with the other party yesterday, problems arose this morning. One of the people I trained was taken down. So fast? Shen Jun was stunned for a moment, his face turning grim. Aren't they afraid you'll retaliate? Retaliation. Shinmu sneered. At times, every second counts. As long as we get the information they want, a little loss is nothing to them. Even if you step down, those positions will still belong to the Shen family. How dare they? Shen Jun asked. My Shen family? Shinmu shook his head and sighed. Third brother, I've finally realized how foolish you've become. Shen Jun was stunned for a moment, then he realized what was going on. Alcohol clouded his judgment. What Shen family? What Li family? Shinmu just mentioned his people, and his people must be young people. What are young people? Young people are nothing. Without resources, aside from family members, all young people are just ordinary people. In other words, Shinmu used his own resources to push that person to the top. And now, after receiving news that Shinmu was going to be removed from his position, someone tried to steal the resources that rightfully belonged to him. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. When a drum is broken, everyone beats it. At this moment, Shen Jun truly understood the real meaning of those words. Keep in mind that Shinmu hasn't even fallen yet, and some people are already eager to make a move. No, not just want to, they've already made a move. If Shinmu really falls, what will happen to him? After a moment's thought, Shen Jun hesitated and asked, what do you want me to do? There's nothing you can do. Shinmu shook his head and sighed. No one but the old man can solve this problem, but the old man has a lot to do for you. Shen Jun. Holy crap. Bullshit, all bullshit. I thought this guy was genuinely pitiful, but I never expected. Damn, that guy is a real jerk. The alcohol definitely affected my brain. My reaction time was indeed much slower. He already understood what Shinmu meant. No wonder Shinmu first said that the old man valued him highly and wanted to make it up to him, and then brought up the other issues. So that's why. This problem can't be solved by Shen Jun alone, since he hasn't obtained those resources. But what if he takes the initiative to call the old man? If he strongly insists that he doesn't want those resources anymore, and hands them over to Shinmu then? Any other questions? What other problems could there be? Absolutely no problem. Shinmu could even use this opportunity to solidify his own position. As for why? The Shen family patriarch personally found someone to replace Shinmu and secured many resources for that person. However, after only one day, that person actually backed down, and the Shen family patriarch even handed over the resources that should have belonged to that person to Shinmu. What are outsiders supposed to think about this? After this incident, who would dare to question Shinmu? Who would dare to provoke Shinmu? Not to mention, what Shinmu just said might not even be true. After figuring this out, Shen Jun's expression returned to calm. Watching Shinmu drink glass after glass of wine, Shen Jun said calmly, your acting this time was slightly better than before, but it's still just acting. Shinmu paused for a moment while holding the wine glass, and then slowly put it down. Turning to look at Shen Jun's slightly flushed cheeks, Shinmu smiled helplessly. It's a bit too early to say that. I should have let you drink a little more. Drinking more won't help, Shen Jun said softly. As long as you intend for me to call the old man and say I'm giving up those resources, you won't be able to fool me. After all, a person lives for their reputation, a tree lives for its bark, and I'll be the one who loses face then. That's true. Shinmu grinned. So what do you think? The resources are available to you. Huh? Shinmu's gaze froze. He hadn't expected Shen Jun to agree so readily. Although he knew that Shen Jun had more to say and that he was definitely asking for something in return, he still didn't expect Shen Jun to agree so readily. You have to understand that at their level, some resources are priceless. Before Shinmu could ask, Shen Jun continued, I have no other requests, just one. Hide all information about me. Of course, the previous information is fine, but from now on, no news about me is allowed to circulate in your circle. What do you mean? Shinmu was so startled by Shen Jun's words that he stood up instantly. Don't get excited, Shen Jun said with a smile, gesturing for someone to sit down. Let's talk slowly. Shinmu suppressed his curiosity and sat back down. After Shinmu was seated, Shen Jun continued, I have no intention of taking over your position anytime soon, nor do I have the ability. Even if I did take over one day, you would need time to arrange things with your people. Besides, you might not really want to hand over the position to me, right? Shinmu didn't speak, but the expression on his face showed that Shen Jun was right. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to show myself now to avoid any trouble later. Is it really that simple? Shinmu looked at Shen Jun with suspicion in his eyes. Or what? Shen Jun shrugged. Do you really want me to go toe-to-toe with you to be satisfied? Not necessarily. Shinmu said thoughtfully, you want to conceal your identity? But you don't seem to care much, because you didn't take the previous revelation of your identity seriously. In other words, your real purpose isn't to hide domestically, but you wouldn't be interested in certain places outside, would you? Or perhaps you've already started preparing, like with Harry Holland. Shen Jun. Damn, Shinmu's mind works way too fast. You can really guess what he's thinking from just a few words. Seeing the slight change in Shen Jun's expression, Shinmu smiled and said, I agree to this request, but that's not enough. You can continue to make requests. As long as it's within my power, I will do my best to help you solve them. Don't underestimate what the resources the old man secured for you represent. No need. Shen Jun shook his head, and under Shinmu's questioning gaze, he explained softly, it's enough for me, and I have everything you can give me. Shinmu. That's absolutely right. Besides, what the old man could give was something he himself didn't have. The phrase, pillar supporting the sky, is not just a saying. Sigh. Grandpa's favoritism is really unpleasant. Shen Jun chuckled. Aren't you also plotting against me and the old man? Besides, isn't it more satisfying to get something yourself? Tsk tisk tisk, Shinmu sighed. Indeed, you understand me best. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's drink. Shen Jun lost the will to continue the conversation. Drink. Shinmu immediately raised his glass and clinked it with Shen Jun's. His goal had been achieved, and he was in an exceptionally good mood. The next day at 11 a.m. Shen Jun groggily got out of bed, and upon seeing the water placed beside the bed, he immediately picked it up and began to gulp down the water. Beer is a tricky thing. If you drink too much, you'll definitely get incredibly thirsty, and you simply can't stand it without water. After drinking lots and lots of water, Shen Jun finally felt a little better. He drank with Shinmu until after 2 a.m. last night. He couldn't remember exactly how much he drank. It wasn't until Shen Jun felt that his body was out of control that he asked Yu Bin to take him home. He doesn't want to sleep at the company when he's drunk, even if the company has everything it needs. Home is home, and company is company. These two places must be clearly distinguished. I took out my phone and glanced at it. There were a few unread messages and several missed calls. None of these were important matters, so Shen Jun didn't take them seriously. After washing up and having lunch, Shen Jun felt much more energetic. It's time to call the old man. Hello, sir. Shen Jun greeted him first after the call was connected. Speak, what is it? The old man's tone carried a hint of displeasure. It seems you've already received the message? Shen Jun asked with a smile after a moment of surprise. There's nothing within the Shen family that can be kept from me, the old man said calmly. So you think I shouldn't give up those resources? Shen Jun said gently. Those are your resources. Although I, the old man, fought for them for you, they are ultimately yours. I can't stop you from giving them up if you want, the old man said coldly. Since that's the case, then I'll give up. I'll leave all the resources to Brother Mu, Shen Jun said casually. You really want to do this? The old man's voice suddenly rose a lot. The old man doesn't mean what he says. Shen Jun could sense that the old man was getting angry, but otherwise what? Shen Jun said frankly, I already agreed last night. I can't just go back on my word after you say a few words, can I? That wouldn't be appropriate. You know, in the Shen family, I'm in charge now. Before I die, no one can touch you. You don't need to worry, and there's no need to be so wary, the old man said solemnly. What are you talking about? Shen Jun said with a smile. You're overthinking it. I just feel that we should use those resources as soon as possible. It's a waste to keep them. After all, I'm still young and don't need to think that far ahead. Everyone has their own role, and some things you can't just get as you get older, the old man gently reminded him. It's all right, I'm very confident in my future. You can just hand over the resources to Brother Mu. He already compensated me anyway, Shen Jun said nonchalantly. Once you've made up your mind, there's no going back. Are you really going to do this? The old man asked in a deep voice. Okay, I'm sure. You can leave the resources to Brother Mu. I have something to do later, so I won't chat with you anymore. Shen Jun said with a slight smile. I see. After saying that, the old man hung up the phone. Seeing the phone abruptly hung up, Shen Jun smiled wryly. The old man was worried. Kyoto, the Shen family. Living room. After hanging up Shen Jun's call, the old man's already gloomy face became even more unpleasant. See? I told you, that third brother never trusts anyone except himself, not even Xiaonan. Shinmu said softly, he has absolutely no sense of belonging to our Shen family, so he doesn't care about those so-called resources. Even if those resources are very valuable, they're useless to him. In his heart, he only sees the Shen family as a tool to help him rise in rank. I understand. I understood it from the way he returned to the Shen family. That's why I've always wanted to compensate him, even giving him a position despite your two grandfathers' objections, so he could compete with you for it. The old man said coldly, it's only been a little over 3 months, but Xiao Jun's changes are clearly visible. Putting aside everything else, compared to before, at least he has some respect for me now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those things after learning that I secured resources for him. But who could have imagined that my grandmother would suddenly pull something like this? This is just one example. How could the third brother not be worried? Who knows if others are feeling the same way as the old lady? All your previous efforts will have been for nothing. Shinmu shrugged and joked, looks like my grandma isn't exactly a good wife, huh? The old man glared at Shinmu. I was wrong, I won't say anything more, okay? Shinmu immediately lowered his head, begging for forgiveness. Well, with a long sigh, the old man said helplessly, what Yuana did deserves punishment from anyone, but your grandmother is like a demon, insisting on protecting her. It's really… Tsk tisk tisk. Shinmu raised his head again, then said in a cheeky tone, if it weren't for her favoritism, Shen Yuan wouldn't have developed this personality. It's all because… I won't say anymore, I was wrong. Before he could finish speaking, Shinmu lowered his head again. The old man said irritably, when you were little, none of you were close to your grandmother. Only Yuana was always attached to her. How could she not love that girl? It's our fault, it's our fault. Shinmu immediately took the blame. You child. The old man was silent for a moment before sighing. My biggest worry now is that once Xiao Jun gains power outside, he won't want to come back. If that happens, it will be a huge blow to the Shen family. You don't need to worry about that. No matter how things develop for the third brother abroad, he will never abandon the country. Shinmu said firmly. How so? The old man instantly perked up. You're always so concerned that you get confused. Shinmu's lips curled slightly upward as he said, let me put it this way. The third brother seems to value foreign countries a lot, but in reality, he looks down on them. You mean? The old man gradually realized. Shinmu explained, I contacted 2 of Lao San's friends, one named Yang Su and the other named Wu Mingjie. Through these 2, I learned something. That is, the third brother has a strong sense of national identity and a slight tendency towards racism, just like Wu Mingjie. Yang Su, on the other hand, is an absolute and extreme racist. It's precisely because their personalities are similar that the 3 of them were able to become friends. In other words, a smile instantly spread across the old man's face. This lad is learning inner sagehood and outer kingship. Shinmu said softly, whether he's a saint internally or not is unclear, but externally he will definitely practice benevolent rule. With such a personality, do you think he'll stay outside? Good. Racism is good. Although it's not extreme enough, non-extreme is the best. The old man laughed heartily. After a long silence, the old man spoke again. What is that little fellow named Yang Su doing now? I'm not quite sure. Shinmu shook his head and said, I only contacted them to find out more about the third brother, and naturally I haven't paid any attention to it since. Have someone sound him out and see if the little guy is interested in taking a different route, the old man instructed. What do you mean? Since that little guy is friends with Xiao Jun, shouldn't he tell Xiao Jun about some of the things he does? The old man said casually. Under his influence, Xiao Jun's personality might even change a little. Grandpa, you're going a bit too far, Shinmu chuckled. If the third son is constantly influenced by people like this, isn't this the best? Yes, that's the best way. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was October 30th. After making that phone call to the old man, Shen Jun's life returned to normal. I go to get off work and come home normally every day. When I feel really bored, I contact Wu Mingjie to go out for a walk. Of course, he also had to call and meet with Li Chuan. Everything else was secondary. The important matter of marriage couldn't be delayed, even if it was an arranged marriage. Shen Jun must take this seriously. It's worth mentioning that during this period, Shen Jun bought a private jet for 600 million renminbi. It's a Gulfstream G700. The Gulfstream G700 is an ultra-long-range business jet manufactured by Gulfstream Corporation. It is 33.48 meters long, 7.75 meters high, and can accommodate up to 19 passengers. The aircraft has a maximum range of 7,500 nautical miles, approximately 13,890 kilometers, and a maximum speed of Mach 0.925, slightly below the speed of sound. The Gulfstream G700 has the largest cabin among business jets, measuring 56 feet 11 inches, approximately 17.28 meters, in length. Its cabin is divided into different sections, including a lavatory, galley, front seating, entertainment suite, and dining area, as well as a first-class cabin and en-suite bathroom. The G700 has 20 windows, allowing ample light to enter the aircraft's interior. The en-suite bathroom has several cubicles for storing toiletries and valuables, a full-length mirror, and a leather toilet seat. It is one of the few private jets large enough to accommodate a standing shower. With this private jet, Shen Jun can go anywhere with great convenience. Don't ask why Shen Jun was able to buy this private jet in such a short time. As long as you have money, nothing is a problem. After all, others could buy it for 550 million, but Shen Jun spent a whopping 600 million. The extra 50 million means everything. Time is money, and money also represents time. Tianyun Group. Inside the office, Shen Jun sipped his tea while reviewing the messages Harry Holland had recently sent him. He didn't actually want the other person to contact him too closely, but Harry Holland seemed very worried that he would be marginalized if he didn't contact Shen Jun. So he would send him a message every now and then to explain what he had been doing recently. Shen Jun had warned the other party before, worried that their close contact might attract unwanted attention. Harry Holland, however, explained that he had hired a skilled hacker who, no matter how he sent messages, could not be traced by anyone other than Shen Jun to the specific network connection or the content being sent. Shen Jun had no choice but to accept this. As long as Harry Holland doesn't run into any problems, then he definitely won't run into any problems either. According to Harry Holland, he did a lot of things with the $1 billion that Shen Jun gave him. For example, supporting Ethan Haller in his head-on confrontation with his opponents, and supporting Langdon Morgan in his dominance in the financial markets. Of course, none of that is the most important thing. The most important thing is, this guy actually managed to win over Zoe Roosevelt. A real victory. During this time, the two even obtained America's marriage certificate. Who the hell would believe that? How did Harry Holland manage to marry Zoe Roosevelt in just a month and a half? That's the Roosevelt family. How did the other party agree? With methods like these, is Harry Holland still the same person he used to be? Or is it? Did the Roosevelt family also realize that Harry Holland was the chosen one? That's why he agreed to Harry Holland and Zoe Roosevelt's marriage? Shen Jun did ask the question that was on his mind, but Harry Holland actually said he didn't know. This B************* D doesn't even know why the Roosevelt family allowed him to marry Zoe Roosevelt. This person also said that America doesn't care about those things. As long as both parties agree, they can get married without needing to ask anyone else's opinion. If Harry Holland's wife were an ordinary person, Shen Jun would absolutely agree with that statement. But this B'D's wife isn't an ordinary person. The Roosevelt family, what kind of family is that? A political family of the absolute extreme. How could the other party allow a direct descendant of their family to marry so casually? Let alone the Roosevelt family, no family with any standing would do that. The two got married. Shen Jun, having gotten no answers, looked utterly helpless. Shen Jun trusted Harry Holland quite a bit, although not 100%. He trusted him at least 90%. After all, he has leverage over the other party. Shen Jun never trusts anyone without a reason, regardless of that person's identity. Unless it's someone like Harry Holland. Holding the other party's lifeline in his hands, how could Shen Jun not trust them? Although he didn't get any information out of him, Shen Jun didn't take it seriously. The things Harry Holland had gone through were simply too outrageous. Shen Jun was already prepared in his heart that no matter how outrageous the other party's experiences were, he could accept them calmly. Being the chosen one of destiny isn't just a saying. Shen Jun then asked the other party if they needed more money, and after receiving a reply that they didn't, Shen Jun cut off all contact with them. It's better to let this person develop on their own. Interfering too much is not a good thing. The tragedy of losing everything due to poor micromanagement has already happened, and Shen Jun doesn't want to follow in that person's footsteps. Just after Shen Jun finished dealing with Harry Holland's matter, Ding Chengdong knocked on the door and entered the office. Before Shen Jun could ask, Ding Chengdong revealed the purpose of his visit. Mr. Shen, the profits from both Microsoft and Eli Lilly's stocks have been fully withdrawn. Shall I give you a report now? Upon hearing this, Shen Jun immediately became interested. Everyone is interested in money. Based on the information you provided, I leveraged the funds in my account tenfold. After a month of trading, Lilly's total profit was $1.3 billion, and Microsoft's total profit was $2.43 billion. Shen Jun, although he was mentally prepared, isn't this amount of profit a bit outrageous? That doesn't make sense, does it? How did Ding Chengdong manage to do that? Are they really treating US stocks like an ATM? Just as Shen Jun was about to ask a question, Ding Chengdong placed a thick stack of documents in front of him. After putting down the file, Ding Chengdong immediately explained, Mr. Shen, if you want me to explain how to trade, I really can't explain it clearly in a short time. If you have time, you can look at my trading records. Of course, if you want me to explain it to you, then I can only explain it to you according to the trading records. Shen Jun. Never mind. Shen Jun waved to Ding Chengdong and said, I'll look into it when I have time. You should go and rest for a few days. Yes. Without any hesitation, Ding Chengdong immediately turned and left the office. Based on past experience, Shen Jun was telling the truth. He really did only have a few days to rest, and if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to rest properly, he wouldn't have time later. After Ding Chengdong left, Shen Jun glanced down at the trading details recorded in the documents, then casually put them into a drawer. For him, the process is not important. As long as the result is good, that's enough. Adding the $3.73 billion that Ding Chengdong earned for him this time, the total amount in his US stock account now reached $15.45 billion. You read that right, it's $15.45 billion US dollars. This figure is after removing the $1.3 billion US dollars provided by the company. Of course, this doesn't include the $1 billion US dollars Shen Jun gave to Harry Holland and the $1 billion US dollars he had Wei Xianming manage. Even so, there are still over $15 billion US dollars in the US stock account. Converted to RMB, that's over $100 billion. Hundreds of billions in assets, all in cash. Who would believe that? Suppressing his excitement, Shen Jun took a deep breath to calm himself. Just a little longer, and given Harry Holland's current strength, he'd be able to make his move soon. To be honest, America's conglomerate model is really attractive. November 2nd. It was exactly 12 o'clock noon. Byte. Tesla, December 1st, $253.50. Apple, December 1st, $190.50. November 15th, America, Florida. Abelwright is ousted from her family due to failed investments. November 17th, New York, Tersway Golf Course. Robert Davis committed suicide after hearing news he shouldn't have heard, sustaining 8 gunshot wounds to his back. Shen Jun. What the heck? Shot 8 times in the back? Then he committed suicide? Are you kidding me? Are all the cases handled by America this outrageous? If this got out, who the hell would believe it? This isn't how you fool a black person, is it? Do they really think America's people are mentally challenged? At first, Shen Jun wasn't too excited when he heard the voice in his mind. He was used to it. But after hearing the last message, he was completely speechless. The last message was simply too outrageous, so outrageous that even a normal person like Shen Jun couldn't accept it. It's not that you can't commit suicide, nor is it that you can't shoot yourself in the back, but who the hell could fire 8 shots into their own back? Even Captain America couldn't do it. But Shen Jun had no choice but to believe such an absurd story because the system's predictions have never been wrong, which means this is how America explained Robert Davis's death to the public. But according to the system, Robert committed suicide because he overheard something he shouldn't have heard. Did you hear something you shouldn't have? What could it be? Given the system's past behavior, Robert must have overheard some shady deals or schemes. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have gone to such lengths and even used such an absurd explanation. Without any hesitation, Shen Jun immediately contacted Harry Holland, asking him to investigate the whereabouts of Aber Wright and Robert Davis. But this time, Harry Holland did not reply to his message immediately. Shen Jun wasn't in a hurry about this. There's still plenty of time. Abelite was kicked out of his home on November 15th, Robert Davis was killed on November 17th, and today is only November 2nd. He has all the time in the world. During this time, Shen Jun briefly glanced at Tesla's and Apple's stock information. Of course, Shen Jun is very familiar with Tesla and Apple, or rather, almost every young person in Dacia knows these two companies. These two companies are just too famous. Even older people, let alone young people, know about these two companies. One is a leader in the new energy vehicle industry, and the other is a leader in the smartphone industry. Tesla Incorporated is an American automobile manufacturing company headquartered at 1 Tesla Road, Austin, Texas, and was founded in 2003. The company's co-founders are Elon Musk, Martin Eberhard, Strobel, Mark Tarpenning, and Ian Wright. The company's current CEO is Elon Musk, and the chairman is Robin M. Dan Holm. Tesla ranked 5th in the 2022 Hurun Global 500 list, 242nd in the 2022 Fortune Global 500 list, and 9th in the 2023 Brand Finance Global 500 list. Apple Incorporated is an American technology company headquartered in Cupertino, California. It was co-founded in 1976 by Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ron Wayne. The current CEO of the company is Tim Cook. In 2022, it ranked 1st in the Hurun Global 500, 7th in the Fortune Global 500, 3rd in the Fortune America 500, 7th in the Forbes Global 2000, 1st in the Forbes Global Technology Companies list, and 2nd in the Global Brand Value Top 100 list. While Microsoft and Eli Lilly were equally famous and powerful, they were still somewhat inferior to these two companies that frequently appear online. It's not about the company's market value or brand recognition, but rather the frequency of its appearance. Leaving aside Eli Lilly, he wouldn't even know about the company if it weren't for the system notification. As for Microsoft, due to the different nature of the companies, his information only existed in certain companies and departments. Tesla and Apple, due to their corporate nature, are always in the public eye because they need everyone to know them. Their brand awareness determines their brand value, and their positioning determines how ordinary people perceive them. At this time, Taraka's stock price was $197.07 per share, and the company's total market capitalization was over $629.6 billion. According to the information provided by the system, this stock could earn him a maximum of $56.43 per share. Apple's stock price is currently $164.69 per share, with a total market capitalization of over $2.5032 trillion. According to the information provided by the system, he could earn up to $25.81 per share. Although Apple's total market capitalization is nearly 4 times that of Tesla, if things were to actually go through with that, Shen Jun believes Tesla can generate more profits for him. In the stock market, if you want to make money, besides looking at the stock price, the turnover rate is even more important. As long as the turnover rate is high enough, you can make money and run without worrying about anything. If the turnover rate is not high enough, it's okay for small funds, but large funds will be buried. A low turnover rate means there aren't enough buyers. And Tesla's stock? Well, to put it simply, it's the most monstrous stock of all. Despite Tesla's current popularity, there are still people who remain bearish on it. As for why? The market capitalization is too high. Its car sales alone could not possibly support such a high total market capitalization. The current boom in artificial intelligence has given Tesla enough confidence to ride the wave of opportunity, otherwise. As a result, Tesla's stock turnover rate has always been very high, at least several times higher than that of other stocks of similar market capitalization. President Shen Chengdong strode into the office. Looking up at Ding Chengdong's delighted face, Shen Jun said softly, "Two stocks. Tesla's highest share price was $253, and Apple's highest share price was $190. Tesla? Apple?" Ding Chengdong murmured, then immediately said solemnly, "President Shen, rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. You can be a bit more aggressive with Tesla stock. Its turnover rate is enough for you to operate," Shen Jun instructed. "Understood." Ding Chengdong paused for a moment, then immediately realized what Shen Jun meant. "Go ahead." Shen Jun waved his hand. "Yes." After Ding Chengdong left, Shen Jun started looking at Tesla's stock again. "It's a real shame I missed the peak of this volatile stock's rise." At 3 p.m., Harry Holland finally replied to Shen Jun, but he only said received. At 5 p.m., the other party finally gave Shen Jun a formal report on the information he had gathered. Based on the information Harry Holland had gathered, Shen Jun understood the origins of these two people. Abel Wright was the fourth and youngest son of Charlie Wright, the head of the Wright family in Florida. The Wright family held a similar position in Florida as the Holler family did in Texas. Unlike Ethan Holler, who was an illegitimate child, Abel Wright was a direct descendant of the Wright family. However, because he had too many brothers, and his eldest brother Noah Wright was exceptionally outstanding, the heir of the Wright family was decided early on. Although Abraham is the youngest, he has great ambitions. He had always resented not becoming the family heir, and even considered himself superior to his older brother Noah Wright. Noah Wright was only a few years older than him. If he had been the firstborn, he would have been the family heir. After a long period of persistent pleading, Abraham finally obtained $10 million in investment from his father, Charlie Wright. He firmly believed that he had the ability to generate 10 or even 100 times the return with this $10 million, at which point he could openly compete with his older brother for the position of heir. But he failed completely. Harry Holland obtained the latest news about Abel Wright through some means, saying that the guy had lost all of the $10 million and was now planning to mortgage several Wright family properties to obtain funds, but he hadn't found a buyer yet. Upon seeing this, Shen Jun covered his face, speechless. Isn't this just plain stupid? If Harry Holland was able to find out the information, then others certainly could too. In other words, this person's unreliability is common knowledge. Once a family has chosen an heir, it means that heir has absolutely passed the family's tests. How can someone simply take their place through a struggle? And you have the Wright family backing you, and after all these years, you haven't even made $10 million? Aren't you just a complete waste? Anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't utter something like competing for the family heir, would they? The system's prompt perfectly proves Aberleit's foolishness. Was he kicked out of the family due to failed investments? Was he kicked out of the family because he was caught selling the house? This idiot is absolutely speechless. What kind of person did the system find for him? What a ripoff. Only Shen Jun believed that the system wouldn't make baseless accusations. This Abelette must have some merits that others haven't noticed otherwise. Unlike Abelite, Robert Davis came from a humble background. Although the other party came from a humble background, his resume was quite impressive. He graduated from Boston College with a bachelor's degree in finance and from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania with a master's degree in business administration. After graduating with his master's degree, Robert Davis joined Excel as a metals analyst. Keep in mind that Robert Davis is only 25 years old. Although the other person hasn't produced any results yet, the fact that they received a special notification from the system suggests that their future is absolutely limitless. After all, ordinary people who are destined for greatness can truly create miracles. History serves as a lesson. After learning about the identities and backgrounds of these two people, Shen Jun immediately began giving orders to Harry Holland. He had Harry Holland take over the property Aberite was selling and cultivate a good relationship with the guy. Even if he really had no ability, his status represented enough. There's still plenty of time ahead. Once Harry Holland grows up, Aberleet will have a chance to take over the Wright family business. Robert Davis, however, is someone that Harry Holland takes particularly seriously. Shen Jun also told Harry Holland about the danger Robert Davis encountered at the Tersway golf course on November 17th. Harry Holland immediately agreed. He knew Shen Jun's capabilities all too well. Whatever the other party said, it would inevitably happen. After the previous incidents, Harry Holland understood that Shen Jun was finding him helpers in order to improve his strength in America. Even if Shen Jun didn't have any leverage over him, he still wouldn't refuse Shen Jun's request. These are all resources he can use to climb the social ladder. He has no reason to refuse a win-win situation. After finishing everything, Shen Jun immediately felt relieved. I glanced at the time. It's almost time to go home. Just as Shen Jun stepped out of the office, his phone suddenly rang. Shen Jun was visibly taken aback when he glanced at the caller ID. Why did that be asterisk 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 asterisk? Do you even think of calling him? Is the injury fully healed? Old Shen, I'm back in Shanghai again. As soon as the call connected, Yang Su's gruff voice came through. Picking at his ear with his little finger, Shen Jun casually asked, "What? Out of money? So you're planning to come to Shanghai to make more? Go to hell." Yang Su shouted angrily, "Can you speak like a human being? Do you think I'm short of money? And do you think I'm that kind of person? Isn't that right?" Shen Jun teased. "Get lost. I'm not that kind of person." Yang Su retorted, then eagerly continued, "Old Shen, I have some good news for you. No, I won't tell you yet. Guess why I came to Shanghai this time?" Shen Jun. Who the hell could guess that? Shen Jun rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Not a single useful piece of information. You want me to guess? Guess my A asterisk asterisk. TSK tisk tisk. Old Shen, you've got a bit of a temper. You need to tone it down." Yang Su said smugly, "Let me tell you the truth. I've come to work in Shanghai, and it's a really awesome position that's perfect for me." Upon hearing this, Shen Jun immediately became interested. For this be asterisk 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 D to say something like that then? What position? Guess what? I already told you, that job is perfect for me. Yang Su's voice became even more smug. Perfect for you? Shen Jun muttered under his breath, then casually added, "An anti-prostitution campaign?" Yang Su. Although he was speechless, he had to admit that the two words Shen Jun said really struck a chord with him. Sweeping prostitution was also a job he particularly wanted, but this job isn't easy to find. Without some kind of background or connections, someone in his current situation simply wouldn't be able to get in. But his current job is a stroke of incredible luck. All right, stop guessing. We'll talk about it when we meet. Don't refuse. I'll send you my location, just go there. Old Wu is going too. I'll be there soon." Yang Su said with a hint of excitement. Shen Jun, who invites people to dinner like that? Don't you know what it means to give advance notice beforehand? Don't you understand basic social etiquette? You know nothing. Come here right now, I have something really important to tell you. Something incredibly important. Yang Su shouted immediately. Fine, I give up. Although Shen Jun was somewhat speechless, he was genuinely curious as to why Yang Su had come to Shanghai again. He knew Yang Su had been badly beaten last time. What kind of job could be so appealing that it could make this guy disregard his trauma and return? 7 p.m. Xiao Lu's Iron Pot Stew. Looking at the name on the small restaurant sign, and then glancing back at the few Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked on the roadside that seemed out of place in this area, Shen Jun felt numb. Where did that be asterisk 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 D bring him? It wasn't that Shen Jun looked down on this place or on this small restaurant, but rather. That's so eye-catching. Just you wait and see. Right now everyone on the street is curiously staring at Shen Jun and Yubin and the others. These people simply couldn't understand why someone like Shen Jun would come to eat at a place like this. Is this a joke? Even if you come here to eat, can you change vehicles a few times? Why do you have to come to such a small place to show off? Are all wealthy people this capricious? Shen Jun also felt extremely uncomfortable. It's not that I can't stand being stared at, it's just that it makes me feel really uncomfortable. But since he's already here, he can't just leave, can he? Even if you leave, you should only do so after you know the truth. Otherwise, your trip would have been in vain. Moreover, Yang Su was not unaware of Shen Jun's identity, yet he still chose this place to eat. There must be a reason behind it. Stepping into the small restaurant, Shen Jun immediately spotted Wu Mingjie and Yang Su standing at the counter taking orders. The two of them noticed Shen Jun the moment he entered. Shen Jun simply didn't fit in at all here. Whether it's her attire, her demeanor, or the large number of bodyguards she's accompanied, all these factors combined make it hard not to attract attention. Old Shen, let's go into the private room. Let's go into the private room. Upon seeing Shen Jun, Yang Su immediately waved to him. Shen Jun nodded, then followed Yang Su and Wu Mengjia into the private room. Yu Bin and his group did not go inside, but instead sat at a table near the entrance of the private room. Inside the private room, the three took their seats in turn. As soon as he sat down, Wu Mengjia couldn't wait to ask, "Old Yang, what's going on? Didn't you hate Shanghai? It's only been a short time. Why are you here again?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jun also turned his gaze to Yang Su, who was sitting in the very center. Yang Su chuckled and waved to the two of them, saying, "We'll talk about it later. Let's eat something first, otherwise I'm afraid old Shen will leave after I finish." Shen Jun, you too, you're not short of money, yet you can't even find a decent place to treat us. You really don't respect our young master Jun at all. Wu Mengjia rolled her eyes and complained. No, we have to be careful about the consequences, Yang Su said smugly. Huh? This question startled both Shen Jun and Wu Mengjia. Be aware of the potential impact? Is this something an ordinary person like him would say? Who pays attention to the impact? Those who take that road. But now Yang Su is saying such things, which means. After exchanging a glance, Wu Mengjia turned to Yang Su and asked in surprise, "You have someone in your family who can get their hands dirty in Shanghai? How's that possible?" Positions in Shanghai are always strictly limited. For someone to suddenly cut in line, how powerful must they be? Why not? Yang Su exclaimed excitedly. My grandfather arranged it personally. He said an old friend of his has become successful and plans to take care of the Yang family. As the only son of the Yang family, the benefits naturally fall to me. Wu Mengjia shook his head. He still didn't believe it. This is outrageous. It's so outrageous that if this were posted online, netizens would say Yang Su is just bragging. Where is this? This is Shanghai, the magic city. Jobs in Shanghai aren't something you can just get by hiring connections. Although he didn't believe it, Wu Mengjia persisted, asking, what position? Although Shen Jun didn't respond, he was also very curious. Seeing that Shen Jun and Wu Mengjia still didn't believe him, Yang Su said smugly, please allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment. Sell it to your A****. Just tell me already. Shen Jun said irritably. That's right, sell your A****. Tell me. Wu Mengjia retorted. You too, really? Just as Yang Su was about to complain, the two voices made him swallow the rest of his words. Finally, Yang Su pursed his lips and explained, the unit I'm joining is the Foreigners Management Department. Shen Jun. Wu Mengjia. Foreigners Management Division? What kind of unit is that? Before Shen Jun could voice his question, Wu Mengjia stared at Yang Su in disbelief and roared, You're in the Immigration Bureau? How's that possible? Like I said before, Yang Su said smugly, shrugging, why not? Let me tell you, nothing in this world is impossible. Before Wu Mengjia could ask any questions, Yang Su continued, don't ask me if I've been scammed. The person has already been contacted, and I've personally visited the company. The official onboarding process will begin tomorrow. Wu Mengjia. Good heavens. How's that possible? How the hell is that possible? That's the Immigration Bureau of Shanghai. Shanghai, oh my god. Everyone knows how valuable a civil service job is in Shanghai. Considering how diligently Wu Mengjia has worked for so long, he's only. I feel so unbalanced, extremely unbalanced. Wu Mengjia glared at Yang Su and demanded, just who is your grandfather's old friend? You know how valuable a civil service job is in Shanghai. How could he possibly give such a resource to your family? Did your grandfather save his life? More or less. Yang Su said softly, my grandfather said they had a life or death bond, but they lost contact because they were assigned to different places. And now, the moment they reconnected, they've given my Yang family such a huge benefit. If I hadn't verified it myself, I wouldn't believe it. It's really too surreal, just like in novels. Wu Mengjia was stunned. This was actually possible? This is actually possible. This is absolutely unheard of and unseen. Letting out a long sigh, Wu Mengjia said with envy, it's really great to have an only child. Nonsense. Yang Su couldn't help but laugh out loud. This incredible wealth has finally come my way. Immigration Administration? Foreigners Management Department. Just as the two were talking, Shen Jun took out his phone and searched for the scope of authority of this unit. Upon seeing the scope of authority of this unit, Shen Jun couldn't help but gasp. To put it simply, this unit is the main force in cracking down on illegal immigrants. Isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? He knew Yang Su's personality all too well. He was an absolute and extreme racist. Whether they are white or black, Yang Su has only one thought when it comes to foreigners. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. When Wu Mingjie got married, Shen Jun and Yang Su mentioned this incident while they were shopping in Shanghai. This person has a deep-seated hatred for black people. Of course, if you really want to be serious, Yang Su would have the same attitude towards white people. The only difference was that the two of them only saw black people and not white people. Otherwise, he won't discriminate. How could such an extreme person now be an employee of the Foreigners Management Department? Is this some kind of joke? Given Yang Su's personality, if he were to take charge of something like this, things would definitely get messy. And Shen Jun was now highly suspicious of the so-called life-or-death friend that Yang Su's grandfather had mentioned. He couldn't help but doubt this. After the two finished speaking, Shen Jun immediately asked Yang Su, "Was coming to the Shanghai Foreigners Management Office your idea or your grandfather's friends?" Yang Su was taken aback by Shen Jun's sudden question, but he reacted quickly, replying in just a moment. "It was my grandfather's friend's idea. He said he could only arrange a job for me in Shanghai, specifically at the Immigration Bureau. He didn't specify the exact position. He let me choose." "You gotta choose?" Shen Jun asked softly. "How many options did they give you? 3 or 4? Yang Su scratched his head sheepishly and said, "I forgot exactly how many options there were. I only remember the first one, which is the Foreigners Management Department where I'm now joining. After seeing what that position entailed, I immediately chose it. I didn't look at the others and didn't remember them. For me, no other position can compare to this." Phew. Shen Jun let out a long sigh of relief. There was definitely a problem. The signs of human intervention are too obvious, or rather, the other party never intended to hide them at all. Is it only possible to arrange work in Shanghai? Or the Immigration and Naturalization Service? It just so happens that the Foreigners Management Division is listed first? This step-by-step process was all about getting Yang Su to his side. I don't know who did this, but the move was incredibly fast. He had just given up the resources and handed them over to Shenmu, and then someone planned to use Yang Su's personality to influence him. Is this because they're afraid he'll develop feelings for foreigners? Or are they afraid he'll run away abroad? Shaking his head, Shen Jun asked again, "What are your plans after you join the company?" "What do you mean, what should we do?" Yang Su asked, somewhat puzzled. "Just go to get off work and leave work as usual? I mean, what will you do if you encounter foreigners in the future?" Shen Jun rephrased his question. Hee. Yang Su chuckled slyly, then said smugly, "If they have identification, check them. If they don't, detain them, then deport them. If that doesn't work, deport them. Anyone who dares to resist, turn off the recorder and give them 3 whacks until they beg for mercy." Shen Jun. Very good, that perfectly matches my stereotype of Yang Su. That can't be right, Wu Mingjie asked curiously. Does a new employee like you have that kind of authority? That's impossible, isn't it? Don't you understand? Yang Su became even more smug. "My grandfather called, and as long as I follow the rules, no one will dare to cause me trouble. He also said I can just go for it without worry. He'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong, and even if I can't handle it, I can just resign, and then he'll arrange another position for me." Wu Mingjie. Shen Jun. No. Wu Mingjie was even more incredulous. "Just who is this grandfather of yours?" Knowing your temper, if you were to make a move, the public outcry would be huge. He dares to take the blame for that? Does Shanghai have such powerful connections? I don't know, but anyway, I'm getting this job for free, so why not take it? Yang Su said nonchalantly, "Even if something really happens, it's fine. Like that grandpa said, at worst, I'll just quit. The higher-ups can't punish me for following the rules, can they? I'm F***************G impressed." Wu Mingjie gave Yang Su a thumbs up. Keep it down, keep it down." Yang Su grinned from ear to ear. "We need to be mindful of the impact. Let's just talk about it behind closed doors. We can't gossip about it outside later. Shen Jun. Seriously, I'm speechless. How dare this be asterisk 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 asterisk. D say the words, be mindful of the impact. He's so afraid people won't know what he does. Outrageous. Comments. After learning everything, Shen Jun did not rush to leave the restaurant. Since I'm already here, and it's been a long time since I've had this, I naturally have to try some when I see it. Once the stew was cooked in the iron pot, he immediately started eating with his chopsticks. Yang Su and Wu Mingjie were not surprised at all to see Shen Jun start eating. Why didn't they eat when they were in school? Now, naturally, people won't change their impression of Shen Jun just because his status is different. After taking a few bites, Shen Jun put down his chopsticks. Seeing this, Wu Mingjie and Yang Su immediately put down their chopsticks. The two men's actions made Shen Jun realize that once a rift is formed, it can never be the same again. Without further ado, Shen Jun said directly, "Old Yang, once you join the company, tone down your actions. Don't go overboard." "Don't worry," Yang Su immediately patted his chest and assured him, "I'm only targeting foreigners who don't have any documents." No documents means no human rights, and those people don't even have human rights, so I definitely won't be lenient with them. But I absolutely won't touch those with complete documents. Shen Jun. Since he said that to his face, Shen Jun was certain that once this guy got his hands on power, he would definitely cause a big incident. But he had no reason to stop it, or rather, he didn't even intend to stop it. Just as he had thought, the country does indeed need young people like Yang Su. Nationalists are an indispensable part of a nation. Shen Jun does not support extremism, but we cannot do without such people. Because these people can be very useful at certain times. Absolutely invaluable. Old Shen Yu. Shen Jun's words made Wu Mingjie instantly have a certain guess. He looked at Shen Jun hesitantly, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. "It's nothing." Shen Jun shook his head and smiled. This job suits Lao Yang perfectly. A person has to do something in their life. Yes, that's what I thought too. Yang Su nodded emphatically, excitedly saying, "The education I received taught me to be inner sage and outer king, while there are just too many trashy people illegally operating within the country. Now that I have the opportunity, I naturally want to realize my ambitions. Just wait, I'll be famous soon." Shen Jun. Wu Mingjie. What an idiot. Alright, you guys continue eating. I'll be going now, I have a lot to do later. With that, Shen Jun stood up. Wu Mingjie and Yang Su did not try to stop him, they both stood up to see Shen Jun off. They walked out of the restaurant together. After Shen Jun got into the car, he rolled down the window and said to Yang Su, "One last thing, if you encounter any problems you can't solve, call me. Don't worry, I won't stand on ceremony with you." Yang Su waved to Shen Jun with a grin. Shen Jun smiled and nodded, then had you been drive away. After Shen Jun left, Wu Mingjie and Yang Su returned to their private room at the restaurant. "Old Yang Yu." Wu Mingjie finally couldn't hold back any longer. He carefully asked, "Didn't you ever suspect your grandfather's friend? It's one thing to arrange a job for you, but to dare take the blame for you. There aren't many people in Shanghai with such connections. Stop testing me. I'm not stupid. How could I not be suspicious?" Yang Su chuckled. "I knew from the very beginning that it wasn't my grandfather's so-called friend who arranged all this for me, but someone from old Shen's family. I know very well the value of a civil service job in Shanghai. My grandfather's friend certainly doesn't have that kind of ability." Wu Mingjie's eyes widened immediately. He exclaimed in shock, "Were you just acting as old Shen? Otherwise what?" Yang Su shrugged. "Didn't you see that I didn't agree when old Shen told me to tone it down?" Smack. Wu Mingjie slapped himself. He had thought Yang Su was stupid, but it turned out he was the one who had made the mistake. Didn't expect that, did you?" Yang Su said smugly. "No, I really didn't expect you, old Yang, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so cunning." Wu Mingjie quickly shook his head and sighed. "But what does Lao Shen's family mean by this?" Wu Mingjie asked again, "Why bring you to Shanghai and then put you in the foreigners management department? Does this have any special significance for Lao Shen?" "I don't know." Yang Su shook his head and explained, "That's precisely why I didn't go straight to the job, but instead invited Lao Shen over for this meal a day in advance." Upon hearing this, Wu Mingjie's eyes widened again. "Wow," he exclaimed, "wow. I initially thought Yang Su had just had a sudden flash of inspiration and guessed that his position was orchestrated by the Shen family, but it turns out it's a series of interconnected events. You probably already guessed it. Yang Su smiled at Wu Mingjie and said, "What you can guess, Lao Shen naturally knows as well." If Lao Shen had just said he didn't want me to work in the foreigners management department, I definitely wouldn't have gone. After all, I know very well how I got this job. But he didn't reject my proposal, which means Lao Shen doesn't mind me going to the foreigners management department. With that backing, I won't agree to Lao Shen telling me to tone it down. Since I'm already going there, I need to vent my anger first before worrying about anything else. After all, there are a lot of illegal immigrants in Daxia. We need to clean some up. Wu Mingjie, I've learned something new. I've really learned something new. Wu Mingjie said with a face full of admiration. From now on, I'll never call you stupid again. From now on, I'm the stupidest of the three of us, I admit it. Yang Su burst into laughter at Wu Mingjie's words. Before coming, he was confident that his 2 moves would amaze Wu Mingjie, and now he was satisfied, truly satisfied. Between men, you don't need many words. A simple, "You're awesome," is the highest compliment. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Yang Su waved his hand and said, "Old Shen's gone. Tonight we're drinking until we drop." All right, tonight I'll risk my life to keep you company. I'll even forget about my wife. Let's drink. Wu Mingjie readily agreed. Inside the car, Shen Jun looked at the contacts displayed on his phone screen, pondered for a long time, and finally put his phone back in his pocket. Ultimately, Yang Su's matter was just a minor issue. If he had to call and inquire about such a trivial matter, that's not suitable. But this small incident also proved that Shen Mu, or perhaps the old man, valued him. This is taken too seriously. To be honest, Shen Jun really didn't expect them to use this method to influence him. Yang Su, let's see what he gets up to next. If some things can truly affect his emotions then. November 10th. The weather was gloomy, with not a single ray of sunlight able to penetrate the dark clouds and fall upon the earth. The entire sky was a dark blue-green. Cloudy days always make people feel lost, and their mood sinks down as a result. Sitting in his office, Shen Jun played a game while listening to Shen Yao report on his work. You read that right. Shen Yao is giving a work report, while Shen Jun is playing games. Because of the weather, Shen Jun's mood was a little affected. Since he had nothing else to do, he called Shen Yao over. Reporting on work was a pretense. The real purpose was to amuse the silly boy. And Shen Yao. He had a long face, held an A4 sheet of paper in both hands, and then read it aloud to Shen Jun word by word. After an unknown amount of time, seeing that Shen Jun showed no sign of making him stop, Shen Yao could no longer hold back. He tossed the A4 paper into the air and then walked over to Shen Jun's side. Then she reached out and started massaging Shen Jun's shoulders, saying with a mournful face, "Brother Jun, the gift I gave Xiaonan isn't as good as Brother Ling's or the others, but it's still pretty good. It cost me a month's salary. You can't just abandon me like that." "Stop talking nonsense," Shen Jun said without turning his head, controlling his game character. "I just want to check on your recent work performance. It has nothing to do with what happened before." "Who would believe that?" Shen Yao said, feeling aggrieved. "I read that piece of paper 3 times, and I even changed the company names several times. Did you hear a single word?" Shen Jun. Seeing that Shen Jun was speechless after he said that, Shen Yao immediately said smugly, "Brother Jun, I understand you're in a bad mood, but don't take it out on your younger brother. I'm not made of clay either." I was wrong, I am made of clay, I am made of clay." Shen Yao immediately admitted defeat and begged for mercy. "All right, go do whatever you need to do." A satisfied Shen Jun waved his hand at Shen Yao to shoo him away. "Hey, don't be like that," Shen Yao suddenly said cheekily. "I have a fun place here. I guarantee Junji's mood will immediately improve after he goes there." Shen Jun's hand suddenly paused, and then the character he was controlling was killed. Turning to look at Shen Yao, Shen Jun asked curiously, "Where?" "How about we go check it out first? It'll be less interesting if we tell you, but I guarantee it'll be a lot of fun," Shen Yao said mysteriously. Seeing the impatient expression on Shen Yao's face, Shen Jun's heart stirred slightly. For this guy to say something like that, it seems that place is really quite interesting. Having nothing better to do, Shen Jun stood up, nodded to him, and said, "Lead the way." "Understood, Brother Jun." This way, please." After saying that, Shen Yao excitedly ran outside. 3 p.m., Tenglong Villa District. Stop the car. Just as the convoy reached the gate of the villa area, 6 young men in suits and uniforms, carrying steel forks, immediately stepped forward and stopped the convoy. Upon seeing the steel forks in the hands of the young men, Yubin calmly reached under the bicycle seat. Before Shen Jun could ask a question, Shen Yao, who was sitting in the car, rolled down the window and took out a gold card from his pocket, showing it to the young man. "Honorable guest, we were blind to your greatness. Please forgive us." The 6 youths bowed deeply and apologized the moment they saw the card in Shen Yao's hand. "Enough with the nonsense, open the door," Shen Yao said impatiently. "Yes." The young man at the head of the group immediately straightened up, then waved his hand in greeting, and only then did the gate to the villa area slowly open. After the convoy entered the villa area, Shen Yao turned to Shen Jun and chuckled, "Brother Jun, let me tell you, this place is a private club. It's just a little bit bigger than usual." Shen Jun didn't speak, but simply nodded to signal Shen Yao to continue. Seeing that Shen Jun wasn't angry, Shen Yao began to introduce himself. The Tenglong Villa area covers approximately 12,000 square meters and consists of 6 villas. The villas are simply named Villa Number 1, Villa Number 2, and so on. However, each villa offers different entertainment options. I only know information about 2 villas. Villa Number 1 is being privately auctioned, and Villa Number 2 is a clubhouse entertainment facility. Hearing this, Shen Jun casually asked, "What are the requirements for entering the other villas?" Shen Yao quickly replied, "The requirements for each villa are different. To enter Villa Number 3, you need to recharge 10 million renminbi. To enter Villa Number 4, you need to be recommended by 2 members of Villa Number 4. Entry to Villa Number 5 is more stringent, requiring recommendations from 5 Villa Number 5 members. I don't know the entry requirements for Villa Number 6. I've tried to inquire, but no one has told me. I'm unsure if they don't know or are simply unwilling to tell me." Shen Yao's words piqued Shen Jun's interest even more. He truly hadn't expected that such a place existed in Shanghai. Funny, really funny. Following the road signs, the convoy soon stopped in front of a villa. Not stopping won't work either, because there's no road ahead, or rather, the road ahead is blocked. A large, dark iron gate stood in front of the road, flanked by walled buildings. The moment the convoy stopped, the bodyguards in the 2 cars in front and behind immediately ran out and surrounded Shen Jun's car. Shen Yao pointed to the villa outside the car window and explained, "This is Villa Number 1. They hold 3 auctions every day there, with a wide variety of items up for auction, but all are legitimate. Standardized." Shen Jun chuckled. "So, starting from Villa Number 2, things inside became irregular? This?" Shen Yao scratched his head, not daring to reply. "All right, let's go take a look at this Villa Number 1 first." After saying that, Shen Jun made a move to get up, and the bodyguard standing by the car door immediately opened the door. After getting out of the car, Shen Jun casually glanced at the surroundings of the villa. To be honest, the scenery was quite nice, with flowers and plants everywhere, but what caught Shen Jun's eye was the parking lot. The parking lot in front of the villa is huge, and it's packed with cars, all of them luxury cars. Commercial vehicles include Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach, etc. Supercars include Bugatti, Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, and so on. Only, there wasn't a single person on duty in the entire parking lot. There's not a single person here. Who the hell would believe that? Although security at the villa entrance is very tight, and there are many security patrols along the way, but isn't this taking it a bit too lightly? Seeing the confusion in Shen Jun's eyes, Shen Yao pointed to the surrounding cameras and explained, "Brother Jun, these cameras can capture the entire parking lot. Even if someone damages a vehicle, that person definitely won't get away with it." "What about compensation?" Shen Jun asked the most crucial question. He understood that if the owner of this place dared to do this, there must be a reason, and money was the foundation for all rules of conduct in such a place. Anyone who damages the vehicle with their own hands, regardless of the reason or the extent of the damage, will be compensated 3 times the vehicle's value. If the person involved doesn't have the money, the owner of this place will cover it, Shen Yao replied immediately. "Hee, this is really interesting." Shen Jun chuckled. "No wonder there were no security personnel in the parking lot. Now I know why." With this rule in place, guests here don't really need to worry about their cars being damaged. They might even be hoping someone will smash or crash into their cars. That's all money. 3 times the price. Brother Jun, how about we go inside and take a look around first? Shen Yao asked. After receiving a response, Shen Yao immediately walked towards the villa's gate. The villa gate was made of bronze. After Shen Yao swiped the gold card in the electronic reader, the bronze gate automatically retracted to both sides. As the door closed halfway, 6 young women dressed in huxia cheongsams and nude high heels emerged from behind it. Before Shen Jun could react, 6 young and beautiful women bowed and greeted them, saying, "Welcome, distinguished guests. Please come in." Shen Yao forced a smile and turned his gaze to Shen Jun. Shen Jun didn't feel much. He had seen plenty of beautiful girls, so he naturally wouldn't be like that good-for-nothing Shen Yao. However, Shen Jun still couldn't quite understand Shen Yao's behavior. As a member of the Shen family, shouldn't he be more than attracted to women? Even if his parents gave him very little money, it was still countless times better than the average person's life. Add to that the support of his siblings, how did he become like this? Letting out a sigh of relief, Shen Jun, though somewhat bewildered, still decided to help his cousin. Even if the cousin wasn't loyal to him, it didn't matter. Money was the last thing he lacked, and letting Shen Yao spend a little wouldn't be a big deal. Besides, Shen Yao is still somewhat useful at this moment, so spending money on him isn't a bad deal. Disloyalty does not mean incompetence. These two must be distinguished. Led by a waitress, Shen Jun and his group stepped into the villa. After passing through a long corridor, the view suddenly opened up before them. Although it was daytime, the entire villa hall was brightly lit, and there were even some oddly shaped ornaments placed in various corners of the hall. An exchange meeting for classic art collections? Directly in front of the passageway, there was a large signboard with the words Shen Jun had just muttered to himself. Next to the signboard was a pointing arrow. Following the direction of the arrow, another passage came into view. Led by the waitress, Shen Jun continued walking. After passing through the passage indicated by the arrow, Yu Bin and the others immediately reached for their waists. In front of Shen Jun and his group stood 8 muscular security guards in suits, each holding a rubber baton. Behind them was a large black door. Upon seeing Shen Jun and the others approach, the young man at the front, holding a rubber baton, immediately scanned them with a scrutinizing gaze. Upon seeing where Yu Bin and the others had placed their hands, the young man in the suit immediately became tense. Before the young man could speak, Shen Yao stepped forward and took out the gold card again. "Open the door." After clearly seeing the card in Shen Yao's hand, the young security guard paused slightly, then waved his hand behind him before bowing to Shen Yao and saying, "I apologize for taking up your time, esteemed guest." As the door slowly opened, Shen Yao immediately turned to Shen Jun and said, "Brother Jun, let's go." Shen Jun nodded and then, surrounded by Yu Bin and the others, stepped inside. After Shen Jun and his group went inside, the young security guard's face instantly turned ugly, and he immediately took out his phone and started making calls. The call was quickly connected, and before anyone could speak, the young security guard blurted out, "Mr. Jiang, a very important person has arrived at Villa Number 1, accompanied by 8 bodyguards, and all 8 of them are likely armed." "What?" "A gun." A roar came from the other end of the phone. "What the hell are you doing? What are the guards doing? How did they get in?" The young security guard, looking troubled, explained, "This important person was brought in by a member with a gold card. We don't have the authority to search him." "A gold card?" The man named Jiang paused for a moment, then asked, "Is this gold card member a young person?" "Yes, he's a young man, but this gold card member was incredibly polite to that important person," the young security guard immediately replied. "I understand. You don't need to worry about the rest. Just remember one thing, don't neglect them." "I'm coming right away," President Jiang hurriedly ordered. "Clear." After receiving a satisfactory answer, the youth security guards immediately felt relieved. As long as he isn't held responsible. "Dear valued guest, please present your membership card." As soon as Shen Jun stepped inside the gate, before he could even take in his surroundings, a girl dressed in a red huxia-style cheongsam with a slit came up to him. Shen Yao casually handed over the gold card. After clearly seeing the gold card in Shen Yao's hand, the girl immediately bowed and said, Honorable guest, the afternoon auction will continue for about an hour. Would you like to wait for the auction, or would you like me to take you to another villa area? Brother Jun. Shen Yao turned to look at Shen Jun. Let's wait a bit, Shen Jun said casually. Distinguished guests, this way please. Through their question and answer session, the girl immediately understood who the main character was today. They followed the girl for a while, then took the elevator to the third floor of the villa. After walking through a long corridor, they arrived at a large hall. Upon arriving here, Shen Jun finally saw everyone else besides the staff. There were about 70 or 80 people in the entire third-floor hall, including men, women, and children. Among them were quite a few people who, like Shen Jun, brought several bodyguards. Shen Jun's group was quite large, so as soon as they entered the hall, everyone turned to look at them. Upon seeing Shen Yao standing at the front, some people who recognized him immediately showed expressions of curiosity. How come this guy has so many bodyguards protecting him? But when everyone looked past Shen Yao and saw where Yu Bin and the others were standing, everyone immediately realized what was going on. So these bodyguards weren't protecting him after all. Shen Jun was taken aback when he saw so many people in the hall. Didn't Shen Yao say that this place holds 3 auctions a day? Why are there still so many people waiting here? Which auction can hold 3 sessions in one day and still attract so many participants? That's not how you joke. Do you really think that so many rare and precious items will keep appearing at auctions? Or is there something good at this afternoon's auction? Oh my, what a rare guest. Brother Yao actually came here. Just as Shen Jun was about to call Shen Yao over to ask about the details, several young men and women suddenly walked out from the crowd. Old Xia, what are you saying? Can't I come to this place? Upon seeing an acquaintance, Shen Yao immediately greeted him. That's not what I meant. It's just that I've only ever seen Brother Yao at Villa number 2. I've never actually seen him at Villa number 1. After several young men and women approached, the young man who greeted Shen Yao first had a sly grin on his face and teased him. Go away, just because you haven't seen me doesn't mean I haven't been here, Shen Yao said, displeased. It was my fault, I misunderstood Brother Yao. The young man first apologized, then turned his gaze to Shen Jun and tentatively asked, and who is this? Shen Yao did not answer the question immediately, but instead turned his gaze to Shen Jun. Upon seeing this, the young men and women were immediately stunned. They knew Shen Yao's identity and background, otherwise they wouldn't have been so polite to him. But to be someone for whom they even needed to ask permission to introduce themselves. Shen Jun said softly to the group, I am Shen Yao's cousin. Hello cousin, we're Yao's friends, my name is Xia Yuanqing. Although Shen Jun didn't say his name, the young man reacted quickly, immediately taking the opportunity to address him as his cousin. Hello cousin, my name is Wang Liantong. Hello cousin I. The other young men and women also introduced themselves immediately. Although they knew perfectly well that such an important person wouldn't care who they were, Xia Yuanqing had already introduced himself, so they had to follow suit. Don't expect the other person to remember you, just don't let them target you for trivial matters. After the young men told Shen Jun their names, Shen Yao immediately asked a question. Old Xia, what's going on today? Why are there so many people? Usually, there are only about 10 people at most for the afternoon auction. You don't know. Xia Yuanqing was clearly taken aback. He glanced at Shen Jun, then looked at Shen Yao with a face full of disbelief. Then how did you? Before Xia Yuanqing could finish speaking, Wang Liantong, who was standing to the side, tugged at him. Cough cough. After being interrupted, Xia Yuanqing managed to swallow back the rest of his sarcastic remarks, which caused him to choke and cough a few times. He genuinely hadn't expected Shen Yao to dare call over this obviously important cousin without knowing anything about him, especially at this particular time. Was he out of his mind? Who doesn't know that the entertainment at Tenglong Villa only starts at night? Whether it's the auction of Villa number 1, the entertainment at Villa number 2, or the projects at the other villas, they all officially start at night. What's the point of doing it during the day? What's the point of coming here now? Of course, that's what he thought, but he couldn't say it like that otherwise. Fortunately, Wang Liantong stopped him in time. After a moment's consideration, Xia Yuanqing explained, there was news yesterday that there would be several novel items at this afternoon's auction, the kind you rarely see, which is why so many people have come to join the fun. Shen Yao, what a coincidence. What is it? Shen Jun's curiosity was piqued by Xia Yuanqing. I don't know. There are rumors that it came from overseas, but the items are from our side. Xia Yuanqing shook his head first, then added an explanation. Okay. Seeing that Xia Yuanqing and the others were also unsure, Shen Yao lost the desire to continue the conversation. After exchanging a few more polite words, Shen Yao and Shen Jun were led by a waiter to their seats at the very front of the hall. This scene once again drew everyone's attention to them. Not just anyone can sit in the first row. Not to mention others, even Shen Jun became somewhat curious. Does Shen Yao really have that much ability? He looked at Shen Yao and asked softly, "This gold card you have must be of a very high level here, right?" "It's not that high," Shen Yao explained. "This gold card allows you to enjoy the top-tier service in Villas 1 and 2, but it doesn't grant access to Villas 3 and beyond." Shen Jun asked, "How did you know about this place? And who gave you this gold card?" Shen Yao chuckled and said, "I met a friend by chance about company investments. He brought me here and even got me this gold card. However, I didn't have enough money, and since Villa number 1 and Villa number 2 looked pretty fun, I didn't go inside." "Shen Jun, how big of a heart does this guy have? How could you let him come over without even figuring things out? Aren't you afraid something might happen?" "I'm speechless." Seeing Shen Jun's speechless expression, Shen Yao scratched his head and asked, "Brother Jun, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Shen Jun, how exactly is this person's brain structured? It was one thing to play dumb with him before, but why is he acting like that now? Or is this guy putting on an act again? Impossible." Shen Jun immediately rejected this conjecture. It wasn't that Shen Yao couldn't, but that he dared not. If this guy dares to cause any more trouble, even Shen Mu won't be able to save him. Shen Jun rubbed his temples somewhat helplessly, but finally waved to Shen Yao and said, "It's all right, let's wait for the auction." "Good. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues in the antiques industry, business leaders, good afternoon. Welcome to this small art exchange event hosted by Tenglong Group." Time flew by, and under everyone's gaze, a middle-aged man in a suit walked onto the stage. After delivering a few simple words from his auction speech, he began to explain the rules. "Here are some old friends who have participated in auctions before, and some new friends who are here for the first time. Let me explain the auction rules again. Since there is no auction catalog for this auction, our auction process is a little different from that of major auction houses. This auction allows VIPs to personally appraise the items on stage in groups of 5, with each VIP allowed to bring a maximum of 2 people for appraisal. Each group has 10 minutes. Starting prices for the items vary, but each bid must be at least 10,000 yuan. Ladies and gentlemen, please come up to the stage in order." As the middle-aged man finished speaking, dozens of staff members pushed a mobile display stand out from behind. Each booth was wrapped in red silk, so you could barely see anything from the front. It seems there's a certain air of mystery surrounding this auction. But this idea was quickly shattered. As the mobile display stand was moved to the front, dozens of staff members immediately removed all the red silk, and the items on the stand were immediately revealed to everyone. There are jade jewelry, antiques, and calligraphy, as well as collectible items like walnuts. But what really caught Shen Jun's eye were the 2 exhibits displayed at the very center of the booth. One is an ancient bronze sword, and the other is a bronze ornament. Shen Jun has always been interested in bronze artifacts, or rather, he has a strong interest in artifacts from that era. But, is this an auction? This arrangement is just like the street vendors outside, isn't it? The mystery that Shen Jun had hoped for about the auction was shattered in this setting. Simply put, it means it's nothing special. Please invite VIPs numbered 1 through 5 in the first row to come up to the stage for evaluation. Just as Shen Jun was sighing, the middle-aged man spoke again. The guests waiting to be appraised at the auction immediately turned their attention to the front row. The 2 elderly people and 2 middle-aged men sitting in the front row stood up immediately after the host finished speaking. "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, please go first," the 2 middle-aged men said politely to the 2 elderly men in unison. The 2 elderly people didn't say much and walked directly onto the stage, followed immediately by the 2 middle-aged men. "Junji, shall we go up too?" After the 4 of them went up, Shen Yao reached out and tugged at Shen Jun, who was still in a daze. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun realized that Shen Yao's membership card was also among the top 5. He immediately stood up and walked towards the booth. To be honest, the most basic services here are not quite up to par because Shen Jun has felt a bit awkward ever since he came in. There were plenty of waiters and waitresses, but Shen Jun still felt awkward. However, he didn't say much. It was his first time here, so he wanted to see it for himself before discussing anything else. After the first few people walked onto the stage, they all gathered around the display of antiques and calligraphy. Shen Jun didn't join in the fun. He genuinely had no interest. Things that don't interest you are not worth mentioning, no matter how precious they are. After walking to the display stand showcasing the bronze craftsmanship, Shen Jun turned to a waiter standing nearby and asked, "Can I try it out?" The waiter nodded and said, "Please, make yourself at home, esteemed guest." Shen Jun immediately reached out and picked up the bronze sword from the display stand. Bronze swords originated in the Shang dynasty. Early bronze swords were relatively crudely made, and their shape was mostly long and narrow like a willow leaf, with a sharp front end and blades on both sides. They were extremely short and did not have a tube. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, the development of bronze swords reached its peak. The shape of most swords was that of a columnar sword with a central ridge. Many famous swords were forged during this period, such as Ganjiang, Amosia, and Longguan. With the advancement of iron smelting technology during the Han Dynasty, superior steel weapons replaced bronze weapons, and bronze swords gradually faded from the historical stage. Since the 1950s, a number of bronze swords from the Shang and Zhou dynasties have been unearthed in northern Daxia. Among them, the Ordo straight-handled dagger-shaped bronze short sword unearthed at the Zukega site in Ajin Horo Banner, a grassland province, has been identified as the earliest known bronze sword in Daxia to date. Bronze swords were later discovered at sites such as the Sengxingui site in Guanghan, Sichuan, and the Shang Dynasty architectural site at the 12 Bridges in Chengdu. The sword of Gojian, King of Yu, hailed as the #1 sword under heaven, is also a bronze sword. The bronze sword in Shen Jun's hand is about 80 centimeters long. The hilt and guard are divided into 3 layers, symbolizing heaven, earth, and man. The pommel is inlaid with a ghost face, surrounded by kuei patterns. The craftsmanship is exceptionally exquisite. The bronze blade is covered with fish scale-like patterns. The only pity is that it lacks a corresponding scabbard. "Young man, are you interested in bronze artifacts?" Just as Shen Jun was stroking the bronze sword, the 2 elderly men, along with 2 middle-aged men and several security personnel, walked over. "I'm somewhat interested," Shen Jun nodded in agreement. "So how much do you know about bronzes?" Another elderly man wearing glasses asked with interest. "I don't know anything about it. I'm just simply interested." Upon hearing this, both elderly people showed expressions of disappointment. "I thought the other person was a young person new to the industry, but it turns out they were someone who didn't know anything. Young people these days are getting more and more restless. They know nothing but come to antique auctions. I don't know if they have too much money to spend or if they want to get ripped off." However, another elderly man, still clinging to a sliver of hope, said, "Young man, do you know that the trade of bronze artifacts is prohibited in Daxia?" Shen Jun. Seeing Shen Jun's completely bewildered expression, the old man could no longer hide his disappointment. He looked at Shen Jun and explained with a hint of helplessness. "Because most bronze artifacts are national first class or even special class cultural relics, their sale and trade are prohibited. Even if you claim your bronze artifact is an heirloom, it won't work. Once discovered, it must be handed over to the state. If the bronze artifact you possess is genuine, this place will definitely be thoroughly investigated by the authorities." "You mean this bronze sword is fake?" Shen Jun asked, his face grim. "It looks real, but I don't think the owner of this place would dare to use a real bronze sword as an auction item," the bespectacled old man said softly after glancing briefly at the bronze sword in Shen Jun's hand. "There's an unwritten rule in the antique trade. When trading outside of auctions, once someone picks up an item to examine it, others are not allowed to snatch it or make bids during that time. Only after that person puts it down and clearly expresses that they don't want it can others pick it up again for inspection. Otherwise, it's considered breaking the rule." Of course, they were at an auction, where the highest bidder wins. However, these 2 elderly men held high positions in the industry, and they didn't want to ask Shen Jun for the bronze sword directly. They had plenty of time, so they could afford to wait. Upon hearing the old man's words, Shen Jun gave him a strange and peculiar look. "Are those 2 old men out of their minds?" Do they really think this place is some kind of legitimate auction house? Although this was Shen Jun's first time seeing this place, he wasn't stupid. This place looks totally shady. From the various checks one undergoes upon entering the villa area, to the numerous armed security personnel patrolling, and the entry qualifications of other villas, how could any of this not raise suspicion? If it were truly a legitimate operation, would he need to use such security measures? The two old men seem to know nothing at all. Just getting older without getting any smarter? Or is it that they've only ever attended legitimate auctions and never participated in these kinds of auctions that skirt the edge of the law? Although Shen Yao had said that the auctions here were legitimate, it was best to take that with a grain of salt. Anyone who believes that is a fool. No legitimate auction would ever be held in a place like this. Having no interest in acknowledging the two, Shen Jun immediately put the bronze sword back, then glanced at the bronze ornament. After a brief observation, Shen Jun lost interest. There's no other reason than that. Upon closer inspection, the bronze ornament was rather ugly. Shen Jun hated anything ugly, even if it was precious. Seeing Shen Jun ignoring them like this, the two old men were furious. These young people nowadays really don't know any manners. However, since there wasn't much time left before the appraisal, the two old men didn't say much and continued to look at the other exhibits. Once off stage, Shen Yao couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Jun, do you like that bronze sword? I'm somewhat interested." Shen Jun nodded and instructed, "Take a picture of it for me later." "Understood, Brother Jun, just you wait and see." Shen Yao nodded with a hint of excitement. Shen Jun then took out his phone and casually started looking at it. After an unknown amount of time, the people on the booth gradually came down, and all the lights except those on the booth were dimmed. "Distinguished guests, I believe you have all found what you desire. Without further ado, let the auction officially begin, starting with this celadone jade pendant with a coiled dragon and twisted silk pattern. The jade dragon is carved from superior greenish-yellow jade, using exquisite materials. The overall shape is that of a dragon with its head raised and tail curled. The dragon's head is proportionally large, its mouth wide open, and its eyes glaring fiercely, making it lifelike and vividly expressive. The starting bid is 2 million yuan, and each bid must be at least 10,000 yuan higher." After everyone had left the booth, the host, without any pleasantries or formalities, immediately began the auction. As soon as the host finished speaking, the guests sitting below immediately raised their hands in greeting. VIP number 12 will add 100,000, bringing the total to 2,100,000. VIP number 16 will add 300,000, bringing the total to 2.4 million. Add another 500,000? VIP number 18 added 500,000, bringing the total to 2.9 million. An additional 2 million? VIP number 3 added 2 million, bringing the total to 4,900,000. An increase of 3,100,000? Could you please raise your hand again? Okay, VIP number 6 will add 3.1 million, bringing the total to 8 million. Hearing the host keep bidding, not to mention everyone else, even Shen Jun's attention was drawn to it. Only then did he truly understand what an auction was like. Add 1 million. Add 1 million? VIP number 3 is adding 1 million. All VIPs, please be mindful of your own willingness to pay. The total price is now 9 million. With the bid increasing by 1 million, the entire hall instantly became much quieter. This price is already quite high, or rather, the value of this greenish-yellow jade dragon pattern pendant is nearing its peak. After another 7 or 8 seconds, the host spoke again. VIP number 6 added 1.1 million, bringing the total to 10.1 million. Okay, 10.1 million for the first time, 10.1 million for the second time, 10.1 million sold. After the host shouted a few words on stage and saw that no one was bidding anymore, he decisively brought down the gavel. A Yuan Ming Dynasty landscape painting in gold and green, starting bid 180,000, increments of 10,000. Anyone bidding? Upon hearing this, Shen Jun was taken aback. Is the difference really that big? The starting bid for the first item is 2 million and the starting bid for the second item is 18,000? That's really something. This price didn't appeal to Shen Jun anymore, but he still wanted to see the excitement. "Brother Jun, can you lend me some money?" Just as others were bidding on the calligraphy and paintings, Shen Yao suddenly leaned over and asked cautiously, "Is there anything you like?" Shen Jun asked casually, Yes, those two collectible walnuts. Shen Yao pointed to the rightmost exhibit on the display stand. Approximately how much? Shen Jun asked again. I'm not sure, but I feel it shouldn't be too expensive. It's just a collectible walnut, how expensive can it be? Shen Yao quickly explained. All right. Shen Jun nodded in agreement. Although he didn't understand the art of collecting walnuts, just as Shen Yao said, a pair of walnuts wouldn't be that expensive. The following item is a bronze sword from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The exact period is unknown, and there is no matching scabbard. The starting price is 1 million, and each bid must be at least 10,000. Are there any bids? Upon hearing the host's words, Shen Jun immediately raised his head. The two elderly people and the two middle-aged men who had been observing Shen Jun noticed his unusual behavior immediately. Although there was some distance between their seats, they could still hear each other talking. The bespectacled old man spoke up again, trying to dissuade him. Young man, I just took a look at this bronze sword. It seems genuine, but its provenance is questionable. You should understand what I mean, right? Although Shen Jun had thought the two old men were a bit silly earlier, now that they were offering a friendly reminder, he naturally wouldn't say anything else. He nodded to the old man and said, I'm just interested. I don't really play with it. It's just kept at home as a decoration. You little rascal, don't you understand? That stuff comes from down here, and there are so many people here. Buying it will cause problems, another old man advised again. It's all right. If something like this didn't come from underground, it couldn't be real. I was prepared. After saying that, Shen Jun ignored the two old men and nodded to Shen Yao beside him. After receiving the signal, Shen Yao immediately raised his hand and said, Add 500,000. VIP number 1, add 500,000, total price 1.5 million. The host didn't care about any of that. If someone raised the price, he had to shout it out to signal everyone. Upon seeing this, the two old men's faces immediately turned ugly. Young people these days are really daring. That was a real bronze sword. Aren't you afraid of the water meter checkers coming to your door? Or has the other party already devised a countermeasure? I'll add 500,000. Just as Shen Yao had finished raising the price, an aged voice came from behind them. Turning his head, he saw an elderly man with gray hair smiling at them. Upon noticing Shen Jun turn around, he immediately teased them. Little one, I quite like this thing too. Of course, my reason for buying it might be a little different from yours. I bought it just to look at it, and then I plan to hand it over since it's a bronze artifact. Shen Jun. Use overwhelming force to suppress him? This old man has a lack of sportsmanship. Before Shen Jun could speak, Shen Yao retorted irritably, This is an auction. If you want it, just raise the bid. What nonsense are you spouting? He then gestured again to the person in charge and said, Add 1 million. All right, VIP number 1, add 1 million, total price 3 million. Add another million. The old man still had a smiling face, but he wasn't intimidated at all when it came to raising the price. VIP number 9 will be added by 1 million, bringing the total to 4 million. The other guests at the auction all watched with expressions of amusement as the two began to bid. Everyone wants a bronze sword from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, but just like what the two old men said to Shen Jun, there are too many people here, and no one is wearing masks or any other protective measures. If someone manages to buy the bronze sword without having powerful connections, there will definitely be problems. Checking water meters in person isn't just talk, it's a real thing. People have actually been checked. That's why few people at the scene raised their bids to participate in the auction of the bronze sword, but if there was something exciting to see, they wouldn't miss it. Brother Jun. Shen Yao turned his gaze to Shen Jun with some anger. Although 4 million wasn't a lot, he knew Shen Jun could come up with it, but he still needed to ask. Shen Jun wasn't angry. It was an auction. The highest bidder won. Malicious bidding was fine, as long as the other party could afford the price he set. He nodded to Shen Yao and smiled. Say whatever you want. Understood. Shen Yao could no longer contain his smile. Finally, he could show off. Add 2 million. After shouting, he turned to the gray-haired old man and challenged him, Go on. Shen Jun. Others. Is this kid stupid? Having money certainly allows one to be capricious, and it can certainly shock audiences who can't afford it, thus achieving the desired show-off effect, but what the hell is it that you're openly provoking me? I've seen plenty of pretentious people, but this is the first time I've seen someone genuinely trying to be pretentious. This kid's a bit inexperienced. Shen Jun covered his face, speechless. I wanted to let Shen Yao have some fun and show off, but now look what happened. This guy seems to have had his fun, but he didn't show his face, but his A****. How embarrassing. But since things have come to this, all we can do is let this guy keep running forward with his A*** exposed. If Shen Jun were to call a halt now, then, not only would he not have had his fill of pleasure, but he'd also be making a fool of himself. Seeing Shen Yao's provocative gaze, the white-haired old man smiled and said, "Little fellow, this is bronzeware, you really want it? Stop talking nonsense and make an offer. If you can't afford it, then shut up," Shen Yao said arrogantly. All right, then you'd better watch yourself. This old man won't fight you for it, the gray-haired man said with a smile. Shen Yao, Shen Jun, others. After a few seconds of silence, the entire auction hall erupted in loud laughter. This time, Shen Yao wasn't satisfied. He was also constantly exposing his buttocks. But they thoroughly enjoyed it. Hearing so much laughter, Shen Yao's face instantly turned bright red, almost as red as a red light. You old man. Cough cough. Just as Shen Yao opened his mouth to curse the old man, Shen Jun suddenly coughed twice. Don't embarrass me here. Go look somewhere else. After saying that, Shen Jun stood up and walked outside. Oh. Shen Yao agreed and immediately followed. The other guests immediately stopped laughing when they saw the two of them stand up at the same time, and all looked around as if they weren't the ones who had just made the noise. Laughing behind someone's back is fine, but laughing in front of them is problematic. In particular, Shen Yao's position is number one. Being able to occupy the number one seat among so many guests is enough to prove that the person's identity and background are not simple. If someone were to be truly offended, no one could bear the responsibility. This world is ultimately a dog-eat-dog world. After leaving the auction hall, Shen Yao grumbled with a long face, "Don't let me find out that old B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** pay. Shen Jun chuckled. Who told you to be so arrogant? I told you to show off, not to act stupid. Come to this place more often so you don't embarrass yourself again. I understand, Shen Yao replied dejectedly. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly looked up at Shen Jun and asked, Brother Jun, I haven't bid on my pair of collectible walnuts yet. What should I do now? Shen Jun. How incredibly carefree can this guy be? At a time like this, you're still thinking about those broken walnuts? Shaking his head somewhat helplessly, Shen Jun turned to his bodyguard and said, Zhang Lei, go and bid on those walnut ornaments. Make sure the price doesn't exceed 2 million. If it does, forget about it. They're not worth it. Understood. The bodyguard named Zhang Lei immediately turned around and walked back into the auction hall, while a smile instantly appeared on Shen Yao's face. How do I pay after I buy the item? Shen Jun asked casually. You can pay by card or top up your membership card, Shen Yao quickly replied. Then deposit 20 million into your card, and let's go take a look at Villa number 3, Shen Jun said softly. Good. With a pleased expression, Shen Yao said to the waiter standing beside them, Go and call your general manager Zhao over. Tell him I need to go to Villa number 3. Yes. The waiter bowed and walked out of the passageway, and immediately another waiter came over. Distinguished guests, would you mind if I took you to the lounge to rest for a while? Shen Jun nodded slightly, and then, led by a waiter, the group entered a lounge on the 3rd floor. Why didn't you let me know you were coming to my place, Brother Yao? This makes me feel bad for you. After waiting in the lounge for about 10 minutes, just as Shen Yao was getting a little impatient, a figure pushed open the lounge door and rushed in. As soon as he entered, the young man ran towards Shen Yao, who was sitting on the sofa, as if he hadn't seen Shen Jun at all. Upon seeing the person's face, Shen Yao complained, Old Zhao, what's wrong with you today? Why did it take you so long? Youth? Didn't you wear your ears? So this guy didn't listen to a word of what he just explained? However, while that's the thought, it's not the way to put it. The young man apologized again, saying, It's my fault, it's my fault. I'll treat you to a good time at Villa number 2 later, and I'll pay for everything today. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun gave the young man a deep look. This guy's getting interesting. Old Zhao, stop talking nonsense. I'm going to Villa number 3 today. Hurry up and add some privileges to my membership card. Shen Yao waved his hand and said seriously, Brother Yao, please don't make things difficult for me. The young man's face stiffened, and he mumbled, "You know my status here. I really can't break the rules." "Who told you to break the rules?" Shen Yao said, displeased. "I topped up my account, 20 million. Upon hearing this, the young man did not smile. Instead, he looked at Shen Jun with some difficulty and asked, "Is this gentleman also going to Villa number 3? "What?" Shen Yao stood up and glared at the young man, angrily retorting, "Can't I bring people with me to your place?" "It's not that you can't bring people in," the young man said in a low voice. "Brother Yao, we have our own rules. Anyone going to Villa number 3 must have a membership card, and members aren't allowed to bring guests in." "What?" Shen Yao's face darkened. "Why didn't you mention this when you gave me the membership card? Didn't you say that as long as I recharged 10 million, I could enter Villa number 3? Yes, you have a membership card, so you can enter Villa number 3 by recharging 10 million, but the person you brought." Although the young man didn't finish speaking, Shen Yao understood him. He asked with a grim face, "So, you mean I can only take people to Villas 1 or 2, right?" "Yes." The young man nodded. Suppressing his anger, Shen Yao asked in a deep voice, "How about we get him a membership card now? This junior can't make the decision. It requires General Zhang's personal authorization." The young man replied immediately. "Then call your CEO Jiang," Shen Yao said coldly. "Well," the young man stammered, "I don't know what's going on. I haven't been able to get in touch with President Jiang all day." Hee. Shen Yao was so angry at the young man's words that he laughed. He pointed at the young man and retorted, "So you weren't planning on taking us to Villa number 3 today? Brother Yao, you've misunderstood me. I really don't have that authority. Otherwise, I would have taken you to Villa number 3 right now." The young man quickly waved his hand in denial. Fine, if they don't want me to go, they don't want me to go." Just as Shen Yao was about to say something, Shen Jun, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly stood up. Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, Shen Yao immediately shut his mouth. Seeing this, the young man was shocked. President Jiang was right. This man was indeed a very important figure. Without much preamble, Shen Jun said directly to the young man, "Swipe your card now. I'll settle the bill for the bronze sword you bought at auction." "Sir, you're too kind. We were in the wrong this time. You don't need to pay for the bronze sword you bought. Consider it an apology gift from our Tenglong group," the young man said, bowing politely. "A gift?" Shen Jun chuckled. "Do you have that much authority?" "I do have some authority over auction items, but I can't make decisions on matters involving higher authorities," the young man explained immediately. "Understood." After saying that, Shen Jun turned his gaze to Shen Yao and said coldly, "Let's go back." "Yes." Startled, Shen Yao ignored the young man and immediately ran outside. "I'll see you out." The young man quickly followed the two and ran out. After leaving Villa number 1, Zhang Lei stood at the gate, holding a bronze ancient sword and a small box. After glancing at the two items, Shen Jun casually said, "Throw them away." Clang. Zhang Lei immediately threw the bronze sword and the small box away. The bronze sword landed with a crisp clanging sound. After the small box fell, the contents immediately rolled out, the two collectible walnuts that Shen Yao wanted. Looking at the bronze sword and the walnut ornaments lying on the ground, neither the young man nor Shen Yaoquan dared to utter a word. Both of them understood that Shen Jun was angry. After the three bodyguards drove up, Shen Jun got into the car without saying a word, and Shen Yao followed with a grim expression. Before leaving, Shen Yao took out the gold membership card from his pocket and then glanced directly at the young man standing next to the car. The young man, beaming, bowed and apologized. "Brother Yao, sir, I'm truly sorry about what happened today." Hearing these insincere words, Shen Yao was about to open his mouth to curse when Shen Jun stopped him again. Shen Jun looked at the young man with a smile and said, "This place is quite nice. At least it's memorable." As soon as Shen Jun finished speaking, Yupin immediately started the car and drove away. Upon hearing Shen Jun's words, the young man's face instantly turned deathly pale. The sky is falling. Just as the young man took out his phone to make a call, three young men dressed in casual clothes came out of the villa. President Jiang, President Huang, President Lin. Upon seeing the three young men, the young man immediately ran over. "We've really offended them this time. We can't get close to Tianyun Group now." The three ignored the young man and looked in the direction the convoy had gone. The young man in the middle couldn't help but sigh. "If we can't get in, so be it. It's better than letting some unfamiliar big shot in, the young man on the far left said dismissively. This big shot is different from Shen Yao. We can't afford to offend him. If he doesn't approve of what's going on inside, we'll all be in deep trouble. 8 pistols, it's like a joke, the young man on the far right chimed in. Let him be. The young man in the middle waved his hand dismissively. Send that kid Shen Yao a picture. We're not afraid, but it's better to avoid trouble if possible. All right. The young man on the left smiled and said, to be honest, Shen Yao, as a member of the Tianyun group, has absolutely no sense of caution. With those photos and videos, even if you can't get close to the Tianyun group, he can still help handle some minor matters. As long as the gold card we gave him wasn't wasted, the young man standing in the middle said casually. All right, let's not talk about this anymore, let's go back. The convoy came to a sudden stop 200 meters after leaving the Tenglong villa area. I'm giving you half an hour. After half an hour, don't let a single person out of this villa area. Remember, the entire villa area. Shen Jun said softly. Yes. Yubin immediately took out his phone and started contacting people. Shen Jun's words did not surprise Shen Yao. He had long known that his third brother was ruthless and petty. Offending him is simply an old man celebrating his birthday drinking poison. That's courting death. As for the reason for searching the villa area, there's no need to delve into the secrets of Villa Number 2 or Villa Number 3, the bronze sword from the Shang and Zhou dynasties that appeared at the auction of Villa Number 1 is enough. Of course, at the level of the Shen family, having a reason is best, but not having one is also acceptable. In any case, the final procedure will definitely comply with the rules. Is the person you just called over someone you know through the company? Shen Jun asked Shen Yao casually. Yes, his name is Zhao Hengxing, and he's from the Zhao family of the Shanghai Diqing Shipping Group, Shen Yao replied immediately. What's the background of this Diqing Shipping Group? And how did you get to know him through the company? Shen Jun asked casually. Diqing Shipping Group is a top 10 company in the Shanghai shipping industry. I know them because the group has an investment project in a small shipping company, which was targeted by Diqing Shipping Group some time ago. The other party planned to acquire this small shipping company invested in by the group. After I learned about it, I personally went to resolve the issue, and that's when I met this person. Shen Yao explained the whole story of how he met Zhao Hengxing. When you visited them, were they particularly easy to talk to? Shen Jun asked again. That's right, I didn't even contact anyone before he backed down. He was incredibly polite and even secretly gave me a little something extra. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had any contact with that guy, Shen Yao nodded. That's interesting. Shen Jun chuckled. A young master from a conglomerate working as a lackey in a place like this. What's he thinking? Really interesting. Brother Jun, what do you mean? Shen Yao gradually realized what was going on. The other party's target wasn't that small shipping company at all, it was himself. You've been involved in too many things lately, Shen Jun said irritably, glancing at him. I was wrong. Shen Yao lowered his head, not daring to refute. Learn from this, or you'll be the one being sold out and still be helping them count the money, Shen Jun admonished. Shen Yao lowered his head even further. Just as Shen Yao was desperately trying to make himself less noticeable, his phone suddenly rang twice. Shen Yao glanced furtively at Shen Jun, and seeing that Shen Jun wasn't looking at him, he took his phone out of his pocket. But the moment he opened his phone and tapped WeChat, he was completely dumbfounded. In his chat with Zhao Hengxing, he saw that the other party had sent him 2 photos, one of him embracing a naked woman, and the other of him, an unspeakable photo. Upon seeing the contents of the photo, Shen Yao's first thought wasn't anger or resentment, but rather, how dare they do that? How dare those people threaten him with such photos? Do they really think of Shen Yao as a pig to be slaughtered at will? Or do they think that having these photos will give them control over him? This is such a blatant disrespect to his status as a member of the Shen family. Just as Shen Yao was about to type a reply, a burst of laughter rang in his ears. Shen Yao's face flushed red again, even redder than when he had been mocked before. You're something else, kid. Playing around is one thing, but to get caught on video? If this gets out, you'll have no place in the Shen family. Upon hearing this, Shen Yao practically buried his head in his crotch. This time, I've really embarrassed myself. Shen Yao didn't take the photo Zhao Hengxing sent seriously, but Shen Jun. These guys are really bold. I'm even more interested in them now, Shen Jun remarked in amazement. Hey, Junji, you can't tell Muji and the others about this, Shin Yao muttered with a bitter face. Don't worry, your brother Jun isn't that kind of person. Shen Jun waved his hand casually. Before Shin Yao could even catch his breath, Shen Jun's next words stunned him once again. But this secret of yours, I'll keep it for the rest of my life. Shin Yao. Completion. This is really the end. My entire later life is ruined. After glancing at his chat window with Zhao Hengxing, Shin Yao lost all interest in anything else. Tired. Let it all end. 20 minutes later, Shin Yao, who was sitting in the car, suddenly raised his head. He heard a series of sirens blaring through the car window. Looking out, one could see more than a dozen riot police vehicles and dozens of ordinary police cars driving from both sides of the road. In just a few moments, a large number of special police and regular police officers had completely surrounded the Tenglong villa area. The security personnel standing at the gate of the villa area were completely dumbfounded when they saw the scene. What's going on? Did they break a cardinal rule? Team Leader Bin, you have surrounded the Tenglong villa area. Please provide further instructions. Just then, Yu Bin's phone suddenly made a sound. As the voice on the phone faded, Yu Bin turned to look at Shen Jun, who was sitting expressionlessly in the back seat, and gestured, "Young Master Jun? Break down the door, arrest them. No matter who's inside, arrest them without hesitation. Today, I want to see where they get the audacity to take nude photos of my Shen family members," Shen Jun said coldly. Shin Yao. Brother Jun, this can't be used as a reason to arrest them. You should say they're selling antiques and cultural relics, or that there are some shady deals involved, Shin Yao said, blushing. Shin Jun turned to look at Shin Yao. Whatever makes you happy. Shin Yao lowered his head back into his crotch. Yes. Seeing that Shin Yao dared not reply, Yu Bin suppressed his laughter and immediately answered. Mo, listen up. There's a large criminal gang operating in the Tenglong villa area. I'm ordering you to make arrests immediately, no matter who's inside or what their background is. Remember, no matter who's inside, arrest them all. If anything goes wrong, Yu Bin, will take full responsibility. Clear. After the man named Mo hung up the phone, the special police and regular police officers standing at the entrance of the Tenglong villa area sprang into action. They first subdued the security personnel at the entrance of the villa area, then opened the gate, and immediately a large number of special police and regular police rushed into the villa area. Inside the office of Villa Number 1, the three young men were sitting on the sofa drinking tea. The one on the left was playing with 2 walnuts while drinking his tea. The young man sitting on the far right gently stroked the ancient bronze sword from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, while Zhao Hengxing, the son of the Diqing shipping group, stood beside them serving tea and water. Hengxing, has Shin Yao replied to you yet? The young man sitting in the middle took a sip of tea and turned his gaze to Zhao Hengxing. Upon hearing this, the other 2 youths immediately stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes toward him. Zhao Hengxing shook his head and said, Mr. Huang, not yet. Not yet. The young man named General Manager Huang frowned. That's not right. Why hasn't he contacted you? Jiguan, don't worry. Shin Yao's lack of response is probably because he's trying to find a solution. After all, he's the Deputy General Manager of Shanghai Tianyun Group. The young man sitting on the left reassured him in a low voice. That's right. A family like the Shin family of Tianyun Group would definitely not allow Shin Yao to be in this situation. Right now, Shin Yao is either contacting friends or looking for his brothers, so don't worry. The young man sitting on the right was equally unconcerned. I still feel something's not right, Huang Jiguan said, his brow furrowed. Logically, after receiving the photos, he should have contacted Hengxing immediately to ask what it meant. Even if he wanted to find someone, it's impossible for him to go so long without replying to messages or making phone calls. Could it be that Shin Yao hasn't seen those 2 photos yet? The young man sitting on the left said unhurriedly. After all, he just embarrassed that important figure. He needs to be appeased, right? That's possible. The young man sitting on the right agreed. Everyone's seen the surveillance video. Shin Yao is terrified of that person. He's probably apologizing right now. Let's wait and see. He'll contact Hengxing. Hearing what the 2 said, Huang Jiguan couldn't help but nod. This explanation makes sense. Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why Shin Yao hadn't contacted Zhao Hengxing yet. After all, this is related to his status in Tianyun Group. Keep in mind that he was the deputy general manager of Shanghai Tianyun Group, a position that would be considered a high-level management role anywhere. Given Shen Yao's age, he must have paid a heavy price for this position. Otherwise, how could such a young man like him have been given such a role? If he loses his job due to his own fault, then even he probably wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Resources are important in every aspect. Then let's wait and see. If Shen Yao hasn't contacted you yet, then you should. Ring ring. Just as Huang Zhiguan was talking to Zhao Hengxing, his cell phone, which was on the table, suddenly rang. The sudden ringing interrupted what he was about to say. He had intended to finish speaking before answering the phone, but after glancing at the caller ID, Huang Zhiguan immediately picked up his phone and answered the call. Hello. Mr. Huang, this is bad. A lot of police have suddenly arrived at the gate. There are 50 or 60 police cars, including more than a dozen SWAT vehicles. They have now surrounded our villa area. As soon as the call connected, a hurried voice came from the other end of the phone. What? After clearly hearing what was said on the other end of the phone, Huang Zhiguan immediately stood up, shouting incredulously, "Say it again. How many police officers?" Huang Zhiguan's roar startled the other two youths and Zhao Hengxing, but after hearing what he said, the three of them froze in place. Police? What's the meaning? How could the police possibly come to their area? Is this a joke? There are too many to count. Mr. Jiang, please come quickly. If they try to force their way in, we can't stop them. I understand. Keep them calm for now, I'll be right there. Huang Zhiguan immediately ordered. Understood, please come quickly. After hanging up the phone, before anyone could ask any questions, Huang Zhiguan said directly, Monkey said there are 50 or 60 police cars at the gate. I'm going over there to see what's going on. You all call your superiors immediately and find out what's happening. Okay, we'll make the call now. The two young men nodded solemnly in agreement. Huang Zhiguan then immediately led Zhao Hengxing out of the office. None of them mentioned erasing the traces of illegal activity inside the villa. Even a fool would know that it was impossible to do so in such a short time. Which department are you from? Who is your leader? What right do you have to arrest people? And what right do you have to forcibly enter my Tenglong villa area? Before Huang Zhiguan even reached the door, he saw dozens of police officers rush in, and all the patrolling security personnel were pinned to the ground. Seeing this, he was so angry that he immediately stepped forward and stopped everyone. A young man in a SWAT uniform and several middle-aged men in police uniforms immediately stepped forward. The young SWAT officer said to him, "We received a tip from the public that there are illegal transactions in the Tenglong villa area. We are investigating and handling this according to the law. Who sent you? Whose orders are you taking?" Huang Zhiguan questioned, his face grim. "This is none of your business. Get to work." The young SWAT officer ignored him completely and waved for his men to prepare to arrest him. "Don't move. Do you know who I am?" Huang Zhiguan was startled by the young man's reckless actions and quickly shouted, "Do you know whose territory this is? You can't afford the consequences of forcibly entering and arresting people. I don't care who your backers are. We're acting according to the law. We can discuss any problems later. Let's get started." As soon as the young special police officer finished speaking, the special police officers and regular police officers behind him immediately pinned Huang Zhiguan and Zhao Hengxing to the ground, while the rest of the special police officers and regular police officers rushed into the villa. Seeing this, Huang Zhiguan's eyes widened in fury. Although he was forced to the ground, he still struggled and shouted, "I am Huang Zhiguan, son of Huang Shen Jun of Jiming Group. I'm telling you, don't make a mistake." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged police officers who had been following the young special police officer were immediately stunned. After exchanging glances, the group quickly stopped the young man who was about to continue walking, saying, "Captain Mo, Jiming Group is a well-known company in Shanghai. They once donated 10 million yuan to the municipal bureau, and Jiming Group's chairman, Huang Shen Jun, has been commended by the municipal party committee multiple times. Perhaps we should wait a bit." The young man named Mo glanced back at the group and said, "Today, even if he were Huang Shengjun, let alone being the son of Huang Shengjun, he's still going to be arrested. Captain Mo, should we wait a bit?" The young man's words didn't intimidate the police officers. One of them stepped forward and looked at him, saying, "Captain Mo, I must remind you, This Jiming Group is a key company supported by the city. If Huang Jiguan is arrested, the consequences will be very serious. Are you threatening me? The young SWAT officer suddenly laughed. Amidst everyone's bewildered gazes, the young SWAT officer said coldly, "Do you even know who sent me to investigate this Tenglong villa area?" Several middle-aged police officers all shook their heads. They also received a call from above, instructing them to fully cooperate with the SWAT team leader, Mo, in his operations. However, no one knew the specifics. If Huang Jiguan hadn't revealed his background, they certainly wouldn't have spoken up to stop Mo. The Jiming Group's power and influence in Shanghai are simply too great, and its background too deep. Others may not be aware of this, but law enforcement agencies are well aware of it. They are truly not to be trifled with. Let me tell you, the person who called me isn't someone a small company like Jiming Group could afford to mess with, not even a behemoth like Ollie Penguin. Mo retorted, otherwise, why do you think the higher-ups approved this raid so quickly? Don't they know what kind of background the Tenglong Villa district has? Maher's words left everyone speechless. He was too blunt. It was clear that a very powerful figure was about to take action against the Tenglong Villa district. Go and arrest them right now. If anything goes wrong, I can't take the blame, and neither can you. With that, Mo continued walking into the villa. After exchanging glances, the middle-aged policemen all followed Mo inside. At this moment, no one cared about Huang Jiguan, who was pinned to the ground. Villa number 1. Police, don't move. Don't move. Everyone stand still and don't move, or don't blame us for being impolite. Captain Liu, we've found an ivory tusk. Captain Liu, we've found a tiger skin. Captain Liu, we've found a bronze sword. Villa number 2. Police, don't move. Aya, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? Get your boss here. Get your boss here right now. Do you even know where you are? Team Leader Zhang, this place offers special services. Team Leader Zhang, a few people claim to be from the city. What do you think? Team Leader Zhang, a few people say they know people in the bureau. What do you think? Villa number 3. Police, don't move. Run. Run. Damn. What are the police doing here? What are Lao Huang and his men doing? Don't do it. Don't do it. Let me make a phone call. I want to make a phone call. I want to make a phone call. Team Leader Wang, 4 casinos have been discovered. Captain Wang, all the cash chips have been blocked. What do you think? Captain Wang, something bad has happened. One of the gamblers said he's the son of the cities. Team Leader Wang, someone wants you to answer the phone. Villa number 4. Police, don't move. Everyone stay where you are. Which department are you from? Who's your supervisor? Tell him to come see me. Stand there and don't move. Get your leader over here. Team Leader Sun, there's someone abusing women and children here. Holy crap, Captain Sun, there's. Team Leader Sun, I saw a leader from the bureau. Villa number 5. Don't move. This is a police investigation. Don't move. Didn't you hear me? Police are on duty. Team Leader Zhou, many carcasses and specimens of protected animals have been found on the 2nd floor. Team Leader Zhou, many live protected animals have been found on the 3rd floor, including Danish. Villa number 6. Police, don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Who ordered you to investigate the Feng Villa area? Who gave you the order? Do you know where this is? Do you know? Get your boss here right now. Team Leader Tang, the 2nd floor. There are many young girls being imprisoned on the 2nd floor. Team Leader Tang, we've discovered foreign women being held captive on the 3rd floor. They're white, black, and many other people of other skin colors. Team Leader Tang, there are many. On the 4th floor. Seeing the large number of people being escorted out, Mo's expression turned grim as he stood at the entrance of Villa number 1. Because he saw many familiar faces among these people, even people he couldn't afford to offend. After seeing their faces clearly, Mo knew the sky was falling. The middle-aged policeman who had been following Mo also looked extremely grim. For Mo, this was a devastating situation, let alone for them. The sky is falling and the earth is cracking. The important figures who were escorted out all kept their heads down and remained silent. In front of so many people, no one dared to reveal their identity. If they didn't reveal their identity, they could still talk things out once they got into the police car, but once they did, there would be no turning back. Of course, they actually have no way out now. Because they were not taken away and put into police cars. Mo. Just as Mo was about to call Yu Bin, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Looking up, he saw a young man jumping around and shouting at him. After seeing the young man's face clearly, Mo's expression turned even more unpleasant. Holy crap! What's this young master doing here? This is going to be a huge disaster. Just as he was about to walk over, his phone suddenly rang. Before he could even take out his phone, the phones of the middle-aged policemen behind him also suddenly rang. The series of ringing cell phones reminded everyone that they had really messed things up. Everyone took out their phones and immediately answered the calls. Maher was the same. After seeing who was calling, he was numb. Hello, Director Nya. Who the hell did you answer? Who the hell did you answer? Do you even know what kind of background the Tenglong Villa district has? The higher-ups are calling me like crazy, you know that. I know, I even saw several people whose status was only slightly lower than yours, Mo said in a hoarse voice, but I dare not release them. Even if those people were there, I dare not release them. Upon hearing this, the man named Director Nya paused for a moment, then quickly asked, Who exactly called you? Mo said in a hoarse voice, I don't know his name either, but I know he's a direct descendant of the Shen family in Kyoto, and the person protecting him is Yu Bin. What? Yu Bin? Isn't he working for that old man from the Shen family? Damn it. Moke, I know nothing about this. You should understand what I mean, right? Mo's face fell. He opened his mouth as if to retort, but ultimately said nothing. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. I understand. I received Yu Bin's call but didn't notify anyone, and I brought people over without a second thought. You know nothing. That's right. But don't be discouraged. If the young master of the Shen family has a high enough position, you can be promoted several ranks with this achievement. Whether it's good or bad depends on his background, but I feel it should be good, Director Nya comforted him. Mo was practically bursting with rage. This wasn't how you fool a fool. If it were really a good thing, why the hell didn't you show your face? Is it meaningful to say that to him? That's what he thought, but Mo actually said he wouldn't dare. A higher-ranking official can have absolute power over you. I understand, but you shouldn't be at the station now, and you should turn off your phone otherwise. Mo reminded him. Nonsense, do I need you to remind me? I'm hanging up. You figure out what to do next. As the phone beeped, Mo reluctantly put it back in his pocket. Captain MO, we got a call from above ordering us to release the people. What do you think? Captain MO, we can't hold on any longer and have to leave. You're on your own with the rest. Sorry, Captain MO, we've received a call from above ordering us to leave immediately. We have to go. We can't take the pressure anymore. Everyone's at their breaking point. There are just too many important figures involved. Seeing that Mo had hung up the phone, the middle-aged police officers who had already finished their calls immediately stepped forward to explain to him. You'd better not leave, or you'll offend both sides. Before the others could finish speaking, Mo reminded them, to tell you the truth, the person who called me is from Kyoto. Before the others could speak, Mo continued, I know what you're thinking. Isn't it just a matter of the local official is more powerful than the distant one? But the person who called me isn't that simple. That's someone who truly has connections to the heavens. After this is all over, I'll personally inform them of your contributions. With their support, you won't have any problems at all. You might even have achieved great things. But now that you're leaving, don't blame me for being impolite. The middle-aged police officers were immediately put in a difficult position. Walk? According to Mo, they'll be in deep trouble. Aren't you leaving? They've already called. If we don't leave now, won't we be retaliated against later? Don't think about anything else. Look at those important figures with their heads down and not saying a word. They must have seen you. That means we have no way out. Seeing the hesitation on their faces, Mo pointed to the crowd being escorted over. The middle-aged police officers' faces stiffened. There was absolutely nothing wrong with what they said. Although they were also following orders, but who cares about those things? Do they need to ask you if you have any reasons for retaliating? Stop messing around. We're all adults. Nobody's that childish. All right, you guys don't need to worry about anything. If you can't handle it, just wait outside. I'll take responsibility for any problems that arise. After saying that, Mo walked over to the young man who had been calling him. When the young man saw Mo approaching, a smile instantly appeared on his face, but he didn't rush to speak. Once they got close to the young man, Mo waved to the policeman who had arrested him and said, "Let him go. Go check if there are any others who have escaped." Yes. The policeman immediately released the young man's hand, then turned and left. After the police left, the young man turned to Mo and whispered, "Mo, what's going on? Do you know whose territory this is? How dare you arrest people here? Someone could die, you know. Young Master Zhang, what are you doing here?" Mo didn't answer the question immediately, but instead asked the young man with a grim expression. The young man hesitated for a moment before whispering, "I played around at Villa number 3 for a while." "Just gambling? You weren't involved in anything else, were you?" Mo pressed. No, the young man immediately waved his hand. "You know me, I don't have the guts to do anything else." Hearing this, Mo felt relieved. This young master in front of us has an incredibly impressive background. If they find something to use against him, even his father will be implicated. As for how the two, with such a large difference in social status, met, it's not worth mentioning. In other words, Maher saved this guy by chance, and that's how they met. "Don't talk about me. Do you even know how big a mess you made today?" The young man suddenly realized what was happening. He looked at Mo anxiously and said, "Who sent you here? Did you see those people who were arrested? Several of them are people of high status, and the owner of this place is no ordinary person. The person who sent you here wants you dead." Mo shook his head and said, "Young Master Zhang, you shouldn't worry about me now. Quickly find a way to extricate yourself from this situation, or the consequences will be severe." "What do you mean?" The young man was startled. He asked incredulously, "Does it mean the person who sent you to investigate this place is someone important? It has already reached the heavens." Mo whispered a reminder. "If you're planning to call home, don't let anyone put pressure on us here. Even your father can't afford to offend that person." Holy crap. The young man was dumbfounded by Mo's words. Has it reached the heavens? Even his father is someone you can't afford to offend? Who the hell is this guy? No wonder Mo didn't dare to release him even after seeing him arrested. That's why. But if he did that, wouldn't he be in deep trouble? No. It's okay if something happens to him, but we can't let his own father be implicated. That won't do, absolutely not. His mind raced, and suddenly, the young man's eyes lit up. He quickly whispered to Mo, "That big shot sent you here for reasons other than me, right?" "It definitely wasn't me. I may like to have fun, but I've never offended any big shots. Here's what I'll do. Find me a police uniform, and I'll sneak away. Or, it's fine if I don't leave. Just don't let me hang out with those people who've been arrested." Maher. You know what? This guy's brain is actually pretty sharp. Although he didn't know why Shen Jun had sealed off the Tenglong Villa area, he was certain that the purpose of mobilizing so many police officers couldn't possibly be this guy in front of him. In other words, this guy can actually do what he's thinking, and he won't have to take any responsibility. Considering the young man's father's identity, Mo hesitated for a moment before asking again, "Are you sure you didn't participate in activities at other villas?" "No, really no, I swear, if I went to any other villa, may I be struck by lightning." The young man immediately raised his hand and began to swear. "Okay, I'll have someone take you to change your clothes in a bit. Then you stay in the police car and don't move. Remember, no matter what happens outside, don't come out," Mo instructed. "No problem, don't worry." A smile instantly appeared on the young man's face. "That's it. Having connections is G awesome. What exactly do you want?" "Exactly, we're all here to attend the auction." "What? Is attending an auction illegal?" "I'm innocent." "Is it illegal to drink at a club?" "What right do you have to arrest me?" "I'm even more wronged. I was arrested as soon as I got in." "Where can I go to seek justice?" "Let go of me. I need to make a phone call. This is illegal detention. I'm going to make a phone call." After Mo settled the young man, he approached the people who had been captured and heard a cacophony of shouts and screams. "Captain Mo, several leaders among those arrested want to see you." "Captain Mo, some of those people said they're from the museum and are here for the auction. What do you think?" Upon seeing Maher approach, several police officers immediately ran towards him. "Captain Mo, when are we taking him away? I really can't take it anymore, you know? Lots of people from above have been calling me. I'm just a squad leader, and they all managed to get my number. That's right, for a lowly team leader like me to receive a call from the city. You know, it's unbelievable. Me too, and one of our leaders was among those arrested. If someone hadn't forcibly pulled him over and someone hadn't seen it, I really would have let him go. Now it's all over. Even if he goes back, he'll be punished. Captain Mo, we really can't hold on any longer. Please have mercy. Either release them or take them all away. They really can't stay here any longer. Hearing his colleagues chatter, Mo nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll call and ask right now." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't joking, they really couldn't take it anymore. These people have incredibly powerful connections. Even ordinary police officers like them understand the current situation. The phrase, "the sky is falling and the earth is cracking," is insufficient to describe the current state of affairs. But as soon as Mo took out his phone, it rang again. After seeing the caller ID, Mo's vision went black. "It's almost time, let's go take a look." Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Shen Jun stepped out of the car. Upon hearing this, a smile instantly bloomed on Shen Yao's face. "How dare you take his picture? And you even sent it to him?" Today, Shen Yao will show those people who are worthy of their respect and who are not. Although he wasn't the one who organized this operation, that didn't stop him from seeking revenge. The group did not drive, but walked towards the Tenglong villa area. It's only 200 meters. It's a good way to get some exercise. Judging from Captain Mo's expression, he must have received a phone call. Huang Jiguan rubbed his sore shoulder and looked at Mo mockingly. "I just told you, you can't afford the consequences of forcibly breaking into the Tenglong villa area, but you don't seem to care?" Mo said coldly, "I'm just following orders. Your background is indeed powerful, and I really can't afford to offend you, but—" Under Huang Jiguan's mocking gaze, Mo sneered, "Guess why? After receiving that person's call, I only had someone release you instead of letting you go." Huang Jiguan froze on the spot. What did the other party mean by this? In a city like Shanghai, is there anyone who can suppress the person behind him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is Shanghai. Once the person behind him speaks up, who would dare disrespect him? Even the one at the very top has to be wary. But what gives Maher the right to say such a thing? What gives him the right to be so fearless? Recalling the young man that Shen Yao had previously been so terrified of, Huang Jiguan's expression changed repeatedly. Could it be that there was something about the Shen family that he was unaware of? That's impossible. No matter how large or powerful Tianyun Group is, it's still a commercial conglomerate. But in the eyes of the person behind him, the business conglomerate is nothing at all. But he hasn't offended any important figures recently, has he? Even if the young man Shen Yao was so terrified of had a powerful background, how long had he been gone? An hour? How could the other side mobilize so many police officers in such a short time? He's just a young man, you can't joke like that, can you? Seeing that Huang Jiguan was frightened by his words, Mo sneered again. "You really think I don't know anything? There are fools in this world, but what makes you think I'm one of them?" Huang Jiguan, suppressing his doubts, retorted, "Say what Captain Mo wants, but shouldn't you release the men and let them leave now?" Maher. He looked at Huang Jiguan as if he were an idiot and said, "So, after all this time, you're the idiot, aren't you?" "What do you mean?" Huang Jiguan's face darkened. "I won't even release you, and you expect me to release the others?" Mo laughed at the other's stupidity. "Retreat? Is your brain filled with shit?" Upon hearing this, Huang Jiguan's face darkened considerably. "Are you sure you don't want to carry out that person's orders? I'm warning you, you can't afford the consequences of making one mistake. Don't make the same mistake again." "I was wrong." "What do you mean by making the same mistake again? What do you mean by unable to bear the responsibility? Can you tell me?" Just as Mo was about to retort, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Looking back, they saw Shen Jun walking towards them with a smile on his face. "It really is you?" Huang Jiguan froze on the spot after seeing Shen Jun's face clearly. "Young Master Shen, Captain Vin." Upon seeing Shen Jun and his group, Mo's face immediately lit up with a smile. The person who could withstand the pressure had finally arrived. "It's finally here." "It really is me? Looks like you're in charge here. But what you're saying makes no sense." Shen Jun looked at Huang Jiguan and smiled. "What? You allowed me to kick you out, but you won't let me come back in." Although Huang Jiguan was shocked to learn that Shen Jun was the mastermind, he had no choice but to accept it now. He glanced at Shen Yao, who was following behind Shen Jun, and said, "You're just going to abandon Shen Yao like that?" "Shen Jun. Shen Yao. How could you say something so stupid?" The person who put you in charge is really incompetent. Shen Jun said, speechless. Stupid? Huang Zhiguan scoffed. I think you're the stupid one. Do you even know whose territory this is? Shen Jun. He was truly at a loss for words because of this person. Having fallen to such a state, how dare this person threaten me? You're about to die, and you still don't realize it. No wonder you dared to kick my brother Jun out. You're such a stupid thing. Shen Yao also took the opportunity to mock him. You. Shut up. Before Huang Zhiguan could continue speaking, Shen Yao interrupted, now quietly wait for my brother Jun to scold you, or you'll be in big trouble. Shen Jun. Maher. Huang Zhiguan. At that moment, they finally understood what it meant to. Tell me what you found here. Shen Jun had no desire to speak to the idiot. He immediately turned his gaze to Mo and asked. Mo immediately replied, there are many. Villa number 1 auctions items that are prohibited from being traded by the state. Villa number 2 is involved in prostitution. Villa number 3 is involved in gambling. Villa number 4 is involved in the abuse of women and children. Villa number 5 has many protected animals. Villa number 6. Under the curious gazes of Shen Jun and the others, Mo said with a grim expression, they've been detaining a lot of foreign women, of all skin colors and nationalities. We even found several bodies on the 4th floor of the villa. As Mo finished speaking, not to mention everyone else, even Shen Jun was stunned. He had thought that the Tenglong villa area would at most involve some illegal and criminal activities, but he never expected these guys to be so audacious. The phrase outrageously audacious is insufficient to describe the utter depravity of this group. Of the 6 villas in the entire Tenglong villa complex, not a single one is normal. No wonder they didn't dare let him in. Given the situation inside the villa, you really can't let anyone in without having some kind of leverage over the guests. This is going to be a huge disaster. Letting out a long breath, Shen Jun turned his gaze to Huang Zhiguan once again. With so much evidence, you still got caught red-handed. Where do you get the nerve to shout like that? Huang Zhiguan said with a grim face, this has nothing to do with you. I'll say it one last time. If you leave now, there's still room for maneuver. But if you wait until the end, none of you will escape. Shen Jun. Shen Yao. Maher. They've learned something new. Only now do they understand what utter stupidity truly means. He deserved it. You shouldn't bother with idiots like that. He turned his gaze back to Mo and said, then what are you waiting for? Arrest this person. He dares. Before Mo could reply, Huang Zhiguan impatiently blurted out, I've already made contact. You just wait. You'll be begging for mercy soon. Shen Jun. Junji, don't be angry. This guy is so stupid. Let's not stoop to his level. Noticing Shen Jun's speechlessness, Shen Yao quickly tried to comfort him. Yubin nodded to Mo. Having received the prompting, Mo no longer hesitated and immediately waved to the SWAT officers behind him, saying, arrest him and gag him. Yes! Holy crap! Huang Zhiguan was stunned. He was about to open his mouth to curse when he was immediately pinned to the ground by several special police officers and his mouth was gagged. Seeing this, Shen Jun nodded in satisfaction. Don't talk too much to fools. They're easily influenced. Young Master Jun, Mo stepped forward and whispered to Shen Jun, someone just called me asking whose orders I had to search the Tenglong villa area. They ordered me to immediately withdraw my team and release the people. After I refused, they told me to release Huang Zhiguan. I didn't dare release him. I just let him go. Shen Jun frowned and asked, who made the call? It's a call from line 2, but the voice sounds like a young man, Mo quickly replied. What? Shen Jun almost lost control of his emotions. He looked at Mo and asked through gritted teeth, are you sure it's line 2? Yes, I have the call logs here. Mo was startled and quickly took out his phone and handed it to Shen Jun. Upon seeing that unusual number, Shen Jun's expression instantly turned grim. This is a huge disaster. If it were anyone else, Shen Jun would never have let them off the hook, but this person. Holy crap. This is F**************** G awful. But this might not be such a bad thing after all. Letting out a long breath, Shen Jun turned and waved to the SWAT officers holding Huang Zhiguan, saying, let him go. Yes. The sudden turn of events left Shen Yao's eyes wide. Had his brother Jun given in? Impossible, right? Are there still people in Shanghai that the Shen family can't afford to offend? Huang Zhiguan, now released, instantly became agitated. He looked at Shen Jun and sneered, "It's too late to be scared now. I already said, there will be a time when you'll be begging for mercy. Yubin." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Shen Jun finished speaking, Yubin stepped forward and slapped Huang Jiguan 3 times hard. Huang Jiguan was immediately stunned by the 3 slaps. He never expected Shen Jun to actually hit him. Was he out of his mind? Seeing Huang Jiguan's utter bewilderment, Shen Jun said coldly, "Gong, that idiot Kaijiang is your backer?" "What? How dare you call me that?" Huang Jiguan was momentarily stunned, but before he could finish speaking, he instantly became alert. You, what exactly is your identity?" After realizing what was happening, Huang Jiguan was so frightened that his voice began to tremble. Damn it. Seeing Huang Jiguan's reaction, Shen Jun's heart skipped a beat. It really was true. After cursing under his breath, he ordered Mo, "Release them. Release everyone except those from villas 4 and 6. But take a clear picture of each of them, and then send all the photos to Yubin." "I understand." Mo also knew how serious this matter was. "Brother Jun, what's wrong with you?" "Shut up." "Oh." Shen Yao immediately covered his mouth and dared not speak. After pondering for a long time, Shen Jun finally took out his phone. Finding a phone number, Shen Jun immediately dialed it. The phone was answered after only 2 rings. "Hey, Uncle Lu. It really was you." Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Shen Jun waved to Yubin. Yubin immediately dispersed everyone and then stood guard not far from Shen Jun. "It seems Uncle Lu has already guessed?" Shen Jun asked softly into his phone. "I have some guesses, but I'm not sure," Lu Juming said gently. "How so?" Shen Jun's voice carried a hint of amusement. "After Xiao Jiang came over, I learned from some people that the person who led the search of the Tingfeng Villa area was named Mo He. So I asked Xiao Jiang to contact him by phone. Unexpectedly, the little guy refused Xiao Jiang's offer in a very firm manner. Mo was Nia Bing's subordinate, but when I contacted Nia Bing, he wasn't at work, and his phone was switched off. From that moment on, I suspected that you were the one who ordered him to take action. Because there are very few people in Shanghai who can make Mo dare to refute this call and who make Nia Bing afraid to answer it. At this time, only you, young Master Jun, are in Shanghai and have that ability," Lu Juming explained unhurriedly. "So Uncle Gong doesn't know about these things that Kaijiang office is handling?" Shen Jun asked in a calm tone. "Whether you know or not is no longer important." Lu Juming sighed and said, "You should have let them go, shouldn't you?" "Uncle Lu is indeed Uncle Lu. You could easily guess my dark thoughts," Shen Jun said with a chuckle. "However, there are still some people I haven't let go of. The things they did won't get away with in my hands." "Huh?" Lu Juming asked in surprise. "You didn't release the most important people?" "Uncle Lu is joking," Shen Jun said slowly. "Uncle Gong is my uncle. I have to know my place, don't I?" Heh, Lu Juming chuckled. "Your methods are quite impressive. Even I'm somewhat impressed. I suddenly feel that the messes Xiao Jiang made weren't all that bad." "You can't say that," Shen Jun retorted coldly. "Kaijiang is Uncle Gong's son. If it were anyone else, I could twist their head off today. What they've done has definitely gone too far. When Xiao Jiang told me those things just now, I was also shocked. Your Uncle Gong almost killed his own son after hearing the news, but he only has one son, and the Gong family has to have an heir," Lu Juming comforted him. "I know, that's why I haven't told anyone about this," Shen Jun admitted. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you." "I understand what you mean. I'll pass on a message from your Uncle Gong," Lu Juming said, word by word. "From now on, Xiao Jiang will follow your lead without question." "Uncle Gong, you're too kind." Shen Jun's face instantly lit up with a smile. "Tonight is my treat, so Kaijiang and Li Yuan can get to know each other." Lu Juming. "You little rascal," Lu Juming said with a smile. "I'll tell Xiao Jiang. You two can contact each other then." "All right, then I'll leave the rest of the people at Tingfeng Villa District to you, Uncle Lu." After saying this, Shen Jun paused for a moment, then continued, "I hope Uncle Lu can give me a satisfactory answer." "I will make young Master Jun satisfied," Lu Juming said solemnly. "Thank you for your help, Uncle Lu." After saying that, Shen Jun hung up the phone. The objective has been achieved, and Lu Juanming's final address proves this. Saying anything more would be pointless. "Brother Jun, what's wrong?" Seeing Shen Jun hang up the phone, Shen Yao came closer again. It's nothing. It just gave me some more leverage in the competition with your brother Mu, Shen Jun said casually. Shen Yao. He now wanted to slap himself. He shouldn't have asked that question. The surname Gong, and Shen Jun calls him uncle. Who else? But that guy in Shanghai who's practically a god among men. Believe it or not, with this person's support, Shen Jun's foundation has indeed increased significantly. No wonder Shen Jun released a group of people. He was using them as evidence. With those people around, the Gong family will always be Shen Jun's strongest supporter. But I have to admit, my third brother is really quite shrewd. In such a short time, he found the most advantageous option for himself, even at the cost of letting go of some people he shouldn't have let go. Such a mentality is simply terrifying. If he were to handle this issue, he wouldn't let any of these people get away. At the very least, someone would have to personally contact him to bail them out. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Go see that acquaintance of yours. As he spoke, Shen Jun strode towards the group of people who had been arrested. Upon hearing this, Shen Yao's eyes lit up, and he quickly chased after him. Hey, who's this? Weren't you just being arrogant, trying to steal my bronze sword? How come you're arrested now? Just as Shen Jun was walking towards Zhao Hengxing, Shen Yao's cheeky voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw Shen Yao standing in front of an old man with gray hair who was walking outside. This old man was the one who had caused Shen Yao to lose face at the auction. Little one, some things aren't used like that. The gray-haired old man wasn't angry at Shen Yao's words. He even offered a reminder. You have the nerve to say that to me? Shen Yao scoffed. The auction house for Villa Number 1 involved a lot of illegal items. Since you participated, don't try to sound morally superior. We're all the same. Ignorance is no excuse, the gray-haired old man said firmly. You really don't know? That's just making excuses. Shen Yao mocked. I thought you were someone important, but you're just a shameless old scoundrel. Fine, I'm in a good mood today. I'm not going to bother with you, you old codger. After saying that, Shen Yao walked towards Shen Jun again. You. The gray-haired old man was furious. He was about to walk in the direction Shen Yao had left when a policeman warned him, You're leaving now, so leave. If you don't, you'll be squatting with them. As he spoke, the policeman pointed to the crowd who were still crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands. Upon hearing this, the elderly man with gray hair immediately stopped in his tracks. Regardless of your status, at this moment you're under someone else's roof and have no choice but to bow your head. Once he gets out of here, he'll definitely teach that little brat a lesson he shouldn't be so easily bullied. That's all you've got, Shen Jun said irritably. Hee hee. Shen Yao scratched his head and chuckled. That old man really angered me at the auction, so now that I have the chance, I have to give him a piece of my mind. What's wrong with being a little more easygoing? Shen Jun scolded. Why bother arguing with an old man? And you even have the surname Shen. Shen Yao. Why does that sound so awkward? Be more tolerant? Who in the entire Shen family doesn't know that you, Shen Jun, are petty and narrow-minded? However, Shen Yao didn't dare say these words aloud. After all, Shen Jun is too petty. Can't mess with them, young Master Zhao. After getting close to Zhao Hengxing, Shen Jun gently waved to the policeman who had arrested him and then addressed him softly. I don't deserve to be called young Master Shen. But why would young Master Shen want to see a nobody like me? Zhao Hengxing asked, rubbing his slightly sore shoulders. One question, Shen Jun said calmly. Did you set your sights on Shen Yao yourself, or was someone instructing you to contact Shen Yao? Is this matter still important now? Zhao Hengxing asked, frowning. It's very important to me, Shen Jun said coldly. It was Jiang Jinghe who told me to contact Shen Yao. Zhao Hengxing betrayed him without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Jinghe? I don't know him, Shen Yao muttered. Whether you know them or not is not important. What's important is why they would do this. Shen Jun said softly. Brother Jun, you've already found the people behind them. Why do you still need to know these things? Shen Yao asked, somewhat puzzled. Shen Jun, you don't really think I sent you here just to show off, do you? Shen Jun said speechlessly. No, Brother Jun isn't that kind of person. Shen Yao quickly waved his hand in denial. Even if that's what he really thinks, he can't admit it. Without saying anything more, Shen Jun waved to the SWAT officer beside him and said, Go and bring Jiang Jinghe to me. Yes. The special police officers turned around and went to look for Jiang Jinghe. In less than 3 minutes, the SWAT officer returned with a young man. Seeing the calm expression on the young man's face, Shen Jun's heart stirred slightly. He asked the young man in a low voice, "Are you Jiang Jinghe?" "It's me." The young man, Jiang Jinghe, nodded. "Who gave you the order?" Shen Jun asked expressionlessly. "I don't understand what young Master Shen is saying," Jiang Jinghe said casually. "I truly don't know who's behind you, but now, if I speak up, no one can save you. Remember, no one can get you out of here," Shen Jun said decisively. Jiang Jinghe paused for a moment, then regained his initial composure. "Say what you will, young Master Shen. I truly know nothing." Hee hee. Shen Jun suddenly burst out laughing. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Shen Jun walked to Jiang Jinghe's side and whispered, "You know, I sensed something was wrong the moment Shen Yao and I were kicked out of the Tenglong villa area. How should I put it? It was just inexplicable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinghe raised his eyebrows, while Shen Yao seemed somewhat confused by Shen Jun's words. "How bizarre." "Shen Yao, I don't care if you're genuinely stupid or just pretending, but use your brain and think about this. Is it something a normal person would do to kick us out of the Tenglong Villa district?" Shen Jun said coldly. Shen Yao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly seemed to think of something and said with a flash in his eyes, "No, it's fine before, but since they were able to get in touch with that person from the Gong family, it means they know something. While I, Shen Yao, may not hold much status within the Shen family, I am still a legitimate member. However, my attitude towards Brother Jun since entering the Tenglong Villa area has proven many things. In other words, unless they're completely brainless, they shouldn't be so stupid as to kick us out on the spot." "Did you hear that?" Shen Jun nodded in satisfaction at Shen Yao's explanation. This guy did have some ability after all. He then looked at Jiang Jinghe and said, "Aren't you saying that what you've done is a bit inexplicable? Even if you don't want us to see what happens after Villa number 2, you shouldn't just kick us out like that. It's too obvious. It's like you're afraid you haven't offended me enough." Jiang Jinghe looked up at Shen Jun and smiled. "Young Master Shen is right. Only someone with a sound mind would kick you out. But what if we have a problem with our minds? I believe Huang Zhiguan is indeed mentally unstable, because I've witnessed it firsthand. He's incredibly stupid. But your brain?" Shen Jun scoffed. "From the start of our conversation until now, I haven't seen anything stupid about you. Young Master Shen is being one-sided. You can't perceive stupidity," Jiang Jinghe retorted, shaking his head. "Besides, there are many stupid people in this world." "Stupid? You're not stupid at all. You're quite clever." Shen Jun sneered. "I think you're a Suicide Squad member." "What?" Shen Yao exclaimed, dumbfounded. "Brother Jun, what do you mean?" "Shut up." "Oh." Turning his gaze back to Jiang Jinghe, Shen Jun said confidently, "I don't know if Huang Zhiguan knows Shen Yao's identity, but you definitely know Shen Yao's identity, and you also know the background of my Shen family, am I right?" "I already said I don't know anything." Jiang Jinghe once again adopted that indifferent attitude. Shen Jun shook his head with a slight sense of helplessness. He really didn't have a good way to get people who weren't even afraid of death to talk. Forced confessions are not entirely unacceptable, but they are no longer necessary. At this point, it no longer mattered whether Jiang Jinghe spoke or not, because he already knew everything he needed to know. Death Squad? Hee. Jiang Jing and the person behind him must be Shenmu. There could be no one else but him. It went too smoothly. Everything is going too smoothly. It went so smoothly, as if someone had scripted it for them. Ever since he met Shenmu, Shen Jun had never looked down on his cousin, the head of the Shen family for 3 generations. Even the old man had given him warnings, both openly and subtly. Since Shenmu has used a hidden agent, it means he has already abandoned it. Even if I call them, they won't admit it. The abandoned hidden pieces must be put to good use. However, he truly hadn't expected the other party to act so quickly. How long has it been? Having just given away resources to the other party for free, Shenmu is now returning the favor. It really is. Speechless. I really admire my cousin. Shen Jun couldn't help but sigh. Such character and methods are truly beyond my reach. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinghe gave him a deep look, but ultimately said nothing. Shen Jun also ignored Jiang Jinghe, and he didn't want to know how Shenmu had trained the other party into a suicide squad. Because nothing else matters anymore. The outcome is already decided, so there's no need to delve into the details. In short, Shenmu really taught him a lesson this time, a lesson in the true meaning of humanity. Take him away. Shen Jun waved his hand at the SWAT officer who was holding Jiang Jinghe. Although Shen Jun understood everything, he still wouldn't let these people go. I'll say it again, what they did went too far. And there have to be a few people who take the blame for Gong Kaijiang, right? Yes. Several special police officers immediately took Jiang Jinghe away. Brother Jun, did Brother Mu do all this? Shen Yao finally understood, but he still couldn't quite believe it. These things were beyond his comprehension. Who else could it be besides your Brother Mu? Shen Jun sighed softly. You know how much power the Gong family wields in Shanghai, but since this incident, apart from the phone call Kaijiang made to Mo, have you seen them take any other action? Shen Yao shook his head and said, I sensed something was off after you said that Gong Kaijiang was behind Huang Jiguan. It was too casual, as if this matter that could crush the Gong family was a trivial matter. This simply doesn't make sense. Yes, Shen Jun murmured as if in a dream, it's all too bland. Even Lu Juanming's tone when he spoke to me was too bland. Although he explained the reason, it was still too bland. Is Brother Mu paving the way for you? Shen Yao asked, puzzled. Why? You two are clearly rivals, and Brother Mu can support the entire Shen family on his own. Why would he do this? Shen Jun glanced at Shen Yao and then explained softly, there are some things you don't know, but I can tell you. Everything your Brother Mu did this time was to repay a favor to me, and then to show me his true strength. Of course, even if I said it like that, you probably wouldn't understand. Shen Yao. He really didn't understand. All right, let's not talk about this anymore, it's not important. Shen Jun let out a long breath and walked outside. Shen Mu's actions truly shocked him, leaving him terrified. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they can turn their hands to make clouds or rain. He knew all too well who his Uncle Gong was, yet even such a powerful figure could be so easily manipulated by Shen Mu, without the other party even putting up a single resistance. How could this not terrify him? Shen family? Shen Mu? He still doesn't know enough. 9 o'clock in the evening. Song Shi Ji Private Kitchen Recipes. Young Master Jun, Kaijiang, thank you in advance. From now on, whatever you require of me, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. A young man, about 1.8 meters tall and dressed in black casual clothes, was raising a wine glass to toast Shen Jun. Sit down and talk, Shen Jun said with a smile to the young man. We're all on the same side, no need to be so polite. Upon hearing this, the young man, Gong Kaijiang, slowly sat down. After Gong Kaijiang sat down, Shen Jun spoke to him, let bygones be bygones, but after today, I don't want to hear any more negative comments about you. Remember, any comments? Clear. Gong Kaijiang and Li Yuan, who was sitting next to him, immediately responded loudly. I won't say anything else, but you two should see each other more often in the future. Yes. After having a simple meal with Gong Kaijiang and Li Yuan, Shen Jun left immediately. He really wasn't in the mood for drinking or eating today. What Shen Mu did had a huge impact on him. He needs some time to calm down and also needs to reshape his worldview. Of course, Shen Jun was not discouraged. In fact, Shen Mu's actions only fueled his competitive spirit. He didn't want to be drunk and reclined on a beautiful woman's lap, but the prospect of wielding power over the world while awake was indeed very appealing. It's really attractive. Even someone as unique as him couldn't help but be drawn in. The lust for power is blinding. November 18th. Harry Holland sent Shen Jun several more messages. Article 1. He has contacted Abraham and bought all the houses he listed for sale, and they have become very good friends. Because, although he bought those houses from Abraham, he did not directly complete the transfer of ownership. Instead, he signed an agreement with Abraham that stipulated that she would sell the houses to him, and the agreement was notarized by the local government. In other words, Harry Holland gave Abraham plenty of time. If Abraham could make money from the sale of the house, he could buy it back. With this kind of treatment, even a biological son wouldn't be treated this way. How could their relationship not be good? The second piece of news is that he rescued Robert Davis. Although there were some setbacks along the way, he eventually managed to rescue the person. To repay Harry Holland for saving his life, Robert Davis told Harry Holland everything he had heard. The third message was the one that would kill Robert Davis. That means America plans to use finance to exploit other countries. And Robert Davis even heard the exact timing and the countries that will be exploited. Upon seeing this message, Shen Jun immediately understood why Robert Davis had died unexpectedly with 8 gunshot wounds to his back. This involves the strategic direction of certain conglomerates within America. How could he possibly survive? To put it simply, if Harry Holland hadn't married Zoe Roosevelt, he might not have been able to save anyone, and he might have even gotten himself killed. It's that serious. Although the whole world knows that America used finance to reap global profits, no one knows the exact timing. Even before some people have heard a sound, the harvest has already been completed. America's movements were so subtle and swift. After delivering this information, Harry Holland asked Shen Jun if he wanted to get involved in the matter. Shen Jun naturally understood where the other party's confidence came from. With his own funds and Zoe Roosevelt's background, he was certainly qualified to get involved in this matter. But his funds can't be transferred directly. Too many vulnerabilities, too much risk. At this moment, Shen Jun absolutely cannot have any involvement with Harry Holland. This involves his subsequent plans. But with the funds Harry Holland has left, he should be able to do some small things. But if you really want to get a share of the profits, this amount of money is definitely not enough. But it's already mid-November, and December will be the time for Harry Holland to make money. He remembered clearly that the Rockefellers and other financial groups plan to manipulate the London gold market in December. There's still plenty of time.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.